Oh no. I forgot I don't have my microphone and earphones in. So, in a minute here, I'll just have to pop out. But welcome to the ME Conference Discussion After Party, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me get send a link over there. Let's see. No. Somebody can put a link over in Brian's Stabley's chat before it ends. That'd be great. And I'm gonna probably play a song real quick until we get some people in here, and I'll get the link out to join me to do that. Let's get party going. All right, should be live and okay. Oh, whoa! People jumped over quick, and that was a delay for me there. It's still saying 0 people watching. So that was the show earlier. If you missed it, where Awake and Activate joined me. That was a good one before Brian's show, and now we're on after Brian's show. Okay. Whoo! What a day, folks. Wow. The community has spoken, and we're not happy, but we're willing to heal and help any way we can. But we will never allow this community to be hijacked like that conference seems to have been by some strange agendas that we don't subscribe to. To say the least. All right, let's look at history. I'm just going to get something we've already probably played real quick just to get going here. Okay, yeah, here we go. COVID the lie. We don't want to be lied to. That's the big thing. We don't want to be deceived, and we're saddened by these people, all these presenters who are okay with being deceived by NASA and other, theories and people. So that's the big thing. Welcome, guys. Welcome. We are blessed. I put the okay. We got Rick wanting to join, and anybody else is welcome to. Hang on, Rick. I'll join you. Right here. I am going to have to pop out for a second to put my earphones in, microphone and earphone in. I'll do that while the song is playing. Good to have you, bro. I'll be right back.
You hear me, Tom? All right, I'm on. I wasn't sure if you could hear me.
Some say the fear inside their brains, each and every day they're sheltered.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Am I on, Tom? You hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, good deal.
I just posted this song earlier.
COVID's alive. Woo! All right. Welcome. So, as the song's playing, it is 11:27, which means it's 4:20 somewhere, 4:27 somewhere. I do need to medicate real quick. I wanted to get the show going, but I did miss my opportunity to do that real quick. So as the song's playing, I'm gonna just go ahead and do my thing real quick, and then we can get going. So how's your day been today, brother?
Hanging in there, man. I'm feeling a little depression, man. My son moved to Chicago.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. My only
Chicago.
my only boy, man. My only kid. My only child, I should say. I don't. I hate calling him a kid.
Right. What
Yeah.
was it for a job or something or what?
No, no. He actually left his job here at ShopRite to go out there to live with his girlfriend. He has, like, earlier in the year, I took him out there to visit his girlfriend. That he's known her for like 3 years, but he's never actually met her. It was like an all,
Ah.
and so I took him out for 2 weeks. Well, I took him out, dropped him off for 2 weeks. He wanted to stay a month, but I couldn't do that. So I let him stay out there for 2 weeks, and then he came back here, and right away he got a job, and he started saving money, and he saved enough money for them to get a place, and so we had some money to go out there and live on until he could get a job. But I told him he wasn't going to get a job, but he proved me wrong because he's been out there not even a month and he's already had a job interview, which like blew my mind. You know, not even a month and he's already got a job interview. It was like I was ecstatic. But here it's only part time and he's not sure if he has it. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, we'll find out. But his girl's got a job, so if worse comes to worst, he can live off of her.
Gotcha. Well, I wish him the best with that. How old is he?
He
About-
just turned, well, he'll be 19 in November, dude. It's cool,
Oh,
baby.
wow.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep. Oh boy. Sorry about that. Welcome everybody, Doc, Vicky, Karen. Thanks for motivating me, Doc, and others to go live. But I really think that we need some healing now. We've said our piece, and we definitely deserve to say our piece, and I hope that everybody understands that, because we're obviously bigger than they are, and not in the sense that we're better or bigger, but our community is pretty big. I mean, there's 400 or 500, who knows how many really there is of us, but we see the numbers in some of our shows and chats, and so they didn't pull those numbers, and that's got to be that's huge. That's that speaks volume. If that was on television, it would be, it'd be the ratings would be a joke.
Right.
Seriously, at least we would be on at overnight or something, and it wouldn't be so much of a joke. Now I'm not saying my show, but I mean our some of our people, our best people, but best presenters. But I think it is probably in our best interest to just make ourselves better presenters and better ambassadors of the Mandela effect. And look, I've been calling for us to get a better name from the beginning. Even if it was monocle effect or monopoly effect or McMahon effect, But I mean, we obviously we don't want quantum effect or something ridiculous, but there's got to be I don't know. Is it too late?
Yeah, I think it's too late to change.
Well, hold on. Hear me out. The Mandela Mandela effect movement has almost been hijacked, not just by them, but but all these hit pieces that have been put out. You've got a movie called The Mandela Effect. I didn't even watch it. I've only seen the trailer a couple times, but the Holy Spirit was telling me from the get-go it was garbage, and it turned out to be garbage, and I don't want nothing to do with it. And even Brian saw through it from the get-go. He might have been not as vocal as me or others, but he quickly said his piece on it, and definitely rightly so, because that was garbage. I mean, we keep, I say we keep allowing these people to do it, but I mean, we shouldn't keep allowing these people to, hijack something we're passionate about and we know is real, and we're trying to help others, new people, and help ourselves, put the rest of the puzzle together, and it's just like they just took a piss on us, man. That's what they did. They really just took, and it's shameful, but we will get over it. We do need to heal, and we can, we can help by, not necessarily help them, unless they turn to us, but we certainly can figure out something on our own or something, like Brian said, having the conference on his channel and whatnot. That would be bigger than what they just did, and better, because we're not going to have all these other agendas, I mean, and maybe that's their thing too. They shouldn't have, there should have been a limit on to what else they could talk about besides the Mandela effect, because it was like a rare thing to hear some real talk on the Mandela effect throughout this thing, and it's not even over yet unless they decide to cancel it. And maybe they should use the last couple days or so to about face and try to embrace the creator in all this thing too, because I only heard the word God or creator mentioned 2 or 3 times, and thank goodness it was Jerry once or twice at that time, and I think he's got more sense than the others. But we hate being deceived. We hate being lied to, and we don't want any extra crap in our lives like they're trying to push. I don't need witchcraft. I don't need voodoo. I'm not saying that's exactly what they're pushing, but I don't need help from the other side, of any kind than what I'm already getting from God and the Holy Spirit. But I mean, I don't need multiple spirits, that's for sure. I don't I definitely don't want to play the Ouija board and a lot of this new stuff, including CERN. CERN is a big Ouija board, and even though they might not be doing anything major there, they're trying to, and their intent is to open the abyss, or whatever. So they God knows their intentions, and God knows every single one of our intentions here in this chat and here in this community and on this plane of existence. So I think we all need to just really, really, really be careful with our decisions and what we choose to follow, and if you come across people that can't even fathom that the creator has something to do with the Mandela effect and the Bible scripture changes, I'm going to continue to pray for you and hope that you don't go too far, and be deceived. Because see, we care about people being deceived and lied to. We don't want anybody to be deceived that this is a ball, we live on. We care. We shouldn't get ugly with every single person that says, well, no, I really truly think we're on a globe and blah blah. We have to be patient and be careful and hope that they'll come to their senses, man. And the same thing with ME or any of these truth topics. And just like we had to be careful with people with the towers, and all that. But there's a lot to learn from this, and I hope that they certainly learn and decide to change up what didn't work for them in this. But yeah, anybody else want to join me and Rick? And I'm gonna give you a chance to talk, Rick. So did you think that did you watch it from the start? How much? No,
I watched a little bit, and they were talking about Jeff, and I barely tuned into it. I may have watched like 50.
You said Jeff or Jiffy? What?
Yeah, they were talking about Jeff or Jeffy. I think Jiffy, they were talking about Jeff. Like from the start, something told me not to watch it. you know. But I was shocked when I seen the shit that Brian was showing earlier about how they came out and how that dude came out in the NASA thing, and that's ridiculous. Like, not to talk about the Mandela effect at a Mandela effect concert. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
No,
Yeah.
it should have been the main focus.
Right. Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, and like I said, there should have been a boundary.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. You're talking about. I'm just saying there should have been boundaries and limits. You know.
Right. Yeah. Did you hear a guy talking about talking to a tree? Like, you know, what does that have to do with the Mandela effect? You know, nothing.
Well, all right, I'll tell you. No, what he was thinking was, okay, if you could bend a tree. Did I say bend a tree? Oh,
yeah.
Whatever, yeah. Okay. Whatever. If you could bend a spoon or a tree or whatever, then you could probably change reality and, you know, make things change. Is what I think is, you know, and a lot of them were getting at that too, that there is other ways to change, you know, probably, you know, change things in the world. But I mean, the Mandela effect is way huger than, you know, than just putting it in this little science box. I'm sorry. It just is. You know, listen, people have been saying forever that the end of the end is near, the end is near, the end is near, you know, and all those times until now, they did not have these supernatural changes going on. And that is huge. I'm getting truth bumps right now, man. As soon as I saw the Bible changes from a Bible that I've owned since 1994, folks, 1994, I've read it many times before and after changes. When I knew that those changes were real, and I knew that a true man of God, or what I figured was a true man of God, my hometown pastor couldn't see the changes or denied seeing them. You know, whatever way, I knew that we're living in different times. You know, we are living in the end times, in my opinion, and we we have to be careful with who we follow, what we buy into, and this is no time to be letting the world deceive us in any way. And there's so many ways. I'm so amazed at how many options Satan gives the world to just buy into his way instead of God's way. I mean, it's absurd to some of us to think, or maybe all of us to think that the Creator has nothing to do with what's going on right now. I mean, come on. I mean, and everything either comes from good or from evil, and there's people that can't even understand that, it seems, and so, and I'm not talking about just atheists. I'm talking about, just, I don't know, a lot of people that just can't get that foundation of, okay, there's a God and there's an opposite of a God. There's, I mean, it's the way it is, what, I mean, at one time, Lucifer was the best angel, but he decided to challenge God, and he wanted to be like God and everything. So, that's what happened. The war in heaven is either going on right now, or just got over with, or it's just beginning, whatever. And that's going to play out down here because, Satan has had the ability to come down to earth and go back up, right up to the throne of God and report to God. And eventually God said, hey, I don't like what you've been doing when you went down there, Lucifer. And then so Lucifer challenged God. So, I mean, that's the story, and I'm sticking with it. And, the fallen angels are what these people are tapping into. A lot of these people with this new age stuff, and they're getting help, they're getting success, and they're getting tricks. They're getting enhancements and whatnot. But are you willing to pay the price of your soul for an upgrade?
Hell
I'm
no.
not. I'm not trying to. Welcome to the show, Patrick. Hey, good to see you.
Pat.
How's it going, Tom?
help me keep my calm here, because I wanted this to be a healing after, little after party, but woo, I'm getting fired up again, and it's like,
Well, hey, I apologize. I missed Brian's whole damn show.
oh wow.
I was waiting for his show to come on, and I freaking fell asleep. I'm so pissed.
Wow. I
But
fell asleep in my chair today for a few minutes, and somebody knocked on my door, and I didn't even hear him knocking. I'm like, wow, I don't normally do that, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, I wanted to make his show because I wanted to get on it. I had a lot to say about that ME conference. I'm pretty pissed about it.
Yeah. Well, have at it, brother. Tell us what you what you took from it.
Well, I'm just really mad that I think it misrepresented us who are Mandela affected. I'm a little upset about it. I was never asked to be on it either. That's one of the things I was going to say. And I've been with these guys for many years, and I put a little 10-second clip in there, and I didn't even know that was possible. Dale Dufay contacted me. I don't know if you know him.
Say it again. You say it one more time.
Dale Dufay.
Yeah, I've heard the name. Yeah. I've definitely heard the name.
Yeah, he contacted me through email and told me about the 10-second clip montage. And otherwise, I would have never known anything about the 10-second clip thing. But I sent a 10-second clip into them, and they showed it. But now I'm kind of wishing they didn't, because the way it went down, I didn't want anything to do with that.
Well, yeah, and that's I think there's some other people with the same regrets, brother. So, yeah, it's one way or another. I don't think it's going to be the same kind of thing next year, if it even happens. But I'd rather them get it together properly and and do a better job. I don't know if they can about face and fix it. I don't, we'll see. But and I don't wish ill on anybody. So we want to see the whole of the ME community, be on the same page as much as we can, and that's what we work hard to do. I think we strive to really do that, and we got some really great people, and it's just we don't want to see it be pissed on, I guess, if you will, if you can handle that. And it just seemed like, wow, we don't want you involved, and we're just going to throw a bunch of, this and that out there too, and and barely talk about the Mandela effect, and yeah, keep
Yeah, I'm actually shocked. I'm shocked the way it's gone. I had no idea that they were going to put so much NASA and New Age stuff in there. I really felt like it was a New Age conference, not a Mandela effect conference.
Yeah.
That guy. I mean, it was really. I'm sorry if I offend anybody, but
right, we're not trying. We're not trying to do that. Yeah, we really aren't. We really aren't.
But the Mandela effect conference was already going not all that good, and then they put the Shane guy on there, who I've never heard of before. I've never seen the guy before. Of course, I'm not going to know everybody that's Mandela affected. I understand that.
Right.
But to put him in the conference, I think we should at least know who he is. I mean, I had no idea this guy. I don't know half of the people that was in there, actually.
Yeah, we all said that. I mean,
yeah, I don't know what you got, and I apologize if I'm going over some of this. I swear to God, I have not seen Brian's show. I stopped in I was in there the last 15 minutes as he was getting done on the last caller, and then he didn't want to take the last call. I don't know who that was, but I was like, damn it, I wanted to get in on the show, but I'll have to get in on his next show.
Yeah.
Because I really like Brian and Karen. And I actually trust Brian's from we're all from the same community now because we joined together, but there's only a couple of you guys I really trust, and Brian's definitely one of them, and you're one of them, and Voynich is one of them. I'll leave it there. I have a few people that I really trust, and I wouldn't just go on anybody's show, and I'm not trying to spew anything or start anything, but that show, that conference was totally, I'm not happy with it at all.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they get it too, that we're not happy, and so hey, maybe something good will come from this. We know something will. It should motivate us all to be better, do better, represent the community better, and try to figure out a solution to better represent this community. And it's almost hurting me to say Mandela effect anymore. Have these people gone? Has the world gone too far with our name? It's almost. It's such a shame that they're just next they're going to be calling it racist or something too, probably. I tell you.
Hey Rick, sorry to jump in on you there.
No big deal. I ain't got that much to say. I was just. From what I'm hearing, I posted the first 2 days on PocketNet, which I post a lot of videos on, and I'm thinking I want to go on there and take them down. From what I'm hearing, I post a lot of flat Earth stuff and a lot of Mandela stuff on there, and I don't want something like that.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I mainly do a lot of Mandela effect, but we all have been kind of off balance since the V virus came out. I've been personally talking about that for the last 2 months, and not talking Mandela effects, but I don't know what the fuck happened tonight, or what the hell happened
this week
with this. Yeah, I don't. It surprised me because the last conference they had, I watched it on the internet. I wasn't able to make it there, but I thought the last conference went pretty well. They were actually talking Mandela effect. They were talking about their life histories and how they woke up. And I thought this was supposed to be a lot of the same,
I mean, why would it be okay to get off topic? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, let's just talk about everything but the Mandela effect, and it'll work out. Really? Okay.
Yeah, I actually got up after getting being a little pissed because I slept through Brian's show. I was a little pissed at myself, but I pulled myself together. I made some popcorn. I'm like, well, at least I got a good 3-hour show to watch. Brian's show. So, I'm gonna watch it after I'm done here and see what all happened on there, because I'm totally blind to what you guys just talked about.
Had you seen Need Inputs? Had you seen his show? Had you seen his input on it? No.
No.
Okay. See, he motivated Brian and others, me to say our piece on video about it. He was the first one basically in our community to come out on video and contest or whatever the conference and how it was going. Blades from Need Input, so you should check that out too. If his is real short, and then he actually shows you the Chris Anatra's first part of his presentation.
Oh, okay.
So if you hadn't caught that, you can watch that.
When did he put that up? I'm sub to him too. I haven't looked to see what he's put out lately, but yeah, I will definitely check Need Input. Need Input, right?
Yes, Blaze from Need Input. Yeah.
There's a need input and a need to connect. So
That's
need
Zachary.
input. Okay.
Yeah, Zachary. That's Zachary. Need to connect. Yeah.
Okay.
So anything else you wanted to talk about as far as the concert, or anything else, flat Earth, or anything? What's on your mind?
Well, as far as flat Earth goes, I'm more leaning towards flat Earth, but I'm still learning about everything. But I mean, I know they lied to us about everything. So why not call it flat Earth? I mean, it definitely is not what they're saying. So I don't know what it is, but I've definitely been listening to you guys and pulling, your guys' videos and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I like to say we live on a flat plane of existence or something like that. Definitely isn't a perfect beach ball, or whatever and if it was, they would show us real pictures.
Yeah, they would be able to prove the curve if it was.
Yeah. There's no curve. I mean, I've seen for hundreds of miles. If I could see when we take off from Atlanta, Georgia, and the pilot tells you, look out to your right, you can see Florida hundreds of miles away, mind you. You could see the coast of Florida and see, it's like, come on, man. I can see my destination where I'm going, literally to Jacksonville, Florida. I'm flying from Atlanta to Jacksonville. And there's you shouldn't be able to see straight there like that, just and everything just flat, I mean, if there's a curve, so.
Yeah, and I guess my biggest thing is I'm religious. I believe and love Jesus Christ.
Amen.
And he's my savior.
Definitely.
So I know, I feel that there, I mean, as the Bible says, there's a
firmament.
I'm drawing a brain fart, but over the earth. Firmament. Yeah.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Rick.
So we can't get.
Go ahead.
We can't get through there. So I don't understand how they would get any pictures or anything like that if they're lying and stuff.
Right.
Well, obviously they're lying because it just makes no sense. I've seen all the videos, and I was surprised that I wasn't one of these. I never heard of flat Earth until just a few years ago, and I'm 51 years old.
Really?
The first thing I woke up to,
Yeah, that just surprises me that you didn't know, whether that it was a debate or anything or whatever.
I never knew that there was a community. No, I had no idea that there was actually a community.
Well, Well, I stick to the story that that most of the world knew or thought that the world was flat, and then the globe lies began. And like I've told many times that, and I do know this that it's written that good men of God threw their Bibles overboard when they got deceived by the lies that it was a globe, because the Bible says it's stationary, immovable, and so that's huge. And yes, the firmament too. So at best, you could, if you want to use the word globe, we'll call this a snow globe. I'll give you that, like a snow globe, and I've got one right here. So that, but. Yeah, I'm not buying the anything NASA says, and I take everything to God. I take everything. I run everything to God. So I get too much confirmation, too many truth bumps at the exact right time, and so too much anointment from the Holy Spirit to be wrong on some of this stuff. I'm not saying I have everything figured out or right about everything, but I'm not going to come on here and present you some kind of sorcery or witchcraft or pharmaceuticals or anything that's out there. I'm not going to say I can teach you how to bend a spoon or I'm not,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not,
crazy.
I'm not even going to come to your
That's
house.
one thing I was going to talk about. That Shane
Listen,
dude.
I'm not even going to
don't-
come to your house and hunt ghosts with you. I'll come to your house and try to bless them and rebuke them out if it's demons. But I'm not a paranormalist. I'm not a UFO person. I know that UFOs are interdimensional beings. Like it's angels and demons and fallen angels, stuff like that stuff. But there's no Martians or anybody from the moon or Pluto or whatever.
Mhm. I never really thought about it. I never really looked into it. I never heard about it in school or anything. The very first thing that planted the seed with me is the JFK assassination.
Mhm.
That planted a seed with being anything wrong with this world. Yeah,
Four.
exactly.
Yeah.
4 in a car.
Yeah.
The car is not even the same.
Yeah.
And the Zapruder film was the only film that I know of that existed.
Yeah.
And now we have them from all different angles. But that was the first. I did book reports about that in school, in high school. So that was, I really got into that, and I watched every film on it. I watched every documentary on it. So yeah, I know there was definitely 4 people. And when the Mandela effect really hit me in 2016, that was the first thing that blew me away. Was the car, and there was only 4 people in there, and I thought I had lost my fucking mind. So the next thing that comes along is 9/11. So I really didn't wake up and start waking up until 2008 about everything. And then 2016, when I had my kidney failure and I came out of the coma, I was awake to everything. I was like, fuck, wow, what the hell's going on? This is a whole new planet I'm on, So yeah, it's been a crazy ride for the last 4 years,
Most definitely.
I'm glad that I found you guys because us Mandela affected group, we were kind of a small group. There was at the most that I know of, there was probably maybe 50 to 100 of us. I mean, there really wasn't a whole lot of us.
Now
there's a lot of us. There's a lot of us now. I mean, I'm talking 4 years ago when we first started getting on YouTube talking about all this.
I shared. It was at least 4 years ago when I shared the first post on Mandela effect, and now that person who brought out the Mandela effect, I don't even think he's in this community or anything. I think he was just kind of reporting on it, and that's how I found it. So I'm not going to say his name, but it's a big YouTube channel. But and he's deleted that video since too, or made it private. But anyway,
you know who it was that showed me Brian Stavely? I mean, I didn't even know anything about Brian Stavely and he's the biggest of the biggest, right? I mean, he's pretty much got both the communities. Everybody knows Brian Stavely. So, but he, it was, what the fuck, Robert, or what's his name from, Richie from Boston.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I was watching him, and I don't even watch him all that much. I just happened to be, I clicked on, I subbed to him. Didn't really watch him much, but I ended up clicking on that show, and Brian was on there, and then that's history.
since you brought up Richie from Boston, and I'm not trying to give myself a big head, but it doesn't mean that much. But I was one of the first people that he followed on Twitter, and you can go to somebody's Twitter and go down who they follow. And you'll see that I'm one of the first 10 or 15 people that he started following on Twitter. And he's like me. I only follow a couple hundred people on Twitter, but and he's got a lot more followers than I do. I've only got around 450, 60, something like that, whatever, 480. I don't know. But anyway, I've been praying for Richie for years, because he's been following me for years now on Twitter.
Yeah.
And all those years I was praying, God, please work in his life and help him see the big picture and, and see your involvement in it. And then all of a sudden, and I'm not saying I'm the only one, because there was many people praying for Richie from Boston. There was, I know this, and there still is. And he, you see how far he's come in just a couple few years, whatever, from what he used to not even talk about God or any of the stuff hardly, that he like that he does now. So, he's come a long way. And we lost Patrick there.
Yeah.
Yep.
He'll probably be back.
So what's up, Rick? You
just chilling, preparing for this bullshit second wave that we may be getting.
Sorry about that. I lost you.
That's okay. Yeah. The COVID thing, they're going to keep it alive as long as they can. Suso, that could be true now too. It seems like even in the truther community that everybody has a price. I want to say to you all, everyone right here now, that I don't have a price. I mean, and of course I could say that, and then I could be tempted by something, amount, but I'm not. I don't love money. I really don't, and I try to get by with as little as I can.
Exactly. I do the same thing.
And I have lived a rich lifestyle at different times in my life, folks. So I do know how fun it can be to have money, but I also know how hard and how crazy it can be to have a lot of money, because there's always somebody with their hand out, and not always the kind of people that you should be giving money to have their hand out. And there's always temptation to do whatever you want, when you want, how you want. And that's not good. And if you can get anything you want, it when you want it, how you want it, you know what I'm talking about. So it's just one thing lead to another, and you're doing things that are only pleasing yourself, not God. So it's really, really, fine line. I mean, I'm not saying that Christians can't have a lot of money, neither. I'm not saying that, but you better be careful. Just be careful with what you spend your money on, who you give it to.
I'm the same way, and I'll tell you, I'm feeling that things are getting a lot closer, and I'm trying to wake as many people up as far as, now we're dealing with the mask issue. We're dealing with a lot of issues that I'm Mandela affected, and this is my heart and soul right now is the Mandela effect. But I also, the biggest thing that I love so much is humanity in Jesus Christ. And my I don't know, my mind and everything is not on the Mandela effect right now, or anything except for dealing with trying to get these masks and get us from having to wear these masks. That's my biggest issue right now, is trying to fight.
And I'm feeling what you're saying for sure, man. I'm dealing with that situation. I just got a waiver. I had to call the judge's office and get a waiver to not be in court 2 days ago. Because I didn't want to wear a mask. They would have made me wear a mask to get in the courthouse, and then the whole time I was in the courthouse, and and I'm not. I just don't. I don't feel like that's fair.
What if you said you had a medical condition, Tommy? They still make you wear it?
Yes, they would have.
They don't care.
They're really strict here in Philly, and ever since Brian's been calling people out, I would put on a mask. I would hate it. I felt as though I was giving not praise, but following Lucifer's plan, or giving him respect in some way. And ever since Brian started calling people out, I haven't been putting on masks. And every store I go into, it's they don't even mess with me no more. They, and the ones that do, today, someone said, I was at a check cashing place, and the lady was behind the glass without a mask on, and was telling me I got to put on a mask. And I said, no, I don't, man. I said, I'm here to get a temporary card. As soon as you help me, I'll be out of here. I don't need to wear a mask. And, I haven't put one on on in like over a week, and I get all kinds of looks, but I don't care. It's like, and another thing, it's like the Mark of the Beast. I seen a video. I forget who did it, but it was Mask of the Mark of the Mask. And it's like, it is, you need a man to buy, sell in the stores. Like all the cash registers, they all need a man to sell.
Does it sound like feedback coming through?
Buy. So it's,
Yeah, I did hear a little bit now. Yeah.
yeah, I hear the feedback too. I was hearing it earlier though too. But yeah.
Is it on my side or just Rick's?
No, I don't think it's on my side because when I heard it, I muted my, was still hearing it.
Is it on my side, you guys?
I don't have anything in the background, so I'm not sure which one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only
Sorry
thing.
about that. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, but like I said, every like to go off of what you were saying, everybody I see with a mask that I have a chance, I try and tell them, that's bad for you, right? It does not, like I tell them what the WHO said, that the particulates are so small, even though there isn't a particulate, that it goes right through the mask. Like they said that from the beginning. And I really love that video that Brian just dropped because it's only 3 minutes long with the guy with the ocean meter that reads, that shows the oxygen level. I'm up to that like 5-6 times already since I got it the other day. So it's like, I'm right with you. We got to stop people from wearing these masks, man, because it's getting out of control. It's been out of control. What am I talking about?
Yeah, I'm here in Wisconsin, and I'm starting to see it. Have you guys seen? I think it's like 5 states now that have actually made it mandatory to wear a damn mask.
Well, Tommy's in one right now, ain't you, Tom? Didn't Florida make it mandatory?
Tallahassee did. See that they're only going to get away with it in areas that will put up with it. I'm telling you right now. Even my local. It's
not whole states.
No, even my local sheriff. They're just. They're just not going. We're not going to play along with it, guys. Florida is different than a lot of places, and
that video we've seen.
Floridians are different, I dare to say too, because we take the Constitution very seriously down here, and you're not going to. I don't know, man. I don't know if they're going to be able to ever get us to wear a mask, if we don't want to here,
Was that video that was on earlier about that? Well, that I saw earlier about all those people that were ranting and raving about that. Wasn't that in Florida where that lady got up and said the citizens arrest?
I know California was one of the bad ones.
We do get people from all over though that come here from either military or they retire here. So, but I'm talking about there are hundreds of thousands of real Floridians, and I am a real Floridian because I've lived here off and on my whole life, or at least since I was 15, and that's a long time. So, I know how natives around here, the native Floridians are and think, and we're just not. We're not going to be rolled over on this. We're not going to be forced to do something that doesn't make sense or it hurts us. That's the thing. It's been proven that it can harm you long term, and that's against your God-given rights, I think. And you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to. It just doesn't make sense for you to have to rely on a piece of cloth, to save you, or save others. It's absurd. Is it not? I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Very absurd. Especially when it's
I thought it was the whole state, but it's just counties, huh?
I heard Tallahassee. I have. I can go right now wherever I want to go. They're not. Nobody has told me at all since the beginning of this. You can't come in without a mask, or anything like that. So, and we really. We really haven't followed much of any of the rules. And like I said, my sheriff
Yeah.
here, he told the county commissioners, try and come separate me from my family on the beach, or try to
That's
try to
good.
he said we don't have enough manpower, and we don't want to tell people to go home at 8 o'clock from the beach when it's normally open 24/7. It's so things like that. So
Right.
yeah, he thinks it's absurd.
Yeah,
And
I
the
don't know what
sheriff
they're.
has power around here, where they've taken the power away from most sheriffs in the U.S. Florida still gives their sheriffs a lot of power.
Yeah, that's a good thing. But I've noticed places around here, they're slowly but surely making the company's employees wear masks. Like, well, there's this big lumber company here, Menards, that you can go to where you've had to wear a mask for like a month or two now. They've had it that way. Now, a major gas station chain that serves food and all kinds of stuff, they are completely all masked now and have started to ask them to wear masks about 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, why? Okay, you never had to wear a mask. They didn't have to wear masks through this whole thing until 2 weeks ago, and now that it's mandatory. I'm like, I would quit my fucking job if I had to wear a mask and look for another job that I didn't have to. And I keep telling people who are working at these places, I'm handing them the cards that I had a bunch of cards printed out about the face mask, and it had the extra.
Yeah.
It had phone numbers on it.
Yeah, I heard you telling somebody that. You were telling somebody that you did that. I remember, weren't you?
Yeah. Have you been watching my videos?
Yeah, that's what it was. I'm like, I know I heard you say that. Wait a minute. God.
Yeah, the one I did yesterday, I almost the fucking guy was gonna call the cops and actually ban me from every Walmart. I don't know how you can possibly ban me from every Walmart.
No, you can actually. My daughter's mother is banned from every Walmart. Of course, now she's in prison for life, so she's not going to Walmart unless she escapes. Unless she escapes. Oh dear.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, no, they can ban you from every Walmart. Apparently, she and her one of her son's fathers we used to go in like they were just shopping and load up everything they wanted and walk right out the door, and they did it over and over and over until Walmart said no more, and neither one of them ever went to jail over it neither. Stole thousands. We're talking, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff.
Wow,
it'd be like $1,000 every time they went in, and they did this many times. This is way before I knew her, but yeah,
And they never locked her up. That's crazy.
And I only ripped their tape down that they had outside. I only ripped that down that one time, and he was going to ban me from every Walmart because it's his property. He said
it is a real thing, though. Yeah.
I didn't. I'm like, how are you going to know I'm in a Walmart in Tennessee? I don't know.
Trust me. They know.
You got your
I believe. Yeah, I truly. Yeah, I guess.
Listen, God kept me from getting a job at Walmart, like my dream job. I was hired at Walmart for $100,000 a year. They were going to give me $200,000 a year after my first or second year, whatever it was. I don't remember. But great benefits. I was going to be the #1 store manager of a super center right here in Gulf Breeze, Florida, everybody would have been under me. I was going to be the total #1, over the whole super center, and I got a call the Friday before I was going to start the Monday, and the doctor said, "Are you on prescription marijuana?" And Walmart said, "Oh my God, we can't hire you." And I didn't even smoke that often, but it all happened so fast, and it was. So yeah, they hired my cousin instead of me, and he didn't have the experience I had, so they really took a chance on him. They trained him, and he did very well. I mean, to the point where he went to Bentonville, Arkansas, I think it is, the home of Walmart, and worked out there in their headquarters for a while. And he made good money, really good money, and he's probably retired now. I would be retiring would have been able to retire this year or last year. And I have family that still works for Walmart. I was the last holdout. I didn't want to go to Walmart, but then when they made the offer, that sweet of 100,000, I think I was making around 30, 40 at the time. And all my other relatives that worked for a chain called Del Champ's grocery store, where I was still at, they all went to Walmart, and then but anyway, I kicked myself and regretted it for years that I didn't get that job, especially based on just smoking pot, having pot in my system. And but now I don't regret it at all, and I regret that I ever regretted it, because I know things about Walmart, and like we all do, but I know other things about Walmart, that the public doesn't, that I would not have been wanting to be a part of, or force people to do and stuff. So yeah, it's a blessing in disguise that I didn't get that job, and I went on to make enough money, anyway. And like I said, I'm not in love with money, and haven't been for a long time. And it's just and it's not that I'm scared of money. It's not that I'm scared of, I don't like to cherish it. I don't, I'd rather us barter for everything, let's,
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
I don't want a cryptocurrency neither. Go ahead.
No, hey, I'm totally on page with you. I don't think I don't think we should be dealing with money either. Honestly, I believe that we should be helping each other out if one another needs help. If you need a fucking house built, let's all get together and build you a house.
It's the barter system. Yeah. You help each other.
Right. If I got something you need, you're more than welcome to it. You can come help yourself in my garden, whatever you need, and do it that way. Then you build up trust with each other, and there's really no reason to steal. Why would you have to steal? Ask for it, and it's yours.
Yep. Yep, exactly.
So that's totally my way too, Tommy. I hate money as much as you do. I really do. I have a bare bones vehicle. I don't buy shit to show off or anything.
I wouldn't buy a brand new vehicle now anyway if I had the money. I don't want all that tracking and crap that they've got in them. Really, I like old cars. Period. For a lot of reasons, and that being one of them too, is that all those new cars have too much tracking stuff in them. As if they can't track you already. With your phone, but still, Yeah, I don't like all most cars. You can't turn the headlights off while you're sitting in it running or whatever too. That kind of crap.
Right.
Boy, yeah, I don't know. Suey.
There goes that parking with your girlfriend thing out the window if your lights ain't gonna go off.
Yeah,
shut the whole vehicle off. And if you shut the whole vehicle off now, you can't play your radio.
Yeah, and the lights linger on too anyway, so you can't.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Shut off. Jesus.
Just so your chat knows that I can't see chat, so I don't know what anybody's writing in chat. So that anybody knows, they're not offended that I'm not answering the question if somebody's throwing a question out there.
Do you have a way that you could see the chat, like an extra phone or a computer or whatever beside you?
Well, I jumped on with you so fast. I'm on. Yeah. I'm on. Hey, Voynich.
Yeah, look here.
I'm on with you. I don't have. I have a computer that I could set up, but It's not even hooked up yet. I'd have to turn it on.
Well, we could do another show sometime too, where you could, be able to see that too. It bothers me when I'm on with somebody and I can't see the chat, so I know how you feel. It's like you want to see if somebody's talking crap about you or they're loving you, or
No, I just wanted people to know that I couldn't see the chat in case they had a question. How you doing, Voynich?
Voynich was calling you all kinds of names in the chat, so go ahead.
I was, right? Let the man through. Oh, I love your video, man. Like it was your video, right? Like let him through.
Yeah, the old guy. Yeah, they went.
Yeah.
They were gonna make him walk all the way down and around for what? There was not a ton of people there that day. There was nobody waiting to get in, and I was just gonna go under the blue tape and hold it for the old guy behind me. Yeah. But the guy from Walmart grabbed my hand and he's like, no. And you've seen the video. And he ripped the tape down.
I love all these small victories on tape, It's what I do too, and I don't tape them all. But I constantly love these small victories. Like, you need a clean card to get into the shop. No, I'd rather take a dirty card, And also hearing other people say this, these small things, because they're pinching us too with these small things, these small prohibitions. Like, you cannot do it this, you must do it in this way, and we should just go around the minds.
Is this the mark? Is the mask the mark?
Yeah, the mark of the mask.
I've been hearing that for the last couple of days. People have been talking about that.
I think it's a prelude to it. I think people that wear the mask are prone. They might take the mark too. They're definitely more prone to take the mark.
This guy.
Did they give? Is that the? What I'm saying is we can't do anything without the mask.
Yeah.
You're right.
And
it's
silencing people too. Go ahead.
You'd be upset, Tom. I had to change dispensaries. I went to one that didn't mind, but they're saying it's mandatory, and people serve me outside. Okay, fine.
Well, we have a bunch of them here, so they know better than all. For all of them, they know. Well, there might be a couple that are pulling that, but not all of them are going to pull it.
I will say this: like the health departments around here are like, well, we want to get paid, and the state pays us, so we have to do what they say. And I'm like, but
I know,
but the mask is more detrimental than the virus. But we want to get paid. The state said, do this. We have to do this.
Well, you don't have to write.
I told the gas stations, this big gas station chain, they just made it mandatory a few weeks ago for all employees to wear masks. And I know I've talked to a lot of them about masks before they had to wear them because they were against it too. And when they made them start to wear them, I'm like, "What? I would quit my job. What? I don't understand why you guys are wearing a mask." And they said the same thing. Well, I need to get a paycheck.
Yeah, the doctor.
But you're killing yourself. You're killing. He knows.
Look, what they're doing here in Philly too, they're not covering their nose. So I think a lot of people are breathing out of their nose because they don't have to cover their nose. Well, you're supposed to, but I see a lot of people walking around with the mask on and their nose is not covered.
Mm-hmm.
So they're breathing out.
It'd be weird that I'm not wearing a mask and people are looking at me like I'm weird.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like I was in U-Haul. I went to walk in U-Haul, and the guy was like, "Oh, you have to have a mask." I said, "Well, I don't have one," and he was like, "I said I just want to get a couple boxes," and he's like, "Well, wait by the door. I'll wait for you. I'll put on you by the door." So I'm standing by the door. The door is open, but all my breath is going into place. Like it made no sense. Like, why are you making me stand by the door? I ain't got a mask on.
Just so need you to hold this.
Retarded.
Yeah. Oh, you got one? Oh, you got something too. Yeah, I have this. I don't. This is from.
So you just show that card. And you don't have to wear a mask.
No, well, you know what?
You still have to wear a mask, but at least we got the cards.
No, I don't wear the mask anywhere. If they don't let me in, I walk out and let them know.
I won't either.
I'll never come back again. Even when they
I've never worn a mask.
I'm not coming back. And whatever. But this, I don't know how well it's doing. I've already been told, no, I'm sorry, that's not going to work. I said, fine. You know, you got the phone number on the back here for the CDC. Call them. You know, but they're the ones telling them to do whatever. How good is it? I don't know. It's working. It's from down the rabbit hole.
I tried to use it. I tried to use it too. It doesn't work. They just said
I'm not being bothered. I walk by and go like this, and people just kind of wave at me at Walmart and Lowe's. But yet at dispensary, like, I read it and they said, "Well, I don't think so. Let me talk to my boss." And they said, "No." I said, "That's fine." Walked out, no problem. I'm not, you know.
I tried to get through Menards with it, and they told me,
man,
they told me that it's their company. They're a private company, basically, and they can do whatever they want. Is what they told me.
All right, so
They can deny whoever they want.
what if they say you're not allowed to wear the mask, and you have to wear the mask, and you just deny, and like Brian was saying, you go in there, grab your thing, and leave the money on the counter. You're trying to say
The guy standing at the door, I would have to punch him to get through there.
will they escort you out of the business if you don't put a mask on? Like, will they physically remove you? That's what I mean.
No, I call the cops.
Yeah, right. Call the cops because you're not breaking the law. Go ahead and call the cops.
It's not a law.
Right. That's what I mean. You're not breaking the law. So
Then they could get you for trespassing, I'm sure.
well, yeah, but they have to call the cops, and the cops have to go off through them. But what I'm saying is, grab what you need and leave. You know, leave the money on the counter and roll out. You know.
Well, another thing they said that.
They can refuse service, though. I mean, they have the right to refuse service. Really,
yeah. They also use their employees as a thing, because they also said, "Well, we're protecting our employees." It's like, where do you go from there when they tell you that? You know?
No, you're not. You're harming your employees.
Yes, you are, because
that's true.
Supposed to be stopping you from
giving you a video.
Right.
That video of the guy with the tester. That's all.
Yeah, I tried arguing with the guy. I tried arguing with him too, and he's like, "I'm not going to stand here and argue with you." I should have said, "Yeah, I'm not either," and walk right through. But yeah, I would have had the cops call him.
Just off topic a little bit there. Apparently paramedics can wear guns now in Florida.
Are you kidding?
Wow.
They passed a law. Woo, so
you know what's really funny, you guys, is I was just made aware tonight that the laws here in Wisconsin, we have concealed carry here, but in the rules of concealed carry, you're not allowed to wear a mask. So if everybody was mandatory in the state of Wisconsin to wear a mask, your gun rights are gone along with it.
Hey, Chris. Welcome, Chris. Can you hear us?
What up?
Everybody hear Chris?
Hey, Chris.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I hear him.
Hey, what's going on? Doc Michael talked me into it.
Awesome. How you doing? Good to see you.
Chilling, guys. Chilling, enjoying the show. Just figure I'd pop in, say what's up.
Great to have you. Anything like really pressing on your mind just before we go any further, like the conference or anything, whatever?
Oh, so much with that conference, bro. The whole mental health thing really ticked me off because I've been suffering with that crap.
Let me unmute. Somebody say mental health. I'm saving a lot of what I'm
here.
Yeah, TT. Listen, I'm going live tomorrow night after this whole thing's over, probably like 9:00 Eastern.
Awesome. We look forward to that. Yeah,
I'll be talking a lot about how I feel about things about that, and quite frankly, I'll have to, and nobody knows why.
Well, hey, we look forward to it, brother. We always look forward to your wisdom and insight.
Hey, I'm going to be at least in chat on those things tomorrow. You guys going to be in there? Or no?
Yeah. Yeah. I watch as much as I can handle. I definitely watch as much as I can handle. You talking about the conference?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I've
know what
watched
you
a
mean
lot.
because I had to go back and watch. So I had to get off a couple, and I thought, I got time later. I'll watch that later because now I have to watch it because
Yeah.
I need to listen to what's going on. I need
Yeah,
to.
no, I know, and I will for that reason too. Look at the ones that I didn't see. There was a few presentations I didn't see that I'll definitely, But I tell you, it was it was almost just sad. It was sad. Go ahead.
When you are watching this conference, can you guys please keep a note, like how many minutes they actually talk about the Mandela effect for real? I mean, because
Well,
they
I
don't.
can answer you that now. There'll be like 30 seconds.
Yeah, right.
I've gone
That Shane guy, you guys, if you guys go back and watch it, that Shane guy that played today, oh my God, he's like out of fucking left field. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. And he's got so many thumbs down right now. It's pitiful.
I haven't heard his thing at all. That was today, yeah.
Shane, yeah, he was.
I need to go listen to it. I'll have to go because he's somebody that I've listened to. I've been on his show. He's been on my show, I believe. I'll have to go check that out.
I guess I must have caught the only Mandela effect they were talking about, huh? The 5 minutes that I tuned in, they were talking about the gift.
Why didn't somebody tell me I was
don't know
screen sharing?
If I watch you all the time, Sue. So I've never seen the Shane guy on.
No, he might not have been on
I've
my.
never seen him anywhere.
Channel twice. That I know.
Okay.
Yeah. It's more of a spiritual channel. I mean, it's not, but he's definitely man.
It sounded a lot new age.
Oh, listen, the new age definitely popped out. I was. Listen, I'm disappointed about a handful of things, but there's a lot of things in there I liked, and I'm like,
I actually say the same thing, Sue. So I did. One, let me bring up. They were talking about the body changes, and that actually one of them did say maybe it was from the creator changing the body to prepare us for something, for the future or whatever, and I've thought that too. Others have thought that too. So that was one of the rare moments they even said creator or God. When it, and they're talking about the Mandela effect.
It's tough to weed out, but I'm looking at this thing and I'm thinking, wow, it's the same thing with anything else. You got to weed out what's right, what's wrong. But I'm thinking, why would we have to do this with something that has Mandela effect in the title? It's called the International Mandela Effect Conference.
Why start off with all the NASA love? See, we started off on the wrong foot with the NASA love. First of all,
With that, if it was called something else, it was called the International. Consciousness conference. That would have been the end of it. Nobody's got nothing to say.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but that would actually be a good name.
Yeah.
The International Consciousness Conference, or Change of Consciousness, something like that. To hint towards Mandela.
Leg to stand on.
Yeah.
I am so glad. I'm so glad that I wasn't asked to do an interview or anything, because I would have totally felt out of place, because what I would have talked about was Mandela effect, and I don't know where I would have felt like.
Yeah, you'd have been strange.
Over. It's funny you didn't see Brian's joke, because Brian practically said the same thing in his show earlier. If he would have known what he would have talked about. Like what? He said,
guys, listen, there's a handful of you guys that let's see, for Voynich and Tommy, I believe Patrick, maybe even Rick. I've talked with you guys before. I don't know if you'll understand, but it's so hard for me to talk with you about this stuff right now, because there's so much I want to say that I'm saving for when I go live and videos. I got so much editing to do, because I'm so passionate about some things that I need to edit. I don't edit all my curse words out, but I'm going to need to edit a lot this time.
Right.
I don't use, there's some words that I've been using. I mean, while I'm filming myself, that I don't use. I do not use these words. And I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that. Like, outtakes would be great.
Well,
People can be offended very quick.
Suso, you're one of the guys. You're one of the guys I trust. Sorry, your name didn't pop off my head, but I love your videos, and I've been following you since 2016. So
Wow. Shit.
yeah.
Well, then you
love your bar videos.
Then you know me. I mean, if you've been doing that, you know me, because I wear my damn heart on my sleeve and I put it on these things. Even when I edit, you're still getting it. Dude.
Right, and you never get involved in all the bullshit.
Oh, well, sometimes it's an accident.
No, but I mean, you're very self-centered, and that's what we need is self-centered people.
I've been very, very much in contact with, I don't know what you guys would want to call it. I don't know if I don't think it's new age or whatever, but I'm in contact with something. I meditate now. I'm in contact. It's in my heart. Okay. It's inside out there.
Right.
And I'm in contact with it, but I don't know how to describe it. And sometimes it comes off as new agey. And I'm like, all right, well, whatever. I'm into unicorns. I like unicorns.
Hey, it's in the Bible now.
Yeah, right. So
oh boy.
I want to hear this man talk. I want to hear Voynich talk.
Yeah,
I know he's got stuff to say, man.
And Chris from South Jersey hasn't said much.
No, he's been very polite. And I've lived most of my life in South Jersey, Chris. I worked for. I don't know if you ever heard of this place, but I worked for some guy named Donald Trump at Trump Plaza.
Yeah, we had
I've never heard of that.
One time a while ago in chat.
Isn't that Buff? Isn't that Buff? Biff? Sorry.
Tommy, hold on. We got this.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, a long time ago in chat, I'm eating mushrooms.
I was wondering what he was eating. Yeah.
I was magic.
Affect me.
Or just regular.
Yeah, man, I've been waiting. I've been holding these for a special occasion. I've had 8 of them just sitting there.
Dude, give us the answer. Give us the answer.
Be careful, because it's already late, isn't it? You're
yeah,
I've never had mushrooms.
I'll be up all night. All morning.
My son's coming for the weekend tomorrow, so I figure I might as well have fun tonight, right?
You're not going to share with him, huh? You want to eat them so he don't eat them, huh?
Yeah. No, but I worked in Atlantic City for 10 years. My first one was at the Taj.
Oh, the Taj. You're at the Taj. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I was there from 97 to 99, and Trump was a douchebag then.
Oh.
I'm not political, though.
I worked for that man 27. Well, that building. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, 27 years in there.
Man.
My aunt and uncle worked at the Plaza. What was the one before the marina that he had? Before it was Trump Marina.
Oh, it was Harris at Trump Plaza. Harris at Trump Plaza.
All right, yeah, I can't remember. My aunt and uncle worked for him back in the 80s. They were there, dealers and stuff.
Oh, I might know them, dude. I was a day one dealer. 80.
Oh, really? Jimmy and Cindy Matson.
Jamie and Cindy Matson.
Matson.
Jamie and Cindy. Wow, I'm gonna have to check that out. How long were they there?
Oh, a long time. 20 years, I guess. They moved.
I have to know them.
When they opened up in Syracuse, New York, they moved out there, and now they're out in Mississippi.
Wow.
Where they wouldn't be at Scarlet Pearl at Mississippi, would they?
Oh, I can't. It's a boat. I don't remember where though. I don't remember which one.
Oh, that won't be the Scarlet then. Oh, that's pretty wild, dude. I bet anything I know them. I mean, it's been so damn long. I try not to talk to the people I do know now from the Plaza.
Yeah, I hear you.
What part of Jersey you live in, Chris? If you don't mind asking, if you don't mind telling us.
No, not at all. I'm in Ocean County. I'm in Bayville, New Jersey.
All right.
I'm new to this place though.
Right.
I just moved here in October. My first 40 years of my life, I grew up in Beach Haven West, Long Beach Island area.
Oh, all right.
My nephews
other
went to high school in Jersey. My nephews went to high school in Jersey. Trying to think of the high school, but anyway,
Yeah, my dad's from North Jersey, New York. My mom's side's from South Philly, K&A. I'm born and raised here.
so
Frankfurt right now.
so Chris, where was the Statue of Liberty for you growing up?
For me, it was Ellis Island, and I heard the stories from my immigrant family that when they came here
Nice.
and came into New York City and they went to the Statue of Liberty. That was something I heard as a kid growing up.
And how many stories from the tower have you heard? I mean, from the arm, the torch. Have you know?
They went all as far as my nan said. She's been in the torch a couple times. For me, I think it was 1988 was the first school trip that we went to the Statue of Liberty because we did that every year.
You saw people go to the torch?
No, in 1988 for me, it was closed for construction.
Oh wow!
And they were painting and stuff. It just said closed for construction temporarily. We couldn't go past. We couldn't go up to the crown. We couldn't go to the torch.
Oh, that's
and
a
then
bummer.
Afterwards, it was green. And for me, it was never on Liberty Island. I never even heard of Liberty Island.
I think Patrick wants to say something. Hey,
Getting off the subject a little bit from that, I wanted to say another thing that came to my mind that I didn't like about the conference. That it was all pre-recorded. I thought they were going to have live interviews. They were going to say their stuff live. It looked all pre-recorded to me.
Yeah, there was some live moments. But most of it I think it was pre-recorded. Their presentations, yes. Mm-hmm. That's a shame.
So I just wanted to say that.
I would put the link in, but I think we have a full house here, Gypsy Road. But we would,
No, I said, what's up? Let Gypsy jump in. I'll come back later, another time. Let him come in.
Well, if he wants to, let's find out. You don't have to go if he doesn't, but I don't think you can have more than 6. We got 6 in here, don't we? Yeah.
Yeah. But I did a show on it yesterday, right? I watched a little bit. We did a little watch party, and I skipped through the conference that was day 4, and it was quiet. There was actually nothing about the Mandela effect, and today I got a comment by Eileen Colt. She said, "Wow." She was a bit angry. She said, "What the fuck? You call me a fat lady? You call me a witch and a bitch?"
Oh.
And well, I'm not personally, but she's fat, and it's. Come on, she's not the skinniest one around.
Yeah, but name calling's not necessary.
She's a very nice lady, though, Vaughn.
I know.
She's a very nice lady.
I didn't say anything wrong about her. I just said it ain't over till the fat lady.
You're calling her name, dude. I don't see anything right about that. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Are you going to stoop that low? That's ridiculous. Why are you going to call people names?
Yeah,
I'm not calling people names. I'm just saying these witches and these bitches. And, if people take that personally.
You don't need to fight with them. They already made their point. They're wrong. They fucked up. Why are you going to that white? Don't stoop to their level.
Yeah, we all have said a few things that we probably shouldn't have, but we definitely. I pray for them. I
was calling people names of shit, but I'm not going to go out there and do it. I stopped. I was angry. I'm angry.
Yeah. It hurts.
I get what you're saying.
We all wear our hearts on our shoulders, and it's
hard.
It's fine. It's not Voynich. You're not like that. I know you're not like that.
No, I believe that. That's what angers me. I know you're not like that. That's true, and I'm sorry.
We do kind of feel crapped on, like they crapped on us.
Yeah, you're right, Tommy. And we all, like I said, we all wear our hearts on our shoulders, and I know Voynich, you're not like that. So let's have a good show, guys. I love all you guys, man.
But once, of course, it can happen that word escapes my mouth, or that I might call a group of women some bitches or some witches. I don't mean anything wrong with that, But
maybe you. And
Yeah, but you know the sensitive
it's not
world
like
we live in.
I really want to make a statement. It's
You know
just,
how sensitive everybody is, though, now. So it's like that.
Yeah,
That's
well,
like stabbing somebody. You know, you're like, it's like, oh, you stabbed me. Pointed to
like,
you
no,
know?
but it's the same as I would call you skinny motherfucker. I'm a skinny motherfucker
But
too. I mean,
I know I'm skinny. I was 215 just 7 years ago, and now I'm 150. That's a huge, drop. Yeah, but Florida will do it. It's so hot night and day here, man.
I know, baby. I know.
Woo!
6 years ago, I was 421 pounds.
Wow.
But honestly, she tells it like it is too, you know.
I
haven't
heard her talk. It's one of them I got to put aside. She did talk, and I missed it. So, have you seen?
Actually, and I like Eileen a lot. She tells it how it is. She did sound new agey a little bit, and I don't know if she knew or not about what was. That's my point is, I don't think she knew what she was getting into either. But
yeah, I think so
some of the stuff that she said, and it was directed that way, you know. So I don't know.
That's
Take
another
it how it is.
You know why?
It's like
you know why she didn't know what she was getting into?
Sorry.
You know why she didn't know what she was getting into? Because these people don't know us. We don't know them. They're not a part of our ME community. Hello, it's like a stranger.
I'm in a very unique position. I've met them all. I met them at the Idaho conference.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
One thing you need to know is
you talking about all these presenters that today? I mean, this week.
No, not the people all week. I don't know half of the people in there. I couldn't understand why half of them were speaking.
Okay,
but
that's
the committee themselves.
Sure, yeah, we're not gonna.
I met in Idaho. Okay,
we're not dogging Jerry at all. We're not dogging Jerry, and maybe
I love Jerry with all my heart. I don't want to call out names, because if I call out one half, there's the other half, and then I miss somebody, and I'm like, well, I'm on the fence with you, buddy. I don't know. I'm not going to do that.
Well, all right. So
on my own channel, I'm going to go live tomorrow. I'm going to be doing videos. I'm probably going to talk my shit. I'm about truth. If it's the truth, I'm going to say it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Did I hurt your feelings? I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry, Tom. I don't mean to.
That's the way.
No, that's cool.
You gotta be.
Moneybag said this is Awake and Activate says Moneybag said that they that they edited out so much of his interviews. A lot of his interviews or something.
I didn't even see Moneybag's interview.
Oh, geez. Well, we'll see. I got a lot to watch.
So,
well, you know what I saw was just a cozy hangout with 6 ladies talking about everything but the Mandela effect. And when Eileen Colt got to do her say, she sort of mentioned the Mandela effect, but it being connected to a mental. I don't remember exactly, but none of them stated any new facts or any new theories or models or anything. It wasn't scientific at all.
The whole thing, and this is something
I agree.
First video is the thing was about Mandela effect revelations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nice, Shane.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for.
yeah.
Now somebody said something about the DeFeo guy. Is he supposed to speak, or did he speak?
What's it? Who?
DeFe. I stopped watching him a while ago. I just didn't like his take on. I mean, it's okay. I love to hear everybody, and if I'm not into it, I'll just stop listening to it or whatever.
Who? Dale DeFe?
Dale, yeah. Is he supposed to speak?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I know that he sent me an email about the Mandela Effect Conference 10-second montage, and that's the only way I would have known to get in on what happened.
No, okay, but
I have a 10-second montage on there. I was never asked to speak.
because I know
I
Dale,
don't know. Yeah,
I know
sorry.
Dale was supposed to speak. At least I was told he was, because he had the answer. And I was like, well, dude, if you got the answer, why are you holding on to it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the conference and all. Wait, it's the answer? We're talking. Are you kidding me? You're going to wait?
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
upset me. So I'm still kind of waiting for his speak to come out because I think he's supposed to be part of this.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
I mean, I have my answers, but I'm sure they're different from other people. Different.
I'm just really whoever put this. If whoever is watching this later, and whoever put that conference together, I'm pissed. And
All right,
so I wanted to hear Mandela effect stories. I wanted to hear how people became Mandela affected and about their lives and shit, and about the Mandela effects they know of. What the fuck was that?
I'm looking at the schedule. I'm looking at the schedule right now for Friday, 6/26.
What do we got?
We got opener is Jerry Hicks from 1:45 to 2 o'clock, and then contest results and a speaker that a Kronos guy, Kronos Mago, whatever his name. And then it's not a secret; it's a surprise. Is the next session with Kimberly Lynn Hansen?
She's good. I like her take on things. We could talk about that. Good. What else?
And then a Q&A with her, and then a day 6 panel discussion, the live panel discussion they do, So yeah, that's it from 4 to 6, and then that looks like it's it. I don't see Saturday. They started on a Saturday and they went Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and so it doesn't look like there's a Saturday. So what?
Wow.
So
Yeah,
only
I think the 26th is the last day.
only 1 or 2 more speakers then. Yeah.
Well, hey,
Yeah,
with Kimberly,
actually, yeah, only 1 more speaker. Yeah, that's it. The Lynn girl is the last one. Yeah.
Oh, check that out. That should be fun, dude. I as a matter of
Kimberly
fact, it would mean a lot. I think you guys want to see that.
I'm gonna look her up right now.
I've met her. She's done interviews on my channel. She's made a big impact on my life. Now you got to understand, this woman experienced the Mandela effect without knowing there was a Mandela effect, without knowing there was people out there experiencing that. She took it in on her own and interpreted it her own way without anything messing her up. And the one story I remember is there was a bus going by. It had the word evil on the front, and she couldn't understand it, and she wanted to understand that. And the answers just started to come in, and that it's something that she dealt with before. And the next day it said, good. I mean, it was a TV show. They were both TV shows, and they were the main words in TV shows. That's the one that sticks out. She just started to make everything, like she would see a change, and she wouldn't sit there and go, oh, that changed. She would just sit there and say, oh, that's better. Every time. And if you haven't seen them, which I'd be surprised if you have, the first conference, the first conference in Ketchum, Idaho, she does a couple of there's a couple of hours she speaks. You can go to their site and check those out. I only know the stuff that she was teaching I've experienced. Not only with her bringing it back to my attention, but I experienced it when I was 4 years old. And I wrote about it in my book. And when I wrote about it in my book, I was trying to take up space in my book. I didn't realize I'd be reliving that. And it's amazing to me. And that's like, to me, it's the next step. I've been living like that since November. The pen thing kind of threw me off.
All right. Hang on just a second, Suso. I want to share something, because this is apparently her in January. Let me get to it. Nope, not there. Hold on. Let me just click off of that too. Okay.
Hey, Chris, you grooving yet?
I'm
Here it
starting
is.
to get angry.
Okay, so here it is. Mandela Effect Conference, Kimberly Lynn Hansen, Part 1 of 2, and it says premiered January 31st, 2020.
Yeah, this was recorded in November, I think the 10th.
Okay.
Oh, that's trippy.
Why? Why is that?
Because she's tripping.
No, not yet, but it would have been.
He's tripping already. God, okay, I got you.
No,
There's Jerry.
got the video.
You'd actually have to watch her whole conference to get it, because the idea of her conference, the answer's at the end.
Yeah, well, I just want to see her, basically.
Oh, push it up, pull it up, go forward. There she is.
How do we do
And like I said,
That's
even though she's Mandela affected, she doesn't consider herself Mandela affected. When she sees a change,
Really? Yeah.
she says, "Oh, that's better," and it always is for her. It's always better when she sees a change. She's not living like we are. Like, oh my God, let's go check it out. There's another one.
Right.
And when she came in contact with Cynthia, she called Cynthia because she's like, wow, these people are experiencing that. So was I. And there's a name for it. She didn't even know. And Cynthia asked her to be in the first conference. And I was absolutely glued to it, because what she's talking about, I've experienced when I was a child. And most of us probably have, and just don't. What happened?
I see in this little thing that she's going to talk about the scrotum cat or whatever it is, or scrotum.
For sure. She's big into that. But is that not Mandela effect or no?
That's a theory. See, but I mean, what else?
Theories.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, that's a psychiatrist. That's a psychiatric theory,
She's more of a scientist, which not on
What was it? A scrotum cat?
Not scrotum, whatever it is. Y'all, I know. I
said, look at this guy. Oh my God!
All right, hold on. Yeah,
mushrooms don't affect me.
No, that's what he said.
All right, look. Here you go.
This is referred to as the particle being in a superposition.
She did get me in the
is measured, the superposition collapses and the particle chooses one state to be in over all of the others, and this is the state that our measuring instrument will observe. If this is true, then it should apply to larger objects, since all matter is made up of particles.
Agreed.
But of course, we know that that does not happen. We observe larger objects occupying only one state. Schrödinger came up with the cat example to bring home just how odd the behavior of particles as described by quantum theory is. In this experiment, a cat is placed in a covered box with a radioactive sample that has a 50% chance of decaying and killing the cat. While the box is covered, we have no idea if the cat is dead or alive, and only once we open the box will we know if the cat made it or not. So if we think of the cat like a particle, using the superposition principle, we would say that while the box is covered and the cat has not been observed, the cat was both dead and alive in order for it to be in all the states it could possibly be in. Only when we lifted the box to observe the cat, that is, once we carried out our act of measurement, did the cat's superposition collapse for it to be either dead or alive. Common sense tells us that before we uncovered the box, the cat was either dead or alive, but not both at the same time, and our act of observing didn't force one outcome over the other. But common sense is not something that we can cling on to when studying the quantum realm. Countless experiments have shown us that subatomic particles behave in strange ways that we don't observe in larger matter. There is a theory called the many worlds theory that states that anything that can happen does happen.
Well,
so when Schrödinger's cat was observed, in one universe the cat was found to be dead, and in another universe
flat plane.
to be alive.
Poor kitty cat.
Flat plane.
Poor kitty.
Position of being both dead and alive. When the box was uncovered, a split in the universe occurred, where in one universe the cat was dead and in another the cat was alive. The implications of this are mind-boggling. Every time there is one or more possible option available for the universe splits
So
and
Tom,
creates
I got to tell you,
Parallel universes, brother. Is that's what she's basically talking
well,
about?
yeah, because she's a quantum physics scientist. That's wrong. I shouldn't say that. I don't believe she's. Maybe she is. Shit, maybe she is. I really think you're going to enjoy her talk tomorrow. I've spoken with her a couple 2-3 weeks ago. I think you're really going to enjoy her thing.
I think we could have changed the outcome because if she lift the box in time and get the poor cat some oxygen, it might survive, you know. So, but anyway, you know.
Right now, right this second, I'm in the box, and we'll find out what happens.
Yeah, I hope you survive the radiation. You know.
Hey, were we getting Gypsy Road on here? Listen, it's a shame because I need to talk to Eric, and I'm going to get out of here now, so maybe he can get in. But that sucks because I'm going to, not that me and him will just take over the show. I'll have to talk to him some other time. Me and him got to talk, I think, anyway, just to say hello at the very least. Not
right. No, I'll drop out and let him get in, man. I'll drop out.
I could drop out too.
And I'm going to pass out soon, so
I'm going to drop out. I'll talk to you guys later. Maybe when someone else leaves, I'll hop back in. All right.
All right, definitely. Yeah, you're always welcome, Rick.
I want to hear Voynich. I want to hear Pat. I don't know if I want to hear Chris. He's all mushroomed up. I don't know if I want to hear him. You know, I want to hear.
How are you feeling, Chris? We're not trying to, you know.
No, just a little tingly. Nothing yet.
Nothing. Tingly.
This is my first live stream. So,
did you catch my last Friday show?
The one where you were tripping on acid?
Yes, thank you.
You did not. I haven't been watching. I don't know if I mentioned it, but this conference has got me back online. I was off. I was maybe not done. I was just doing videos, not paying attention. This thing got me back on. And you tripped on your show?
Yeah, but it's not a public. You have to have the link, but I can send it to you. But and Brian shared it on Facebook too. But yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't go out and look for the stuff. Somebody brought it over that I didn't even know did the stuff, and you know that, and it sat in my drawer for a week or two. I don't know, whatever, but. And I kept saying, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. You know, especially having autoimmune disease like I have, you know, and I was scared. I've had seizures in the past, you know. I haven't had any a couple of years, but I used to be prone to seizures. And so, you know, I didn't think I could do something like that. I don't believe in coincidences. So, you know, I did it and there was nothing negative about the whole thing. So, you know, we'll see when I die. What God, you know, if He tells me I shouldn't have did it, you know. But I mean, you know, I feel like it. If anything, has helped me. I don't know. I mean, I feel more leveled up or more like you know, just I love people more. I love the truth more. I feel the
truth. I figure, but you know, it changes.
But yeah, I know.
Yeah, I notice myself changing as time goes on, and fast too, because that's all I want is the truth. Yeah. And if I offended anybody along the way of me trying to get to the truth, I apologize. But I'm really just digging for the truth on anything. And if somebody's trying to screw me over behind my back, trying to push something on me that I don't want pushed on me, I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah, especially if it's somebody pushing something that they shouldn't be pushing in the first place. Let's stick to the topic. Mandela effect. Yeah, correct. we go off topic here and there, but this isn't a conference. This is us getting together, you know, or whatever, you know. But yeah, I mean. You shouldn't have an international conference on a Pacific subject and then have very very little talk about it and all this other stuff that people don't even know what it is or may know and be, you know, just don't want any part of it, you know. I mean, yeah, it was just like I'm almost like I've said it a couple times, like the International Mandela Effect conference got Mandela affected. I'm not seeing that for real, but it's like, what in the world? It went from something good last year to a poop show. I mean,
Doc Michael, everyone but George Foreman's in a 6-foot box.
Is Jim Scrope joining us or what? I think I put the thing back out there again.
Eric, you coming in? Is he even here still? I don't even know.
He was.
It doesn't matter. I mean, me and him are going to chat. It's probably going to be a one-on-one thing, live somewhere, hanging out, whatever.
You are welcome to join.
That's how I say it.
Yeah, you are.
He ain't here. He's not in here. Mad Pyman's not in here. He was.
He wasn't here. Maybe he went to. A few minutes ago too. Yeah. Hey, Mad, you're welcome to join us too. But if not, Rick, come back. But we thought.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in for him, but
he jumped out so that he could, Gypsy Road could get on. But
let's see, who do I want to see come in here that I know that I've never seen?
Put somebody in the hot seat. Who's going to be in the sixth?
Let's see, Vicky, get your ass in here. Who else?
Yeah, I also thought we were going to learn about new people who were Mandela affected, tell their stories.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's definitely what I want. I don't know why people don't click on there more often, but I've definitely put the link out there many times and said, let's talk. Let's talk.
I'm embarrassed to have tell people about the damn thing. I thought it was going to be something that people were going to learn about the Mandela effect. I told a bunch of people that are Mandela affected but don't know it to watch the damn conference.
There he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, Eric.
Welcome.
Eric, we got the dude on mushrooms in between us, man. I don't know. Oh no.
A good ginger sandwich.
What's up, Gypsy?
Can we not hear him?
He hasn't spoken.
I'm gonna go grab.
Okay. Well, we had him there for a second. He'll come back. Anybody can jump in, ask him, or talk to him about anything, and we'll all get our turn to say hey to him. If he comes back. He's a newbie to being online, isn't he? Funny. Funny. Come on back when you can, Mr. Road. How you feeling, Chris?
So, the mushrooms.
Yeah, how you feeling?
Oh, they're starting to work their way. They're starting to be pretty good.
I really wish my friend had brought some mushrooms instead of what he brought, but beggars can't be choosers. But but no, I hope he doesn't. I don't want to do it again. I would possibly do some shrooms in the future, and I'd do a live show again probably. But
why not go right? Why not go right for the throat? Why not go DMT and just be done with it?
I don't know where to get that, and I've never done that. I don't know. I don't. Maybe I'll have to take a trip out west sometime.
I'd like to get some ayahuasca tea. Would be good. I'd love to have some tea.
Hey, Voynich, is that coffee? Is that coffee, Voynich?
He's muted. You're muted. Voynich, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm drinking coffee. Yeah.
Oh man, I got to go to sleep so I can get up and have some coffee.
Right.
I want coffee. If I have it now, I won't sleep.
And Suso, I've never had a cup of coffee in my life, right?
Really? No, I did not know that.
Never.
I can't start now.
No, thank you.
Suso,
I haven't had caffeine in 11 years, too. Also, wow. They just told me it was best. All right, here we go again. Welcome.
I think this is better. I think it works even better. My iPad wasn't good.
There it is.
Your hat wasn't on straight enough.
Oh shit! I need a hat.
What's up, guys?
Welcome.
What's up, Eric? Nice to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you. I heard you say my name. I'm like, well, I better get on then. If he said to get on, I better get on.
I figure we'll do it longer another time. I don't know how long I'm going to last now.
It's 111 here, 111.
And of course, I've been on a lot with Voynich and Patrick. You know, we've been going on for a long time. So those two guys I love.
So I've been trying to get off a lot. I've not been following anything for the last few months, except for doing my own stuff. And then the conference thing came up and they got me back into it. And I'm like, nah, I can't do this. I love being here with you guys. And I'm like, for me to do what I feel I believe I need to do, I need to stay away and do my own thing, at least for a time, and shift or whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever. And that's just where I was, because it keeps getting worse. I'm like, no, it's been fantastic. It was great while I wasn't paying attention. And I'm like,
Isn't it cool?
That's reality.
But you think it's kind of cool in a way that somehow this conference did bring us all together, but just on other channels, not their own.
Right. I'm thinking that because it was you, and I'm telling you right now, need input. That was somebody I would listen to periodically here and there. But like everybody, I don't always agree with everybody. I don't ever agree with every single thing, but there was a lot of things I just didn't like that he put. I love the guy now. And it's not just this last video. It's quite a few more before that. And I think I may have posted or whatever. And to me, I think right now, the shills are shilling the shills. I don't think there's any shills out there. I don't think we have to shill anybody. We're fucking shilling each other. We don't need to. Everybody's paranoid of everybody else. Forget it, man. Take your experience and share it with others. And we're doing this. Are we doing this for us? Or are we doing this for the people that are out there experiencing this going, what the hell is going on?
I'll tell you why I agree with you. Because everybody says, on any show you go on to, everybody always says that everybody is awake. They just don't realize it. So if everybody's awake, how can you be a shell? I can understand that there's fakes, but if we're all awake, right, you can't really be a shell.
There's some out there, but I just think there's some.
Well,
some people are paranoid than other people because they see something that triggers them.
Let me say this too. Let me say this, Suso. We have had some traders in our community, some that we did shows with that, like wolves in sheep clothing or so. I don't know, or they just decided, we weren't good enough for them. But we've had a few that we trusted, and then they turned on us. So we are a little weary of, but
that could be. I mean, and that might not be because of Mandela effects. It might be because of other things you said, or other things you mentioned, or your other beliefs. That could have done it. We're about Mandela effect.
Yes, yeah.
We all make mistakes too. I made a major mistake, and Patrick, I'm not gonna go into it, but Patrick, I hurt your feelings one time. I hurt his feelings. But Patrick and I talked it through it. I made a major mistake. I didn't mean to do it, but I accidentally did. Remember, Patrick, you're mad at me for good reasons. But I think we worked through it, and you came back on the show. We're friends. So we do make mistakes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Listen, I got a question.
I've made a lot of mistakes.
Are we friends or are we acquaintances?
We're more than friends. We're brothers.
Wow, I see. That's nice.
to be honest with you guys, I know Voynich and Patrick more than I know the rest of you because they've been on my show. So I feel more truly friends with them because I feel like I've gone to battle with these two guys together on show.
And it's funny because now I've spoken with people on the phone through here, and I feel like I'm friends with them because I've spoken with them on the phone. Some people I've met personally, and even more so. Okay, but I feel like I'm friends with Voynich, which I think is weird because I don't know the guy. I don't know you, dude. but I feel like I'm friends with you, Tommy. I feel the same way, Pat.
We all have a connection.
I just met you, and I don't do shrooms. They don't affect me, so I don't know. I mean, Eric.
I think you ate the wrong shrooms, Suso.
Well, the truth is because even with Eric, I've chatted with him. Okay, hello, whatever, and I watched their shows. A couple of times when I was staying off and I would watch a show, I would not chat. I'd sit there. A couple of them were his shows. And so I feel like I know this person. Why? Just the same way I feel like I know an actress or an actor on TV. I mean, it's the same thing, isn't it? You know, I'm like, I saw them on the street. I'd be talking to them like I know them. They're looking at me like I'm goofy.
I totally agree with you, Suso, as far as expanding. We all want to expand and bring, but as expanding within the Mandela effect, not a new religion. You know?
And you're going to have to do that on your own. I've been saying that. Oh, yes, it's a collective thing because we're all bouncing shit off each other, but you're only going to find this answer by yourself. On your own,
right?
You might find something here, but then you got to utilize it, use it. And, look, I'm telling you, it's here, and you guys got to know it's here.
I don't think we're meant to get it all by ourselves. I think it's the bigger picture, the bigger collective of us. You know, we're all learning together, and it's not like any one of us are gonna, just have every single answer to what's going on and everything. I think we never will until we decide probably figure this all out, but we're having a good time trying to figure it out, put the pieces to the puzzle together.
That's like Mandela effects come. I'm sorry, Tommy, but that's like Mandela effects coming to all of us at different times. We're not all going to see the Mandela effect at the same time.
And the same thing with when we're not going to get the answer or figure it out, or maybe we'll be all at the same time. We'll be sucked up into the plasma apocalypse. Who knows? That was actually a joke. I know that's one of the theories out there.
Hey, Rasta Bear.
I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of us do see the Mandela effect at the same time, but there's some of us that don't. There's some of us that are coming in right now that there's new people coming in right now that are first seeing the Kit Kat or the Fruit of Loom, Corporahone, the Corpion basket.
There's new people that came for that conference. How do you think they feel?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
They won't even
Can
go.
I tell you why? Can I tell you guys why the conference scares me? I'll tell you guys why the conference scares me, and I won't get along with it. Patrick knows I'm probably the newer kid on the block on this panel with the Mandela effect. I've been with Bob with the Mandela effect since 2016, but I haven't really started a show with Bob until like maybe November. Okay, and part of the show idea was Bob was like the teacher and I'm the learner. And the idea of my show was to talk to different people to find out where the real community is. Who are the people to talk to? Okay. What if I came out now and tried to do the same thing? And I went to this Mandela Effect conference, and all I heard was this hippie shit playing guitar around a fireplace, talking about what the fuck, I don't even know what the hell they're talking about. Trying to act like they're all professors using language that, come on, no offense, that I got a college degree, but you got to dumb it down for me. Make it where I can understand what the hell they're saying. I would have been following the wrong path. I might have not found guys like you who are more like me, who could understand more. For new people who are getting into this, and they fell into that crap that we just saw this whole week. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
It does. And I'm also thinking along with that some of those things could actually be part of the answer, but they've been into it so long that new people are not going to understand that.
At all.
I'm saying it is, but I'm saying if there are answers in that, who's going to catch it? But I don't think that would be a agenda, but whatever.
Yeah, not at all. I'm not new, and I'll be.
Yeah.
No, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from watching Patrick's channel. You know, Patrick used to do these cool shows. I know sometimes Friday you did night stories. I mean, I learned a lot from you because we kind of have the same kind of attitude of having fun with it, but not like get like scientifically too freaking serious. It doesn't work. That's why I don't try to get too serious on my show.
Let's basically pop out a Ouija board and ask a Ouija board what's going on here. It's almost what it sounded like. There's all kinds of new Ouija boards out there now. That's old school. They've got CERN and they've got all these things. You don't even need a Ouija board anymore. There's so much going on. You can just conjure up a spirit from whatever. But there was just too much of that for me. Like they're looking for help, but it's like they're looking for help in the wrong places, and then just the whole staying in the only science box as an explanation. That just I don't get it.
Looking for, how do you think they are looking for help? How are they looking for help? What with these 10-second clips that they request? That they're call for help? That's just a call for an audience. I'm sorry, Eric, please.
Yes, I'll admit, Boyd, I did send in a 10-second clip, but I didn't know the conference was going to be that way. So I actually did send a 10-second clip.
Yeah, but that's a good thing to do because you want to contribute, right? So you want to contribute to the conference, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the whole setup is not for you to contribute anything. It's just to get your attention, to send in this 10-minute clip, so you will watch an 8-hour video, which in the end shows your clip of 10 seconds. Well, that's a fucking fraud. Yeah. Because they didn't mention the whole Mandela effect in the whole 4 hours, in the whole 8 hours. They were just talking New Age bullshit. So it's intentionally, it's intentionally misdirecting people.
I sent in a clip. They didn't take it.
and this is what I don't appreciate the conference, guys. A good conference, right? A good conference during the week will learn on what's working and what's not. What's the people are saying in the chat? What's going on? You can make changes during the week. Okay, you can. Okay, Patrick, I was saying, hey, you got 2 panels open. Can I join them? Join one. And people were saying, Eric. People are saying, Eric, these people are being booked about a year out. I'm like, it doesn't matter. If you know it's not working, you're not. People are upset because real people are not on there. If you got somebody asking to be on a panel, take a chance. Bring them on. You can change. Tomorrow.
People were begging for Brian Staveley.
A lot of this is recorded, so they can't really change that. But the other stuff.
No.
Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can go live.
You can.
But I'm saying
you can't change the live Q&A because that part is live. It doesn't.
Right. He knows. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Suso's saying, he knows it's live. I even wrote in the chat, Eric, you can't change. You can't just come in because they had the people set up ahead of time. I thought, but then I realized I didn't realize it was actually live at that point because I was so used to seeing it recorded. I didn't realize they were live, and they could have accepted anybody on that panel.
And Patrick, and I know they can't just like anybody come on, but Cynthia Sue Larson was on my show. She was on my channel one time. Well, she knows who I am, so she knows.
Right, and you're a 10-second clip. And you're a 10-second clip. So if you were sent in a 10-second clip, you should have been able to go on the show. So I was upset about that too, because if I wanted to go on there live and say something, they wouldn't let me on, but because of my 10-second clip, I thought I should be able to be on there. I never asked to be on, but
it was just intentionally. It was all about intentionally misdirecting people, and so they cannot have an oddball like Eric Wood or Brian Staveley or Patrick. They cannot. And it's not because you guys are so weird, but because their goal is set, and the ends to their goal are set too. So we just don't fit in,
and we don't have a book out.
Let me ask you this.
And we don't
Patrick.
have a book out either. We don't have a book to sell.
Suso has a book out.
Was there any kind of wild?
You should have been on.
Was
there any kind of strange agendas last year like this?
Robert didn't give you his copy. I'm going to have a talk with him.
Patrick.
Also, I'm going to ask him right now.
Hey, Patrick.
All right. Yeah, I want to see this.
Yeah, Tommy.
Okay. Did you
put it on big screen?
Any crazy agendas like this last year? Weird, strange stuff.
Oh, Tommy, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Hello.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay. Was there any off-topic, strange stuff last year?
Yeah.
I don't know what the buzzing is, but
he's got a taser.
You live with? Hey, what's up,
who's got
guys?
the taser?
Bobby!
Hey, what's happening?
Bobby!
What up, Bob?
There are some sweet shorts you got.
God damn it, I was thinking. I was in deep philosophical.
You're watching Star Wars.
Tommy, last year I didn't see any.
He was watching Star Wars.
I thought that'd be fun for you guys.
I thought last year's was pretty good.
What is that?
What is the taser? Chris, stop.
That is weird.
Hey, you know, the conference got hacked.
Here,
Conference got hacked unless that was planned.
Well, I'm in a very unique position since I went to the first one and met them.
Yes.
I drove out to Connecticut and met. Okay, here it comes. I met. That is a sign.
Go ahead.
I met a handful of people out in Connecticut and took care of some artwork, which is. Yeah. Hey guys,
hey, Chris, put yourself on mute for a second.
It's not Chris. It's YouTube or something.
Okay, try to talk now, Suso.
As soon as I do, it's going to start up again.
Oh, Brian's
there's 6 of us here. Somebody talk.
Well, Brian said I'm
good to see it right now.
Contact trip from this Chris guy. I'm contact trip from this guy over here.
So, Voynich, are you going to be doing a show at 4 o'clock in the morning for me again?
No, maybe I am. I don't know what time is it with you now. 4 o'clock in the morning.
I woke up extra early this morning at 4 a.m. in the morning, and you were on. So I'm like, man, I gotta watch this. Right now, it's 11:29 where I'm at.
I'm actually going tomorrow night. Did I mention that to you, Eric? You weren't here for that. Sorry, Voynich. I've been waiting for you to talk all night. The guy's starting to talk. I interrupt him. I'm going live tomorrow night. After this whole conference thing is over, I feel like I kind of have to, especially with the mental health doctor that I have clips of that they can't seem to get back up on YouTube. I have the information I need. I don't care. Nice. I like that, T. Thanks.
I wish I had some of that.
Tomorrow night. If I wanted, do I have a link? Can I send you a link, an email or something?
To me? Of course.
All of you. Shit, I don't care.
Just react to one of my videos, and I will see it, and we can exchange emails, right?
How do I do it with you, Eric?
I mean, usually, I mean, I can tell you my email right now. But here, I'll write it in the private chat. You can just take it from there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And, I don't have mine on my YouTube channel because, you know, people are.
You always call Brian.
But I'm on Facebook. Anybody can reach me on Facebook. But
I need them.
Yeah, I'll put mine in the private chat too if I can. I'm not. Oh no, I can't. Yeah, I
I've
can't.
talked to a couple people. I don't know if anybody shows up. If I don't know. I have a lot to say. I don't know if I want anybody else talking, but I got a lot. I'm going to be putting a lot out on a video that I'll be editing, and which is I don't know. I feel like that's how I want to leave it. Just do a couple of videos, but that's not what I'm getting. And when I say that, I mean what I've been.
Give us a little bit of what you want to talk about.
Me? I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Can you share? Can I share screen? I'll show you.
Yeah, of course. Just request it if it'll let us. Yeah, with 6. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you guys want to know, I have Lucky Bolger coming on my show tomorrow.
Nice. Good.
Cool. I like Lucky.
When I see that name, I think of like he's got a lucky bulge in his pants or something. I don't know. He's got a big bulge.
Yeah, I think he goes way back with Patrick and Bob. You guys know for a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's been around for a while.
Huh. Okay. So
I'll make sure with Lucky Bolger we'll talk about trees. Not Medalla.
As soon as I get 1,000 subs, I promise you guys a lot of live right from my cell phone. As soon as I can get 1,000 subs, I'm gonna start doing a lot of lives from my cell phone.
Awesome. We probably should all do that, and it'll help us. We should go outside and do some more nature. We all love seeing. If you live at a beach or near a river, lake, something like that, and that'll help us all get out of the house and into nature some too. We don't have but so much longer, to enjoy it. And there'll be a new heaven, a new earth, and who knows what that's going to be like, But we'll experience that.
I agree.
Too,
I think it's here now. We just can't see it. There's not enough veils lifted.
What do you guys think about this new red dust or red dawn stuff? Have you guys heard about it?
All I did was look outside.
The hair of dust or something like that. What is it? What?
Yeah, it's supposed to be coating the whole world basically. But they're talking about.
I'm on the Gulf Coast, so if it's coming up the Gulf, I guess I'm gonna get some of it, huh?
Yeah, they said that it's coming from the deserts, but what the hell?
They said it's disrupting the hurricane season, apparently too. They said.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
Oh, Suso fell out. Huh? Oh, there you go. Okay, I got you. Yeah, no, you're here. That was your
Did I?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, here. Yeah, we're live.
All right, you're gonna want to see this.
There we go. All right.
So
Chemtrails, clouds, right over the beautiful mountains. Oh my goodness!
Look at that!
Wow!
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 Now that must. Man, that's I've seen them do the curves. I've been following chemtrails since the '90s, late '90s, really. And then I've taken hundreds of videos and thousands of pictures of chemtrails in the 6 states that I've lived in, and many more cities. And I've seen the pentagram. I've seen lots of stuff, but to make a complete circle like that that's new, really. That you don't see that often. Yeah,
I've seen them go straight up and down.
Yes, that too. Yes, like a rocket cut looking thing.
Yeah, I'm like, how in the hell did they get so low to the ground like that?
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing, Suso. And you know what? If you got up there and tested that snow, now that it's already those are gone, you would find a lot of heavy metals and crap, in there, probably nanoparticles. If you had the money, Suso, you could have that tested. But then you don't even know if you could trust the labs. It
looks like that circle turned into a line between the circle, like no mask. That circle had a line in between it. There you go.
Who wants to chat? What? Who needs a link? Is somebody out or what? Oh, Eric, how'd you fall out?
Don't ask me. I was playing with putting an avatar in, and somehow I clicked stop mic.
Well, there's 2 rows, so it's like I have to scroll down to see the second row. And I'm like, oh yeah, he's out of there. But when you have 6 people, but yeah, how are we doing, Chris? Chris, how you doing?
All good over here, man. That's some wild footage. I'm with Pie Man.
Really?
I'm with Pie Man. It must be Q in the sky over there.
I'm dying to get his hands on you or in the chat, where he can fool with you.
Oh no.
Pat Pyman was my babysitter throughout that whole trip night. Suso.
I'm hearing echoes.
I'm here. Is that me?
Echo. No.
Might be me.
You want the link to Patrick's channel? That's what they want. The link to your channel, Patrick. I was wondering what they were trying to say there. Anyone got your link?
I don't have access to the chat right now.
Yeah, but somebody knows your channel, of course. If somebody put it in the chat, I can't. Well, I guess I can.
Oh, Gypsy, can you do it?
I need it. If somebody gives me a wrench, I can. I don't have a wrench.
Oh, I didn't know you didn't have a wrench. See, I have to go on my phone to do that.
And I'll put Patrick. If you give me a wrench, I'll put Patrick's in there. I'm finding his website right now.
I didn't know you didn't have a wrench. I check periodically for that, but you were probably already in here when I checked last, and I didn't see that you didn't have one before.
Okay, so I found Patrick's page.
Let's see what we got.
Hey guys, with that symbol in the sky there, that was phi to me, a Greek letter in the alphabet, and I researched that, and it brought me to quantum physics, which is what I was studying before I saw that. And when I restudied the pictures, there's at least 8 mathematical symbols in the sky.
Can't find
8 what?
8 mathematical symbols.
Oh wow!
Right? And that's.
Is that circle with the line through the middle? I've seen that somewhere before, and I think that's the symbol, like the on and off button.
No.
And that's supposed to symbolize something?
No, the on and off button is just a radius. It's not a diameter. And this symbol is indeed pi. It stands for the Fibonacci sequence, right?
Yes. It's all right there. It was all right there for me the whole time. I mean,
thanks, Eric.
I'm supposed to know that or see it, but I mean, the first thing I thought, of course, was what TTT said. Chemtrails. Talked to some of my friends. A couple of them. Oh, chemtrails. How the hell they do that? I don't know.
Fucking hero, man.
I talked to some. Oh, great. Here we go.
Beam me up, Bobby. I want a glass.
And they're like, "Oh my God, that's so beautiful."
Patrick Painter.
Wow.
Hey, fucker, you off drugs? You're off drugs, bitch. You're the mean man.
Damn right I am.
I told you, man.
I'm off that medication, man.
This shit's gonna happen. It's going down. I fucking see it. I'm an RH negative. This fucking shit
If it wasn't for Robert, I'd still be on pain medications.
Do you have pants on, Bob?
I wore a fucking bra for you, man. I wore a woman's dress for you. I wore a woman's dress for you. You're not.
You got yourself kicked off.
Site, man.
You got yourself kicked off YouTube, didn't? For
hang out with
wearing a woman.
Hey,
but guys, seriously, everybody's went to bed upstairs, so I'm gonna have to go. But I love you guys, and I'll check you guys out.
In the room, and he's upset. And his wife gets mad.
I'm from England, man. You know what the problem in the house is? I'm from fucking England over here, and everybody in this whole house is pissed off because I'm loud.
You're not from England. Stop it.
Who gave that baby with a beard a bottle?
Eric.
All right, thank you for joining us. Well.
See you later, man.
Who gave that bearded baby a bottle? They shouldn't.
He's a character, I'll tell you.
Wow. All right. Well, who's joining us next? Maybe Ashley. Who knows? At Reality Sliders, Mandela affected. Maybe she would like to put her 2 cents in about the conference. I a panel. I take it that Chris and the panel know how pissed off all we are. Yeah, I dare to say that they can on the fly adjust the conference, and I think that it's certainly a good option, at this point because it has turned into a poop show, and and they if they don't see that, then well, but I know they must. So we're here to give them some pointers. I know they probably wouldn't want pointers from us since we're the opposition all of a sudden, But I mean, they chose to address our our thing. I mean, that's what most of us are here is more and more most dedicated to is the Mandela effect, the Bible changes, whatever or both, and so. They should have done their homework more and not been trying to present all this other stuff that they're into that they should have known we're not into. See, that's the thing. You should look into the Mandela effect. Hopefully you're affected by it, and hopefully you learn a little bit about the majority of the people that are saying they're affected and talking about it and having shows about it. But no, they don't know us. They don't know that that's why they're all in shock that we're in opposition, because they don't know what we're all about and how we see things and how close on page we are, in most cases too together. Yeah, we do not agree on every single thing, but when it comes to the Mandela effect, we and the changes that self and stuff and the residue and things, they didn't even talk much about residue,
But who initiated it? Who funded it? Who paid it? Was it just this Chris Sinatra? That's his name, right?
Well,
is it just him?
Go ahead, Patrick. Suso,
and with what?
I think they're trying to. I don't know. They may be trying to fund it as they go along, because I've seen people were sending in money through super chats and stuff. But I was going to give them. I don't have much money, but I was going to send like $20. But I sure the hell am not going to pay for that.
No.
That did not represent me at all, and my views on the Mandela effect.
Okay, we got anybody joined us? Yes, we do.
Yeah, it's been 6 days. They haven't touched.
Welcome to the show. Sorry.
Any intermental changes? Any flip flops? Bible? Nothing. No basics. Nothing. It's nothing.
Nothing.
Right.
Just suggestions and now how do you say like something that might have people talking about that they lost their car keys and then they found them again in a place that they have already looked. Well, that happens to me too, and it might be a Mandela effect, but it's really not the best example to give. But people in this conference, they talk about it like it's something like that.
It's not Mandela effect. That's the fairies.
Well, in Centerville, they lose their khakis.
I guys, I'm going to get really goofy. I think I'm tripping more than Chris. I'm going
to Centerville.
I'm going to head to bed. I want to say hi to Reality Sliders. Yeah. I don't know them very well.
Hi, Ashley. Hello.
Oh, is that Ashley? I'm going to I'm going to watch a couple of reruns of Gilligan's Island and head to bed.
What color is Gilligan's hat?
You're going to feel happy, Suso.
Gilligan's Island. Take care, Suso.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Ashley.
Hello, Ashley. Good to have you.
Hey, Ashley.
I can't hear you.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hello. Is there a little delay, or
Hi, guys. I just popped on quick because here it's extremely early in the morning.
Okay.
Really, really early in the morning. Oh, have I gone?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Stopped.
Yeah. No, we hear you. Can you not hear us?
Whoa.
Yeah, she popped
Oh,
out.
she
Hold on, maybe she'll
disappeared.
come back. All right, Rick. Hey, Rick, back. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I think she's coming back. Hang on just 1 second. She's messing with it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, Ashley, are you back with us? Ashley?
Sorry, guys, I'm back here. Yeah, I just made one quick because it's like 7:45 in the morning here. I've got to take my cat to. I'm having my cat done, so I caught you, which I'm really glad about. The thing that worries me, guys, is the fact that people that are just new to the Mandela effect are going to see that absolute pile of bollocks and not know what on earth's going on. Do they realise how much damage they've caused? I mean, the thing that I tried to go on and watch a few things, and within seconds I couldn't cope with it anymore. And I noticed that hardly any of you guys had any, all the comments. I saw a couple of Suso's comments and I saw one of Voynich, but I didn't really see anybody else. And I do know that lots of people have commented. But so they seem to be silencing anybody that's Mandela affected that is trying to talk. Now that concerns me, because they've pumped out the completely wrong message. And I mean, Cynthia, what was she doing bringing up that piece of paper about flat Earth? Now, even if I hadn't come to the flat Earth conclusion, I, as a Mandela affected person, would be pissed off that they're even mentioning it. I don't know why. It should have been wall-to-wall Mandela effects and what it really means, coming away from the bits about, about like the logo changes, Berenstain Bears. They should move on from that and explain to people what it really is. The fact that it happens to you on the ground in your own home. That kind of thing was just never mentioned. That concerns me, because so many people are now coming to have a look at what the ME is. And they're called the International Mandela Effect Conference. Who do you think they're going to believe? It's called the International Mandela Effect Conference. They're going to think that that these people speak for everybody that's Mandela affected, and they don't speak for any of us. Those people didn't speak for any of us. I mean, there are some good people on there. I know that, Moneybags, and the lady from Once Upon a Timeline. She was quite good. She's quite good. But apart from them and Chris himself, I don't know who the people are. And there wasn't a single person talking about their own personal Mandela effects and how it affects them.
I agree with you. Everybody who was from Mandela effect, I'm sorry, Ashley, hold on a second. I totally agree with you. Everybody like Moneybags and anybody from our community that was on there, and there was very few, which wasn't very many. I do not have. They were duped. They were duped like I was to send a 10-second clip in there. I don't think they were a part of this at all. And we were taken over. Mandela effect was taken over.
It was by a man who we were so excited about. When he first came out with his video, we were so excited. And he's just gone and pissed on us from a great height. That's what he's done. I mean, him in that bloody outfit. What the hell? What the hell? I mean, don't get me wrong. I do think there are some NASA, in inverted commas, situations that could be related to the Mandela effect, but not that much that oh God, it was as if he was like working for NASA.
Sure was.
And what's this I hear about some mental health nurse coming on, telling everybody that they're mental? Why would he have that on? Why?
Just because they got everything else. They threw everything in, but the kitchen sink. It's like, let's just throw in this too, yeah, I'm still blown away too. It's ridiculous to take it to the level they took it, and to stay so far away from the Mandela effect itself. I mean, anything goes, but the Mandela effect. Anything in this goes, but don't talk about the Mandela effect.
You can't fucking fool us. We're Mandela affected. We're truthers. You can't fucking fool us. I'm sorry, Ashley. Go ahead.
I mean,
breaking up.
No, it's true. No, you're absolutely right. This is what's upsetting me. How many people here, not just, I mean, obviously you guys on the panel, everybody in the chat, with Brian in his chat. I missed it last night. I fell asleep. I was so annoyed. I actually fell asleep and I needed to see that one. Because no, we are the affected people. We are the ones that they should be listening to. On the chat, like Tommy rightly said, you could open up and do exactly what he's doing here, what you guys are doing here. You know, this is it's easy to do. Why aren't they? When you've got members of the Mandela affected community actually stating that they're not happy with how it's going, they should be changing it. They should be looking at it and changing it because they're representing us. They're representing us.
That's what I
No,
said.
they didn't represent us in any way, shape, or form.
I hope Chris is all right.
And
I'm sure he is.
He's just so much damage to our situation when we know that, you know, the powers that be are trying to make out that we're absolutely fools anyway. You know, they're trying to dampen it down when, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, the Mandela effect is something that those people should be actually looking into. You know, the powers that be, why aren't the physicists going crazy and going, oh my God, look what's actually happened?
Hey, you know what
this
else?
is what's happened to us.
You know what else, Ashley? They're gonna everybody that sees this is gonna assume that we're all into that kind of stuff too, right?
Right.
You know, yeah, that's not cool.
No, that's what upsets me, because it's nothing to do with the Mandela effect and everything to do with them and whatever they are. But Chris Sinatra, he's got the money to be able to do that kind of shit. To call it an international, was there anybody that wasn't American on it? I don't think so.
Well, indeed, it should be called the American Mandela effect.
Yeah, you're right, Ashley. I didn't even think of that.
It shouldn't.
I
shouldn't be called the American one.
sorry,
It shouldn't have had anything to do with the Mandela effect at all.
But look, Brian's balls are more international than the conference was. I'm sorry, I keep saying that.
Wow.
Last year's conference.
Now you're Ashley, you're 100% right.
You see, the thing is that last year's conference was amazing. We got to see our own community members. You know, we actually got to see them. You know, on screen, in live, doing interacting with each other. That's Mandela affected people interacting with each other. That matters to us. You know that. Why are we all here together now today? Because it matters to us to be connected in our fellowship. And so last year we got to see members that hide, you know, they don't hide, but they're behind screens where they don't show themselves normally. We got to see them. We got to see everybody intermingling with each other. It was an amazing situation, and we actually felt part of it. This has been horrendous. It's upset the majority of the Mandela effect community, our actual community. It's upset a lot of us, and it's going to put an awful lot of confusion in the minds of people that are trying to find it. They're going to look and go, ooh, Suso, or ooh, look at that man, Matt Pyman. Why would I listen to him? I'm going to listen to the International Mandela Effect Conference. That's what's the problem. That's what the problem is. Why would they be listening to, ooh, I mean, I couldn't, it's not about me. It's not about me. What I'm trying to say, plenty of people out there like Brian, you know, who could really explain on many levels, but no, they haven't got anybody like that, and that hurts the whole community. That hurts the whole community.
What you're saying,
Cynthia,
Ashley,
I'm very disappointed with, because I thought that she would, you know, surely bring it back to where it should be. I thought, you know, out of everybody, he's been doing it.
Oh yeah, she was amazing. I loved her talk. Ashley, did you see anything?
Sorry?
I was going to say, did you see anything else?
Do you guys agree?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
It's a delay, so.
Oh, is that what it is? All right. Hi, Ashley. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, but she should have brought it back to what it really should be about.
She was, wasn't she? I mean, I watched that one. And I felt she did bring the Mandela effect into it, but I didn't think the other ones did at all.
Sorry, Suso, what did you say, honey?
I felt that Cynthia did bring the Mandela effect into it. I felt that who else did I watch? I still have to watch some of them, but
she only
yes, she was. But like I was, that isn't that for me. Isn't her having done that for so long? She should have been saying. Continue. Sorry, love.
No, we're listening to you.
Yeah, but we couldn't hear
It's just
you.
a delay. She's overseas.
Yeah, we have to remember.
She broke up too.
Because I think the most important thing is that most of it, what she's saying is most of it is not the Mandela. They're not talking about the Mandela effect, and that's the point. New people coming in are going to be like, "What?" I agree with that 100%. So me saying, and I'm asking Ashley, well, did she see any of the good stuff in it? Yeah, okay, it's there. We all know it's there, but I agree.
No, there wasn't any good stuff in there, Suso. I mean, people mentioned the Mandela effect only by associating it to other things, but not like,
was Moneybags not directed on the Mandela effect? Was his speech not on the Mandela effect?
I'm sorry, I didn't see that one.
See, I didn't watch the ones I knew were going to talk about the Mandela effect. I figured I'd get to them later. Let me watch these people I don't know. So that's why I know, but I did watch some of them. So I know some of them were good and on point.
Even Moneybags said that they chopped his up or something. They edited his presentation. So he did talk Mandela, but some of it was cut out.
From what I'm hearing, this whole thing is propaganda against the Mandela effect. That's what it seems like. I mean, nobody knows who nobody knows who really ran it or anything. They're calling it international when it's a bunch of Americans. There's all this bullshit that's going on with it. And like you said, we're getting the name stolen from us. It's propaganda against the Mandela effect. Just like before this, it was Flat Earth. You remember Flat Earth? They were laughing about us in the Super Bowl and all this and that. Well, the Mandela effect kind of took over Flat Earth. That's kind of old for us because we know it's bullshit. So they're getting off that topic now. Now they're attacking us with the Mandela effect. You know, and that's what it seems. Like I said, I only caught 5 minutes of it, but from what I'm hearing from everybody, it seems like it's totally against the Mandela effect. They're trying to make us look like a bunch of nutbags. Just like
I thought Dark Wolf had a lot to do with setting this up, but I've known Dark Wolf for a long time, and he would never have been.
That's why
I think
there are good people
that
just don't understand that it's been infiltrated. Groups can be
Mandela effect. People that were in there wanted to be a part of something big.
Yeah,
and I did too. I wanted to shout it out there. You know, we're Mandela affected and listen to us, but I don't want anybody listening to that shit.
Right.
All right.
It's sorry to say it, but that's what it seems. That's what's going on here. You know,
Ashley,
that's my opinion anyway. You know,
Ashley, come back if you want to. You're welcome to come back. She's dropped out, but
yeah, Ashley, please come back. I'm sorry. I'll leave if you come back, Ashley, because
I think
no, we got enough room for her. She just dropped out or whatever. I mean, but you know, come back to the chat if nothing else, Ashley, if you want. But yeah, come back in the show too, definitely.
And if I need to, I can go. I'm already in bed.
Nah, there's 5 people here. We got.
Yeah, I definitely want. I want to hear more from. I want to hear more for Ashley. So I apologize, Ashley.
I don't see her in the chat though, neither. So we should.
No offense, fellas, but I came back because of Ashley. I thought I had too much to say. I realized flag and everything else. Wow.
Yeah. Well, hopefully
I'd like to hear more people up there. You know, more of us. I'd like to hear more of other people what they thought. You know, so if anybody else wants to come on, you know, I'm
Yeah,
willing
let us
to go down too. But yeah, I'd love to hear what other people think because, you know, I'd like to hear what Moneybags and Dark Wolf and the other, you know, what the community that got involved.
Yeah,
Whether they
I'll
like
commit.
it or not, or whether they're happy or not, they're going to wait until it's over anyway.
I'll commit to staying on all night
Yeah.
if needed for people to get on and say their piece. I'll stay on as long as possible. So many people that want to come on for a
Well, that's
minute,
cool,
5 minutes,
Tommy.
10 minutes, whatever they want to do, let's go ahead and get it all. We'll get it all on record. But you know, we're not going to just try to destroy these people. We want them to learn just like everybody else. We don't want people to be deceived, and that's the sad thing about this. Is these presenters don't mind being deceived by NASA and other things. You know, they're interested in the Mandela effect, obviously, but you know, why allow yourself to be deceived by anybody? You know, any institution or whatever. You know.
Well, you know, because of the video I did yesterday, the stream I did yesterday, now I'm being attacked by Eileen Coles, saying that I wanna make a split in the Mandela effect community. Really?
Wow.
Really?
Who said that? Who said
And
that?
That's another one I need to watch.
I mean that's fucking weird. You know,
I haven't seen her video yet. Her or Moneybags. There's just people I just didn't think I'd watch. I'd watch later. Let me see these people I don't know. So, did you know one Eileen before the conference?
Yeah, I've had her in my chat, and I've been on her channel too, and I guess she didn't have any bad intentions. I just think that she didn't know where she was invited into. And now she says that her only mistake was inviting me and my friends.
Did you watch her video? Did you see her presentation?
Parts of it.
Okay.
No, I didn't make a study of the whole conference. I mean, you told us that.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, you're trying to. And I didn't pretend to do that. I didn't say I was. I was just skipping through the conference because it seemed to me like a whole lot of hogwash, and it was actually. And there might also have been good parts in it, like with Moneybags or with biased on the fence, unbiased on the fence. It could be the case, but you know, it didn't appear to me. And there was not one Mandela effect mentioned. They don't handle the topics. They're not about Mandela effects. They're about the symptoms of Mandela effects and the effect of the Mandela effect, but they're not about the real Mandela effects.
That's good.
Oh, hey, I want to say something. When earlier in the show, when I was talking about when Shane came on, I don't know what the hell he was talking about. I did not mean Shane from Unbiased and Over the Fence.
That's all
I was talking about. I was talking about Shane. Sean. Who's Sean Barr?
Sean Bonds? Is that the guy?
Bonds. Yeah, that's it. Bonds. Yeah, Bonds. Yeah, he's the one I absolutely don't know anything about. And Shane from Sean from or Shane from Over the Back Fence. I like him, but he is new. He is a little bit new agey for me, but he's Mandela affected. But he is a little bit new agey.
Oh yeah, oh sure he is.
So were you talking about Shane or Sean Suso?
Go ahead. Oh no, you were talking about Sean. You kept calling him Shane, right?
No, Sean from over the back fence, or is that Shane?
That's Shane.
Okay, Shane from Over the Back Fence.
Yeah, Over the Back Fence.
Yeah, I like him, and he's a little bit, he's a little bit new agey. But the Sean, the other guy, the Bonds, Sean Bonds.
Yes.
Him, I absolutely don't know anything about, and he is way out there.
Dude,
like, I don't even know what the fuck he was talking about.
I met him. Okay, I met him. I spent 3 or 4 days with him.
Did he rub off on you? A little bit, I think, because you say you can get a tad bit into New Agey, which I've watched your videos too, so I don't think you go there.
That's funny.
But
that's how I got. New Age is how I got here. That's why when I hear stuff like that.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know that.
Yo, for sure. New Age is how I got where I am. So when I hear that stuff, I kind of resonate with it. I kind of understand it. I don't drive for it. I don't go for it. Some of it. How do you say it? They put some truth in things. They put some false things. So you gotta decipher. You gotta pick what works for you, and if it works, even if you think it's negative, watch out, because they might have told you that was negative. It might not have been negative. They don't want you near that. I'm not going there with everything, and I'm not, going all. I don't even know the name of the book. But that's Sean. Yeah. I've been waiting. I haven't seen his video at all, so I'm waiting to see and making my assessments there. That's why I want to make this thing a good thing. I want the conference to be a good thing. So for me to do that, I need to watch every single video and assess each one of them. And I don't think there's any way it's going to be on top that it's good. I don't think that.
All I know is
6 videos. Well, four videos I got to watch.
Let me ask you this, Suso.
Because I already think they're going to be good.
Let me ask you this: do you think that there's enough Mandela effect content that it's even worth them keeping those on? On the platform. I mean, seriously.
No. Listen, the first one, and I was gonna, like I said, I'm saving this. I don't want to name names because then I got to name them all. If I name one, I got to go through them all. But one of the talks that I heard very early on was a woman that I never seen before. Her name was Regina. She was big on Gaia, and that's why she was put on the show, because she's big on Gaia. I mean, that's how I took it.
Yeah.
At the end, they asked her if she was Mandela affected. I believe Chris was the one that actually interviewed her, and I do believe in the beginning he mentioned the Mandela effect, and I thought, okay, cool, and she totally avoided it, and I thought, wow, here we go, and the whole thing was just her talking about spirituality, talking with spirits, and getting. I think that was the one. I could be misspeaking here because I watched a few of them. And it was all based on that stuff, and I'm not saying that's part of what I'm saying. Where some of that might be right, some of that might be right. But if you're listening from your heart to, one thing, not the freaking dog. But that's not where I'm going here. And then at the end, he asked her, "Have you ever been Mandela affected?" And she said, "Yeah." And she spoke about a story where she was on a train, I believe.
Well, we know where that sounds.
Yeah,
he is tripping.
It's too dark for us to see, too, Chris. But how are you feeling?
Oh, there you go.
He's electrified.
I don't know how long this is gonna last. I'm out back. I'm in the woods.
Yeah, we get a lot of feedback from your phone. It's real bad.
Maybe go back in, Chris.
He just muted himself.
Her and his family member were going one way on a train, and she got off it or something, and noticed they were going the wrong way. And I said, "Wait a minute, we were going the right way." She looked at the sign, she knew it, and they correlated that to a Mandela effect at the very end.
Wait a minute, whoa! That's her personal story.
That was one of them. I think she had 2, or maybe.
What's that movie, guys? Help me out with the train. Oh gosh!
No. Oh, you mean where they go through the train at different stages?
The guy keeps trying to change something, keep something from happening or whatever. What is that? Oh, help me out, y'all. That
not broken or anything like that.
I've seen the movie. I know what you're talking about.
Oh God, no, not Pelham 1, 2, 3. No, we're talking about
this was the movie, right? He gets on a train a couple of times to stop an explosion in a city.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. Source code? Was it source code? Yeah. Well, okay, there you go. Source code. That's right. And I keep saying that we all come from a God source code, and that sorcery is in play. You know, that somebody's using sorcery to change the source code, because we all are code, ones and zeros. Everything's ones and zeros if you break it down.
Yeah.
You know, and we're all seeing these numbers too, and I've seen 1 zeros, even that too. But I mean, you know, there's something to all that, you know. And you brought that train, and I immediately thought of source code. Just I couldn't think of the name, but you know, and how, why is there trains? And you know, there's something to the train thing too.
How you got all that, but okay.
You didn't get all that. All right. How about in Back to the Future?
Sounds like an
used a
interesting
train.
movie.
In Back to the Future, they used a train also at one point. Did they not? Yes, they did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just putting some pieces together there, or you know, taking notes, because but Monica wants to know, do any of us? Monica wants to know, do any of us watch Ia's channel? I watched.
Oh yeah, I watched
Eva.
I watched
Eva's channel. Yeah,
not Eva, not Eva, but Ia.
Oh, Ia, no, never seen it.
Yeah, I wanted to come on our channel to be part of the panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I introduced myself, and I was in the backstage.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, what I need you to do is put on your channel's name and give me your email address and everything. And I said, yeah, well, I have a channel. I do live streams. And then she said, I don't care if you do live streams and you have a channel. I just need to know if you're a troll or not. And by the looks of you, you are a troll. So I'm not leaving and letting you in. And I was like,
wow.
I didn't even say anything. And everybody in chat was like, Voynich, it's okay. You can have Voynich on. And she just bumped me out just like that. And I was like, I didn't even know what happened. But she got so angry. I was just trying to connect, and she got angry at me for no particular reason at all. She said, you must be a troll. And I was like, okay, that was the last time that
she gets a lot of trolls though in there too, so she never knows what she's dealing with. But no, last time I checked, I am still a mod in there. But she left a really nice message on my YouTube a few months back, maybe even 6 months ago, and you know, it was real nice. And then she went back and took it off of there, you know, and I was like, whoa, okay, you know, but you know, she focuses on the Bible script changes mainly, but she's definitely Mandela affected and does talk about but her main focus is breaking down all the Bible changes. Now I did discover the word residue was in the Bible now, and I broke that on her show. You know, and probably a couple others, but anyway, she's really good at finding them. We disagree on one, but that is okay, because a lot of people disagree with me on that one, or have just a different one. But the 2 men in one bed was always in the Bible, guys. You know, it's not a gay thing, though people look at it that way. But that verse was definitely always in the Bible, and so, you know, there are some that are certainly been added to the Bible that are gay related or whatever, you know, have been twisted. But, you know, that particular one that she claims is an Mandela effect, and others do too, is you know, is always been in there.
Well, it's still a Mandela effect, you know. It's of course we don't agree about everything, but that's
no.
Why it is
but
a
you know,
Mandela
I mean,
effect.
all right, but I've read the Bible since I was born, or since I could read. Okay, and so for 40 freaking, you know, some years, it's been in there. I can tell you that. I've always looked through the Bible for stuff that was out of place or weird or strange. Okay, and I questioned that one for many years, because it does sound funny, doesn't it? You know,
it could have always been that way for you and changed for other people, right?
Exactly.
But all right. But listen, what I'm saying is, I've questioned that verse when I was a kid, because it does sound funny. So I mean, I don't think the Mandela effect was a thing then when I was a kid. You know, but with that said too, I do have a personal Mandela effect that when I was a kid, we ate at a restaurant that for a long time just didn't exist anymore, and now it's a big chain. It's crazy. So that one's flopped around. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I know it could be, but for most of my life, that one has been in there, and it's
well,
not.
that's the same thing as with Oscar Mayer.
Yeah.
For me, it's always been the way it's spelled now. That's a big deal for a lot of people.
You just accidentally put an update on that one? You couldn't have just accidentally.
Now, Oscar Mayer, I can argue with.
I know for a fact it's always been the way it is now. You telling me you know?
Definitely E for me.
Never been Oscar Mayer for me.
I mean, exactly. You're the first that said it's Mayer.
95% affected.
I know.
Yeah.
I just mess with
Oscar Mayer has always been the way it is for me.
Well, you know what? That's like the World Trade, the 9/11 buildings. The fucking hotel has never been there for me. Never. And some people in the Mandela effect community will swear up and down it's been there.
Right.
Now, it's never been there for me. I've got magazines that I have held on to since the day after 9/11. I bought magazines, so I thought they would be worth money someday. So I've gone through these magazines many times. They're over 20 years. Well, they're 20 years old. So I know the fucking motel wasn't there, and so it's in all my magazines now. It is there now. But anyways, that it's Meyer. You are the first I've heard that. But it's like Brian Stavely. With me and Brian Stavely have a Babe Ruth, where Babe Ruth for me always pointed to where he was gonna hit his home run.
Me too.
For Brian Stavely, he's always pointed his bat.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's always been his finger for me.
Oh.
Babe Ruth, when he called his home run.
Too. But see, the thing about that is when I say it was the bat for me too, that's just from memory, and I don't know where I saw that. And I know I didn't watch any of those movies, so I don't really say that's a Mandela effect for me because I really don't know. I think it was neat because at first when I had a couple of 100 Mandela 100 percenters, that I was like absolutely sure. I was like, okay, geez, I started making a list, and then I realized on my list the other side was possible ones and then probable ones and these probable, and these look weird, and I'm realizing that could almost be dangerous in a sense. Not as dangerous as bringing in a mental health doctor, but that could be dangerous in a sense that you should stick with the 100 percenters, and I think we all should, because it became fun and like a game, that we're all checking out and looking for Mandela effects. Woohoo! Oh, this is different. Oh, that color could. It's gotten so detailed. Like that button wasn't there. Okay, that's cool. It might the message. I mean, shit. We've been at this 5 years. Some of us. I mean, come on. Did you figure it out?
Exactly?
Are we still looking for buttons?
We're still stuck. We're still stuck in the day of the MA days where we're looking for only the affected people to be a part of this group. Everybody is affected. I truly believe that, and I believe that we're all from different timelines, honestly. But
parts of consciousness. It's just another.
But for some reason, we are all affected. Just a ton of us don't know that they're affected.
Well,
or in denial.
I love our little community, but I'm trying to add to it every day because I go out and talk to people on the street. And every chance I get, I will ask somebody, "Hey, how many was in the car for JFK?" or what was it with Berenstain or Berenstain for you? All those things. And let me say this real quick too: that I feel like the Holy Spirit or God has led me to now several pastors, a couple of them online and a couple of them in person, and 3 out of 4 remembered the Lion will lay down with the Lamb, and the God created the heavens and the earth, not heaven and the earth.
There's 2 I remember.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Also, wine skins, of course.
Good to see you, Suso. Tommy, Patrick.
Hey, Matt.
Rick.
Hey, listen, this is more international than the conference.
Hey, man, Pyre.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, we've covered more Mandelas than they have in a week, in one night.
We got somebody from another country.
Yeah, we're international for sure now. Thanks,
Yeah,
Matt.
and I'm from the future. I'm from the future too. And I'm upside down.
Yeah, he's upside down too. Woo.
Are you down under? Well, you ain't down under, man. New Zealand's down under. You're just pretending.
Yeah, I
know.
Hey, Tommy, how many people are in chat?
In the chat, 30. Hey, and one of them brought up that there was an Antarctica and Antarctica for her.
Yeah, of
one
course.
of the presenters. Did y'all hear that?
That's right.
She said it used to be an Antarctica, not just Antarctica.
No, but I was gonna say, Tommy, if you can see the chat, I can't see the chat, but if you could try to include what the chat's saying every once in a while, because I have no idea.
Yes. Yeah. Can you see it when I put it on here like this? Because Ashley's back too in the chat.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Cool.
Arctica used to be just the North Pole. That's Arctica.
And Ashley
Arctica
also
is just
says
North Pole.
Antarctica and Antarctica. Sorry there. Go ahead.
right.
What is? Sorry.
Yeah, Arctica. There used to be another sea inside of there too. It's Antarctica and Arctica. Arctica is the North Pole. It's the Septentrionalis.
Yeah, Arctica. Yeah. That's right.
That's
my memory
here.
Yep.
Oh, and I haven't been able to. I was thinking maybe because somebody was asking for my channel. I am trying. I'm gonna. Who was?
I was, Pat. I asked.
Oh, okay.
I subbed you earlier in Belgium.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to get up to that 1,000 so I can do live videos. I want to be able to do live videos from my phone.
Yeah, so let's drop each other's links in there. Let's all help each other, out with that. Definitely sub and bell, everybody, please. We need to do that. And it used to be so easy, and then YouTube said, "Oh no, I don't like that, huh?"
Yeah, why? I hate how they changed that. Like you used to be able to click on people in the chat, go to their channel right away.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah.
Why they got rid of that?
Yeah, I agree that.
Just to stop us communicating and connecting with each other. Man.
Yes.
All.
Why else?
Yeah,
Why else? What was it hurting? Yes, they took it away from us. They like, oh, you want to tell the truth? We'll just take them away.
Basically.
Yeah.
Well, what I've been noticing, I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but when you watch somebody's video and then you went into the comment section, when you tried to, if someone typed in a long message and you had to click on read more,
right?
If that was in the side, right, you've clicked on that message, all right, and you've gone into the sidebar, right, and then you try to click on show more in the sidebar, it wouldn't allow it. I had that for like 2 weeks. I think it's come back now. Did anybody else notice that? Or?
No, but I have noticed that I don't go on my computer, like my laptop, a whole lot because it's just a notebook type thing. So I use my phone 99% of the time. But when I do go on my laptop, it gives me more information about my channel, about all, and I see all these comments that I didn't see on my phone that somebody moved to the back page. Anybody who is a moderator on my page can do this. Now, I didn't know that people were moving that some people were moving comments into my hold folder for me to look at, and they may have done it on good reasons and stuff like that, but I didn't know that people could do that.
I didn't even know that was possible, man. That spins me out. What the hell?
Yeah. So I was missing a ton of good comments that I would have replied back to, and I'm sorry if anybody's listening that I didn't. I usually reply back to all my comments, or at least give a heart, And so I don't know if YouTube does that too, because YouTube could be. I'm just guessing that moderators are able to do that.
I don't know.
They have AI.
Yeah, I'd be more inclined to believe that it's YouTube or the AI in YouTube that's actually doing it.
Right.
I'd be very surprised, even if it was possible for moderators to do that. I'd be very surprised if anybody actually would be doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, because I'm like, I give wrenches to people I like, and I may not know a person for a while, and when I do figure them out, I'll give them a wrench. So a lot of people have wrenches on my channel, and I'm like, who would possibly be moving comments into my hold folder? Because some of them didn't really have to do. They weren't bad, but they were informational. Some were informational, some were just regular comments.
I reckon that scenario is highly unlikely, mate.
I couldn't see someone doing that for a simple fact is they don't. Who has the time to move your messages around? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's probably
most people are focused on themselves and their own,
right,
their own channel, their own
right.
content. They haven't got time to mess with other people unless they're paid to mess with other people, mate. They're not going to be doing it. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I don't really email like Doc said.
Yeah, people that are really vindictive for no reason and just decide to attack everybody. They're obviously, it's not a personal thing. It's a business, man. They're agents. I
was gonna say, are they paid?
Really?
Yeah, they're being paid for sure.
They're being paid like the people are being paid to knock over the statues. They're being paid.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not real people.
I know a couple. I know a couple of real people. I don't know who they are, but I know. I used to know who one of them was, and he turned into he just labels everyone a shill. Everyone's a shill. Anyone connected to this person is a shill. If you talk to that person, he was a shill. And he's got there's nothing to back up his claims. It's just attack. It's just non-stop. Tiny channel, mate. And he makes that, and they make him and another guy. Yeah, they make a lot of videos, and they don't have any subscribers. No one's watching their channel. It's a joke. Why would you bother? They're not even. They're not even getting popularity out of it. If you're not getting paid and no one's watching, what's the point? Why would you bother?
Well, it's just like this community is bound to get infiltrated. It's everybody knows it, so we all have our antennas out. Like who could it be? Like who's faking it? Who's just making suggestions and who's stating the real facts?
There's a bunch of them. Most of them you've never even seen. You've never heard of nothing. They're just watching.
That's right.
Right.
Come on. Oh man, and trust me, they don't really care. They don't really care where we are. Oh, they're watching you and they're tracking you. Yeah, they don't care because they can watch you and track you whenever they need to.
But there is one.
Oh wait. Hold on, I gotta address Doc.
He's not.
Is Doc calling me a sub beggar?
A stub bigger.
I don't know. Is he?
I don't know.
Hold on, let's see.
I didn't understand that comment.
No, he was talking about himself. I think. I don't know. Let's find out. Hold on.
He wasn't talking to you, right?
Okay.
Hey,
Chris,
I hope not, because we're
make content.
I will.
When I.
If you don't like me, you don't have to sub to me. I
don't think he's talking.
That's not a
He's
problem.
talking about himself, I think.
I don't think he's talking
about himself.
With me, I had almost 2,000 subs. I deleted my channel and started a new one. I had too many people.
Hey, happy feet, gal. Hey, Tracy.
Yeah, I remember that.
You guys, you want an exclusive? You want an exclusive here, Tommy, on your channel?
Yeah, sure. Anytime.
It's my secret backup channel.
Oh,
secret.
Yeah, basically, it's just all the vlogs, and that's all it is. Yeah, you can't even get in touch with me. It's called. What the hell's it called?
It's probably called the secret backup channel from Suso.
Yeah, secret backup channel.
It's even secret from me. It's called Exalted Peak.
Wow. All right, I'm writing that down.
2 words.
Take a note. Exalted.
2 words.
Exalted.
Exalted Peak.
All right.
Salted Peak.
Exalted. EX.
Oh, okay.
I can't wait till you start live streaming again, Suso.
Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night.
I love your bar.
Approximately
Your bar.
9 Eastern.
You got to get back into the bar, mate. They're the best.
I start working July 1st, so and I'm glad because I'm not going to be getting on. That's Wednesday, I think. I'm not going to be getting on here. I'm hoping because I was off here, and the Mandela Effect Conference got me back on. You know, because I was getting involved in that and all. And now I'm like, here I am live talking with people. I'm just practicing for tomorrow night's show. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I really feel like I have to. I'm going to have to go live.
And Brian's going to be on tomorrow night with who? Beth Martins or something, right?
What time? Where's he? What time is he on? I was trying to get him to come.
Yeah,
on.
folks, I think it's Beth Martins, right?
I say was trying.
So if you interviewed Brian Stavely,
excuse me.
I said, Suso, if you interviewed Brian Stavely, you'd have a ton of people in your chats.
Dude, I already interviewed him.
Yeah, and he and Brian interviewed
Come
him.
on, man, where were you?
How long ago was that?
I don't know. I was high.
How long ago? Was it before all this?
Probably 3-4 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't know. This must be a different Pat that just jumped in. I must have just
different timeline, bro. It's no big deal. I get it. Ain't no thing. I miss most people's videos. Now I'm barely watching them at all. But before it was like hard to keep up with everybody. And I realized I was just taking that information in, cool, knocking it around, picking out what I liked or whatever. And I realized, there was going to be channels that I really don't like a lot of stuff. I'm going to mention it again. Need input. I still watched him. I just didn't interact and all. I would always listen to him, and I was like, okay, wow, that's a good point, or this or that or whatever. And most of the time, I guess most of the time, because I wouldn't watch him all. Now I think the guy's great, but I'm still not going to agree with everything, and I don't agree with everything anybody on this panel.
I know, I hear you, brother. But
and once you disagree with somebody, what's that mean? Block them? He's a shill.
They want you.
That's happening. I'm guilty of it. And I'm not saying I did that with him. I've done it with other people. Shit, Salted Cedar. I butted heads with him in 2016.
We know you're real, Suso. Suso, we know you're real, mate. You don't have to worry. It's all good.
Oh, I'm just trying.
I'm a shill and I'm a liar because I timed somebody out. So I've been called a shill and a liar because I timed somebody out on my stream.
I have disagreed with you many times. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care. We're on the same page with the Mandela Effect. What the truth is, we're out for the truth. So what? We're trying to get there through other ways, and I disagree with you. You disagree with me. Give the rat's ass. We're both on the right track.
If we had tried what they did, if we did what they did, we would be hated right now too. I guarantee you. If we put one together and we pull some crap like that, we deserve it to be called out too. I know we're not going to, but I'm just saying. I think if we came out with the same kind of crap that they're,
we wouldn't do that.
I know we won't do that, but I'm just saying
we wouldn't come out with crap. They would crap upon us, some. But I think more people would have been inspired to go out and do some research about the topics that we handled, because they might have noticed, like, what the fuck are they saying?
I do
6
wanna
people in
say
the car
that-
now? I never heard about that. I'm going to look it up. What they
I
say,
do wanna
Zapruder has
say-
always been in color? Never in my timeline. So people are going to do their research.
Yeah.
So,
Scarecrow
you know,
had a gun.
right?
A lot
I mean,
of
people are going to look it up.
Well, I hope they do. A lot of the a lot of this conference wasn't vetted. I have found that out. I kind of know. A lot of it was just put out without even Jerry even knowing what was going to be coming out. I'm assuming he assumed everybody was going to do their job and do it right and all. You know, I don't know. I can't speak for Jerry, but I don't think a lot of it was vetted. I kind of know that.
I myself didn't before I sent the 10-second clip in there. I should have did more digging too, but I didn't. I was excited about the Mandela Effect conference.
Well,
How many Mandela effects can you fit into a 10-second clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I found out what happened with Brian. I said it in the chat earlier. They did invite Brian, and he sent a clip in, but it was of his balls instead of the ME. You know? And they got intimidated, you know.
Stop it. That's not true.
We heard that before.
I know. I'm just saying.
It's not a ball.
I did love the international joke.
If he'd have sent the right clip in, he'd have been in.
Hey, did you guys see when Brian was standing in front of the "We Are Heroes" sign back when like a month or so ago, and he did the old Elvis pelvis type thing, like "We are heroes," right here, you know. It was really funny because I don't know why I jumped on this. I'm sorry, guys, but I seen I guess it triggered me when I seen it. The exact same setup that he did that in front of, I seen outside a person's house, and it was by the hospital. But they had spread out over their lawn a big thing that says "We Are Heroes," and I went, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And I wanted to do that so bad, but I'm like, nah, Brian already did it, and I don't have enough people anyways to see it. But no, Brian's got a lot of balls.
He's got a huge ball. Huge ball.
Goody two-shoes are heroes these days.
I thought I had balls.
You used to have balls to become a hero. Used to have balls. You used to have some balls before you can become a hero. But these days, to have no balls at all and to just obey the government, that makes you a hero, man.
Yeah, you're trendy. Yeah. You're trendy if you do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Brave frontliners. Yesterday was in Australia was National First Responders Day. They named a day for them. Now.
Hey, I spoke with 2 first responders yesterday. First responders, frontliners, they're called. I'm sorry. Is that the same thing?
Same thing, yeah.
And they looked at me and were laughing, and they said, "If this thing, if we ain't got it, it ain't real." That's what they said to me. I'm like, "What?" I said, "Oh no, man. Just I'm walking by. I'm about to go into a store, and I say to myself, oh, it's so nice to see smiles." And they're like, "We're frontliners." If we ain't got it, it ain't real. We've seen so many people with the thing that have died who were all over 90, and they said they've seen a handful each, and they're like, "Look, we should have it. It ain't real." And I'm like, "Well, you said you seen them and they died." Yeah, they died of the flu or whatever. The same amount of people that would have last year. Look, it's a small section. I don't know. They weren't even from. They were from out of state. They were complaining that they had to walk around with masks. I'm like, well, I'm not. They're like, yeah, we're at a lower altitude. We're in a hotel that we got to walk up 3 floors and we got to wear a mask. And I'm like, take it off. I mean, are you kidding me? Take it off.
That seemed to happen a bit. with nurses being brought in from interstate. I don't know. Maybe the real nurses wouldn't go along with the plan. You know what I mean? With the program.
They were just getting out. It was a couple. They were just getting out. They left their city for a couple weeks or whatever. I don't know.
Well, you know about New York, yeah.
I hear it's bad. I'm not there.
No. About all the nurses being being brought in. They're all sponsored, mate. They're all paid for by George Soros.
But all of them aren't going to. All of them can't be paid off. Is that what you're saying? They're all.
No. They were coming in on coaches on Lincoln Kareem's channel. He filmed them coming in on luxury rock star coaches. And they all had Target bags. And they're the nurses that were walking around New York City everywhere in their scrubs. They even had the booties, the scrub booties, outside walking around in the park everywhere, you know, with Target bags. They're all brought in, mate. They're all paid for.
I'm not totally getting what you're saying.
Nurses that were brought in from interstate for the pandemic in New York City.
You're saying from other states? Other states are bringing nurses into New York. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they brought nurses in from interstate. Yeah.
Okay.
To
I heard something about that where they would say it on the news that they're bringing help in from other states, nurses and stuff. But you're saying they're paid, but the news is saying that they're just hired help. Heroes coming to help another state.
They were all hired by an agency.
Right. That's what you're saying. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's common here, Matt, that they're hired by agencies, and there's a lot of traveling nurses here, too.
I mean, they're doing a lot with the protests, too.
There's a few terrorist companies going on right now, making some money and spending some money.
What I'm saying is, though, the New York situation, because I watched a lot of the Lincoln Kareem's videos.
This is not going to be popular.
Usually about an hour long, you know. And he filmed the tent being put up in New York, in Central Park in New York. Right? He filmed it being put up. He filmed it the whole time it was there. And all he filmed was was people eating, going to the toilet, smoking. There was nothing going on. Ambulances had come in, but there was never anybody in them. And then right at the end, when they pulled the tents down, there were no beds, no medical equipment, nothing inside the tents. They were empty. And these
they were doing that.
Working there. Yeah, they were just cruising around, laughing, having the time of their lives. They stayed in the luxury hotels, all paid for, you know.
The government was hoping for more death. The government was hoping for more cases, you know, and so they went overboard on all that crap.
They get rid of the masks, they'll have more deaths.
Yeah.
But now listen.
They weren't stressed at all. These people were having.
Yeah, well, no, they get paid good money. Nurses here get paid real well, especially if they're traveling nurses. I knew one, and she got shot at the Vegas shooting. Yeah, that's right. Somebody from my hometown in Virginia Beach, my other hometown. You know, I lived there a long time. My mom's there now. She was a surfer. I've surfed with her in the same little area. You know, her cousin was my best friend, and this girl, and she got shot at the Vegas thing. She's a traveling nurse, and she got shot in her arm, and they had to do multiple surgeries. But you know, and people hate it when I say that. Oh, nobody got shot there or whatever, you know. But you know,
no proof
obviously they had to have somebody get shot there, you know. So people did get really shot there, but it was, you know, we're not gonna go through the whole Vegas thing tonight. But I mean,
probably,
you know,
probably somewhere else, mate. But not there. No one got shot there. But anyway, in my opinion.
Well, you know,
no proof. No. It's possible for people to have scars and from something else. You know what I mean? Could have been surgery, keyhole surgery.
Listen, I mean, no, I mean, I'll take it as far as argue with you. I know the girl. I mean, I know that she got. Listen, man, somebody always gets shot in these things. They love death anyway. But the overall thing, did she get shot by a machine gun from from dude or no? And I mean, but there are casualties in these fake false things. Sometimes it's never the number they say, but
Have you seen the video someone filmed like a couple of days after the shooting, so-called shooting?
I've seen many. Yeah.
They filmed it from the hotel, from nearly the same floor, very close to the same floor. Mm-hmm. Only not far away from the corner of the building. They were probably a couple of rooms across, right?
Right.
And they filmed the car park when the FBI was painting. I don't know. They were just like rolling paint onto the car park, and all the tents and everything was still there. And this person filmed it for a long time. They filmed the car.
I know.
Park,
I watched all that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no bullet holes anywhere, man. Not one.
I know.
You can't find a bullet hole in any tents, paper signs.
I
nothing.
know. So what? I did. This girl didn't play along with it. That's all I'm saying. I know that this girl didn't play along with it. So there had to be somebody hiding somewhere and shooting some rounds into the crowd. Is what I'm.
I do want to agree. I do want to agree with what Doc said. Is that there is if you look at it, the people. I'm getting off the subject a tad bit, but there's people that are out there that are hired to go get grocery carts, like Doc said, that are in authority. I mean, they've been given a lot of authority, and they act like you can tell when somebody's been given authority. They act like they're God or something,
Yeah.
And he makes a lot of sense because I see, like the video I put up the other day about me going through their tape at Walmart. This guy literally grabbed my hand and was gonna tussle with me for me to not go through this tape, and that's what actually tore the tape down. I was going underneath the tape, but he tore it down. But of course, I was supposed to be a sheeple and walk around, go all the way down the barrier, going all the way down and walk around this damn barrier and come back up. And there's a 90. Well, you guys can watch the video, but anyways, these people who are just being put in authority, we've got to reach them somehow, or we need to figure something out because this is getting ridiculous and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
That's and I'm sorry, I probably wouldn't have been a very good person if it was live interviews and I did go on there. I'm a little bit triggered right now by what's going on in real life. And Mandela effect is real life. I don't want anybody to think that that's not. But even though I'm still seeing Mandela effects, and I haven't really seen any big ones lately. But I am so concerned about people wearing these masks and people who are trying to be in authority over us. I don't know what to say. I see us all out there trying our best, but we need to also try to get people in the chat to start making videos. And I'm not even taping half of the shit that I'm going through every day, but I go out every day just to run into people to say, take that damn mask off or take that damn tape down, or I mean. And this guy literally he's like, this is my property. I could call the cops on you if I wanted to. I'm sorry to take over the show.
He was assaulting you to keep you safe.
Yeah.
You should have said
so he was insulting me for him to feel safe?
No, assaulting, not insulting. Assaulting.
Oh. I see.
By grabbing your arm and telling you can't go through. You know.
Yeah.
By stopping you moving.
Yeah. He should.
Right.
He what try he's like he's saving your life. Oh, you know.
yeah.
You nearly fell down the well like Timmy didn't.
And there was an elderly guy behind me. I mean, I'm 51, and there was a guy behind me that was, he could have been my great grandpa, and he's walking with a cane, and they still, after I broke the tape down, they still would not let him come through. And then finally, after me saying, let him through, they finally let him through after the head manager said, okay, let him through. But that guy still was not. He was holding on to that tape, trying to figure out how to get it back up.
Respect my authority.
Yeah, and if you watch the video, I backed off some, but I brought it to their attention, but it was by no means me backing down. I wasn't. They almost literally kicked me. I had to talk my way out of being kicked out of every Walmart. But even if they would have kicked me out, and I will go back, I will eventually get caught taking it down again. But when I do, I'm going to be banned this time from every Walmart. I just think it's funny.
I get upset when I walk into a store and there's circles on the floor and they say, stand here. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not going to stand on your stupid circle. I'm going to stand 1 foot in front of it and off to the side. I'm not a robot. I'm not going to do what you tell me to do. I'm not going to stand in your circle. Even that pisses me off,
Exactly. Sorry, Tommy. I didn't mean to take over your show there.
Good work, Patrick.
Hey, I gives me a break to check with the chat and whatever, check my phone and stuff. So I mean, we're all getting our moments to talk. So I'm not you're not hurting me. I'll stay up all night if we can get people to keep coming in and joining us here and there. To talk say what's on their mind. So.
I would like to see more people come in and talk about this stuff. I'm really curious about what I just as you guys are curious about me talking about it and seeing my area, through my videos, seeing where I live and all that is very interesting. I'm very interested to see all you guys and where you guys live and what you guys are going through, because I know we're all going through the same thing. And we got to stand up for it. We got to stand up to it. I don't know. I know I've thought about it, how far I'm going to take this, and I'm taking it all the way. If they literally say that I cannot go into any grocery stores because I'm not wearing a mask, I'm not putting a fucking mask on. They're not going to get me to go down to some demon looking, I think it's our humanity. When we can't see other people's faces, we distrust right away. And how can you make new friends or communicate with that fucking mask on, or standing 6 feet apart?
That's what they want. Did you hear about the one law that was just passed? I forget what county it was. But they said that black people of color, do not have to wear masks.
I heard this, Rick.
Yeah. Everybody has to wear a mask. People of color don't have to wear a mask because they don't want to get shot because their face are racist. And they think that they may be, robbing somebody or getting ready to do some type of crime because they're wearing a mask.
Is everybody seen the oxygen sensor videos with the mask?
Yeah,
doing the rounds.
Right.
Yeah. You've only got to show that to a dumb person. Show that to a mask wearing moron.
Well, I have.
They might actually snap out of their trance.
I've shown it to like 3 people wearing masks so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. Will they take it off?
No.
What can you do?
No.
If they
Were they
can't,
black?
if they can't work that out, mate,
Oh,
there's
no,
no hope. There's no hope.
Spanish.
I think that's the last straw, mate. If you show someone that and they don't get it, that's it. Just give up.
Well, I think it's also helping the sheeple in their race war too. You know, I mean, if there's plenty of sheeple out there that not only believe in this virus, that not only follow orders when they think that only blacks are going to be able to do this, that's going to piss them off because they are sheeple. So I think they're baiting that side too.
Oh,
you know?
that's all this is, mate. It's all divide and conquer. They want a race war, you know. They want a war anyway. They want a civil war any way they can get it, you know. They want us to just they want us to give them, you know. We'll you know, in America, you know, if I don't think it's going to get that bad. I really don't, but because
I think everybody. Yeah, I think the smart ones are awake to the bullshit. You know,
but even the ones that aren't smart, they're sympathetic. You know what I mean? So they're not interested in a race war. You know, that's not going to happen. You know, they can try.
Nobody will get off their computer game to get up the.
No, that's right. Yeah, true. But yeah, they do want a civil war any way they can get it, and that'll give them. You know, once people kill enough of themselves of each other, then they'll just come in and clean up. You know, and then the martial law will kick in, and that's it. Game over.
Well, they thought people were going to start uprising over the V here because of all the jobs that have been lost and people wanting to go back to work to feed their families. They thought that was going to be a big uprising, but they didn't get it.
You'd think it would. You got a $1,200 check, so that's all right. You know,
and there's another one supposedly.
Just have a holiday. In Australia, and I think England as well. They're going
to collapse the dollar without a doubt. That'll bring the civil war.
Yeah. But what they've done here, the government is thrown out stimulus money, and everybody's getting paid. If you're just on unemployment benefits, your unemployment benefit doubled until September. So they're happy. All right, they're not going to complain. They've got double the money they had before. And then the people that were working either full time or they'd been working for an employer for 12 months or more as a casual, they were entitled to job keeper, where the government pays your employer to pay you. So basically, your employer becomes the state welfare system, and they pay you instead of the government, but it's the same thing. And they're getting paid $1,500 a fortnight to stay home, $750 a week, and that's the same as basic wages. At the bottom end of the scale in Australia. So people aren't losing money; they're getting paid to stay home. But the party, and they've also had mortgage holidays as well and rent holidays until September, and it all runs out in September. That's when the shit's going to hit the fan. That's when shit's really going to start to go bad.
Too, right? That's when the second wave's coming in September.
Oh, yeah. It's the economic wave. That's what it is.
Right.
Because there is no killer virus.
Who did we just lose?
No shit. But that's what their plan is, for the second. That's when they plan the second wave to hit.
Did Patrick say goodbye? Did Patrick say goodbye? Did Patrick say goodbye? We just lost him.
He just rolled out. I think he dropped out by accident.
Okay. I just wondered.
I say goodbye anyway.
Somebody's texting me.
People have suffered so much. And, because they're morons, they've done it to themselves, and they trust everything they hear, and the only way they can see a way out of this is the vaccine that's going to save everyone, and then everything will go back to normal. But only if you take the vaccine. You know, if you don't take the vaccine, well, you know, you deserve whatever you get. You know, that's it. That's it.
Oh, Patrick's coming back, I think. Yep. Let's see.
Coming back.
Yeah. And I'm gonna have a visitor
Sorry
stop
about
by. That's okay. I'm gonna have a visitor stop by for a second. My ex-girlfriend's daughter's coming by to see me for a minute. So you'll see her come in, but I'll probably mute. You know, but
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, and
do your thing. Do your thing, Tommy.
No,
do whatever you want.
Yeah. I mean, come on. You know, she just come by to say hi. And then my buddy Shay, let's see, said he will join us. He's been wanting to join us, so yeah, we'll try to get him to join us in the stream. He says he's not sure how, but you know, nobody really ever is when they haven't done it their first time. But I'll send him a link to the show, so if y'all can bear with me, I'll go ahead and do that.
Sounds good.
Glad everybody's still here with us, and like I said, I'll go all night if we can get people to pop in. I've been putting the link out there. I guess everybody here doesn't have anything to say, but you know, who knows? Hey, there's Shay right there. Hey, bro, good to see you right there. That's my buddy Shay. He's local here.
That's right.
And he used to have a farm too for a little while. But something was bothering him out on the farm. Maybe it was Roundup or something similar to that, or and he was having some health issues. And then, not to mention that, his barn caught on fire, and I had to go out there and help him clean that up a little bit. And it was, but he lost several vehicles and all kinds of tools and all kinds of stuff. It was a big barn, yeah. So they're back in the city now, you know, yeah, he's in the city limits. I'm actually in the county, but he's in the city now. But yeah, he's not far. He doesn't live too far from me, but anyway. Yeah. So I'll drop the link, and then you just click on it, Shay, and you should be able to join us, brother, man. There it is, right there, and join the conversation. Definitely, would be great. Try to. Let's see if he can do it. Just click on the link, Shay, and it should take you through StreamYard. And then I'll see you in the back the background. Hey, the Lady Lacy. Let me spit it out, right? The Lady Lacy Show. It's a tongue twister. Hello, good to see you. She was live with me yesterday, guys. Before Stavely's
Lacy.
Gosh, when was it? Yeah, man, I'm almost running in. You know, but anyway, yeah.
I got a lot of people here. I got a sub to. I got to remember all these names.
Yeah.
What's your channel, Patrick?
Right.
Mine's Patrick Roberts. Our New Timeline.
Yes.
We
shared his link a few times too. We have our Shay, if you're in Shay, you're in the chat, you should see the link that I just dropped, and it says StreamYard.com in it. I just dropped another one. I see you in the chat. So yeah, you just click on one of those links that I'm dropping in there, you know, on your phone, and it'll take you to the backstage of the show. So just go ahead and try that.
Couple more hours and I'll have to start making breakfast.
Yeah, I'm about ready to eat a Pop-Tart, but if I eat a Pop-Tart, then Steffi P and will film me again and make a video. Maybe I'll be more dramatic this time and do it. You know.
That's nasty, poisonous crap. I don't eat that shit.
Oh, I know. I don't eat them very often, but you know, if I'd like to get some energy to keep going in a show or something, you know. But no, I don't eat them every day for breakfast or anything like that.
I used to eat a box of Pop-Tarts a day. Easy. Strawberry Pop-Tarts.
Okay, see, we got Shay. It does, and don't be nervous, Shay. I'm sure you won't. But all right, well, we got my buddy Shay.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, can everybody hear Shay? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, Shay.
All right. Well, Shay
Yeah, mate.
started a new job tonight. I won't say where it's at, but yeah, how was your night at work? Your new night at work? New job.
Good, man. Yeah, just good for sure, man. Yeah.
We're having you're a little low. Your volume's a little low. If we could, I know your family might be sleeping, but can you speak up just a little?
Is that better?
Maybe, yeah. I did. Go ahead. So you had a good night or what? Training?
Yeah, good night overall.
Cool. I think that's your dog, isn't it? The little.
Yeah, my dog's barking. Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, that was you. Oh, okay, Mad Pine. So, yeah.
Yeah, when did you apply for this job that you just got?
Oh, it's just a local delivery pizza job. It's no big deal. It's just kind of
I know where Rick's going with that. You're not a contact tracer now, are you?
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. So what is it? Do you have to wear a mask to work there, Shay?
They say you do, but the management's very lenient. So
good.
It's not very strict.
Okay. So, did you wear a mask?
Maybe 20% of the time, to be honest.
Oh, all right.
At least he's honest.
Yeah. What do you, how do you feel about it when you're wearing it? I mean, is it what does it make you feel
like
different?
It's violating. Yeah, it's definitely violating. It feels like somebody's putting their hand over my face and silencing me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the triggering feeling.
All right. Well, let me ask you this too. Since they want us to wear them everywhere when we're outside. Do you feel like it's gonna, keep you from talking to people about things that you're interested or passionate about?
I think it's just a complete distraction overall. If you're not already doing those sort of things, you're not anyway.
Yeah.
So.
But is it also to silence us more?
It could be perceived as such. Yeah.
And because they want you to be 6 feet away, and then you got the thing over your mouth. Who's going to hear you? Who's going to know really what you're, you can't hardly have a conversation about anything like that.
Yeah, it's more difficult, but at the same time, it allows you the opportunity to be more bold and to be more proud in your speech in a sense.
Right. That's us though, but the normies.
I never thought of that. He's right. They have more guts now to say something to us who are trying to tell them something or whatever. They have more. I see what he's trying to say is, if you have a mask on,
you got to step up your game. If you're shy, well, guess what? You got to double your shyness. You got to overcome that twice as much now because you're now suppressed. So what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So if you take that to the extreme the right way, well, who knows?
Right.
We're in a battle, guys.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's no doubt.
Just think. I have thought. I know I'm out there trying to get everybody to take their masks down, but I have given thought that they probably think just as deep. That they're saving their lives by wearing the mask, as I feel that they're killing themselves by wearing the mask.
It's like the elite hope that it causes us health problems. So see, they could blame that on COVID or whatever. It's like because they're always creating the problem, and then they have the solution and all that. So it's like it's part of the problem, just part of their part of their plan to they hope that we'll wear these masks all the time, and then our systems will get compromised, you know, our immune systems, and then like even this fall from all of us wearing these masks, you know, not us, but you know, people wearing the mask, you know, for so long, there'll be more cases of COVID probably, or flu, you know, flu in the fall, and they'll be able to expand their you know, agenda of you know, shutting down everything and resetting everything, you know, whatever, you know.
Respiratory issues is enough these days to claim COVID. Any respiratory issue is claimed COVID.
Now listen, they only need to get you into the hospital. Once they get you into the hospital with a respiratory problem, they will eventually get you on a fucking ventilator. That's why I will not even go into a hospital if I have any respiratory problems. I will hope that God fixes it or it goes away or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
And I heard they're even putting people on respirators that are in hospitals that don't even have respiratory problems. That they're not even in there. Like there's no need for them to go on a ventilator, but yet they're still putting people on ventilators. And actually,
it's convenient, you know, if you're a doctor and you're hyper aware of respiratory issues, you might be paranoid towards that, and therefore, you know, maybe overdiagnose, and especially since you're, you know, encouraged to do so because you're funded as such. Say New York, for example, and everybody's got the COVID. It's, you know, I mean, it's just numbers, you know. So we got to have that in our calculus as well.
Yeah, they were trying to get you know, they needed the numbers. Yeah, exactly. You know, so as crazy as it sounds, these people were hoping that people would catch it and die so that they could scare the rest of the world, you know. So they needed it to be big. That's why they hit us with those big numbers, like, oh, it's going to be 2 million or whatever the heck, you know.
Well, you just said it. They needed to be big to scare us, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's all about the fear control. It's all about the mainstream media and pumping all that fear. And we gotta, you know, rise high and walk in love on a higher level. And it's gonna challenge us all because we're in a new environment, in a new situation, and new things, and new time frame, and we gotta really challenge ourselves. You know, I know I have been just personally.
No doubt.
I agree.
We need to be prepared. We definitely have to prepare ourselves mentally, physically, you know, every way we can, because we don't know what they're going to throw at us next, and we're not scared, but we just really that's why we are preppers in a sense of.
Well, that's why we're here, is because we're worried about the future, you know, and we got to know that it's assured, and it's assured in the love vibe, you know, in the highest high, in the Christ consciousness, in the
You got it, man. You got it.
Everything, man. It all comes to one. Once we get down to that survival mode, man, we get down to the fight or flight, man, and we get down to the bare bones, man, and we find out what is, you know, man, that's what's up, man. And we find out what is A and B and C and D for reals, you know. And then when that, you know, the new life that we're interfacing with and trying to up-level everybody else, and we get conflicted because we're conflicted with our own journey and others' journey as well, and we've cleaned out our own eyes to a degree to where we can see other eyes are cloudy, but at the same time we ain't got the cleanest eyes to see the whole picture, to see how to clean the real cloudiness. You know what I'm saying? So we all got different levels of all this, and we really got to challenge ourselves to see and walk in love and know that it's all working together for good for those who trust in the highest power of goodness, man. It's all about the oneness, man.
Yeah. Well,
the real oneness.
The under the creator, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the ultimate love, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm on your page. I'm on the same page, man. You everything you just said, I agree with, man.
Yeah. Hey,
much love, man. I love you guys over there, man. Man, the Aussies, bro. I got such deep love for the Aussies, man. Especially after watching like burnout contests and stuff, you know. And we really connect. Like for real,
That's where I
from
grew
like
up.
the Americans and the
That's where
Aussies, man, we're so connected. It's not even funny, but we're so distant. We're so similar, but
That's
we're
where I
so
grew up,
distant.
man.
Yeah.
I grew up where the summer nights started, brother.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah.
In Canberra, man. I was there for the first summer nights, man, and I left. I left after the first summer nights, man. I didn't even
Y'all
go.
seen Cletus McFarland, man, from my hometown? Cletus
Who's that?
McFarland. Cletus
Oh
Mc.
man, he's famous, man. Yeah, he loves the summer nights, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know that.
yeah. Well, I was just watching him doing Rocky Mountain Race Week and stuff, and that's going on
Yeah,
now in
yeah.
the States. It's just cool, freedom, man. It's all about, man,
I'm
what you got and
a gear. What you call a gearhead, or what we call a petrol head, man. I'm a car man. Tommy's a car man too. You know, we love it. Man. Yeah.
Well, that's where freedom's at, you know.
But
You got more ponies and more stuff in the engine, yeah.
Shay's a car guy too, and
I've still got the passion, man. I still love cars. I've got 3 project cars in my driveway, man.
Well,
okay.
Shay, I told him about the barn.
Man.
Oh, did you?
And I've just been sitting on them, man, ever since I started learning real truth, you know, and that's been my journey. And I've just, and then when I discovered, you know, spirituality and more truth, and my journey along the path of you know, finding myself, kept going, man, and you know, I just left everything behind, man. I haven't left it behind. It's sort of on hold, I suppose, but I've got I'll focus my energy on more important goals, man. You know what I mean? Because I knew the end was coming, man. I knew this shit was going to go down.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
the end of what we've thought was this world. You know, it's going to be a reset at a bare minimum. And if you're not ready and you're, you know, focusing on other distractions, like I like sport as well, man. You know, I had all these things I loved throughout my life. But I had to shift my focus, man, you know, I can't waste time, money, and energy on things that aren't going to help me in the future. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I might call the initial wake-up call and the initial bounce, you know, the initial like, oh, you know, exactly what you're describing and seeing, and the initial like challenge to like perspective shift, you know, to understand, money's good, but money can be used for bad. It doesn't mean it's bad, but it can be used. It's just energy. It's what am I going to flow towards? Am I going to make it towards good things or make it towards bad things, you know? And just on and so forth, it leads you towards the fundamental principles of what is up and what is down. So yeah, the car culture brought you to that, and to be honest with you, it did with me too in a lot of ways. It brought me a lot of freedom to understand that, you know, instead of being enslaved to the system of, you know, a $500 wheel bearing charge, you know, I can go out and sweat, maybe rent some tools and turn a wrench and look at a YouTube channel, which has been a godsend, which is what fellow man chillaxing, hanging out with what fellow brethren, sharing what just fire stories, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, it gives a hand up, not a handout, you know, and that's kind of like what I'm all about.
Yeah, it's just it's good to have passion, and that's what keeps us alive, man. But yeah, we've got to focus on what's important.
But do you see the freedom of, you know, sweaty eyebrow? You see the freedom of a sweaty eyebrow in an afternoon and a potentially $500 wheel bearing charge on you know what I'm saying? Just get to it attitude. But the freedom didn't come without like the knowledge, and the knowledge came through something like technology, and that technology looked like something like Facebook, and Facebook looked like something like an old man sharing another fellow man, you know, wisdom. Choose the airplane. You see what I'm saying? How technology is bringing us together in such a way that is both destructive and euphorically upbringing. It's just a matter of
technology. Technology wasn't designed for our benefit, man. It was
100%. I believe that. Yeah. No doubt.
Designed to keep us busy and distracted, so we can never work out what's really going on, man.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's designed to keep us addicted and on all these things. But I'm just saying, okay, in spite of all of that, let's look at the love side and let's look at how can we up play all of this because they're not looking at they're
Ashley's
looking
back.
at so we're looking at the way to. Okay, I'm sorry, I might be rambling. Go ahead.
No.
Tom.
I was just saying Ashley's
No,
back.
go ahead.
I was just saying Ashley's back in the chat. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, right on.
Hey, also, it's fixing to be 4:20 on the East Coast. I'm fixing to now, but
I just turned 4:20, Tom. As soon as you said that, I looked at the clock. It was
there it
9.
is, right there. Bam. Yeah, I just put it in the chat. So I'm gonna do this bucket bong real quick. And Shay has never done a bucket bong in his life. No,
it's
he's
3:20, but I'll hit one with you, and then I'll hit another one when it's 4:20.
Actually, Shay has hit this one right here many times, so that's funny. He has, and he can handle it for the most part. I mean, yes, he only puts half of what I put in there, but he still, he can handle it.
You're welcome, Tommy.
Yeah.
No, I can't smoke bongs. I gave that shit up years ago.
I started
breathe well enough.
for about a month. I just quit about a week ago. Yeah.
Quit.
I'll never stop smoking, man. I'll just smoke joints. That's all.
That's it.
Here we go.
You do it right.
Oh yeah. I'm very very economical with my joint rolling. Man.
I'd be coughing my brains out.
Well, I'm not very economical with my joint smoking, so I don't know how we're going to meet the middle ground. So.
Yeah, I just don't waste it, man. I just, I medicate,
Yeah, I'm joking, man. Yeah, I feel you. I just think waste is
you can roll.
In a perfect mind of abundance.
You can roll big ones, man, but you got to have plenty,
Oh
Otherwise,
yeah,
you're throwing it away, man. You can make people make 3-gram joints, and you'll smoke two of them, but you'll throw a gram away every time, man. So.
All right, check this out. I got my boss, or I'll just say it, an old boss. All right, he would put 2 grams of weed on a wrap, and then a whole gram of wax he would break up on that. Yeah, you heard me. A whole gram of wax, and then and then he would then sometimes he'd put moon rocks in there too or whatever. But I mean, you're talking about a $50-$60 blunt, just one. Yeah.
Think about the original temple and how much gold and all. Come on now. Think about abundance.
I wish I had all that good stuff.
Do any of y'all think that one of the like do y'all think that marijuana was one of the like frankincense and all that was used
Sure.
I think it's the tree in the Garden of Eden, man. I think it's the tree of life, man.
Ooh, I eat bud now. I used to eat a lot of it, and that was Reggie days back then. But I'll definitely eat a nug right now if y'all want to see me eat one just to prove it.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm a little high right now too, but I wish I had your guys' kind of shit. I have it. I'm vaping it right now, and it's nothing like actually smoking it. But you made a lot of sense, Mad Pie. When you said, I lost my train of thought. Damn it! What did you say?
That he medicated with it.
The tree, man, the tree in the Garden of Eden, the tree of life.
Yeah. That this plant could actually be the tree of life because it's so fucking good. And when you smoke it, I start getting my best theories come to me when I smoke.
It opens your mind, man. It opens your.
You're able to connect, man. Yeah, of course. You're high.
Yeah.
higher.
That's
You
your
just leave them
spirituality, man.
programs
Your
from birth that
spirituality
it's
just
like a bad thing. It's not, and it's still like
your
even though
spirituality, man. That's
in
all.
the
Yeah, sorry,
know,
brother. Yeah,
aren't
you're
in
right.
the
Okay,
know.
bro. Yeah, you got
Yeah,
it.
you're right.
Smoke weed every day.
Why is she sitting there?
It does. It opens your mind, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it, right? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I love about it. You know, I do it honestly. I do it for I'm racked in so much pain every day. I have
God bless you, bro.
It's good for
neuropathy,
pain.
a lot of nerve damage. So I smoke this shit every day, but I don't get high every day. But when I want to smoke a little bit to get high, I love it because I just love being at that
You feel
particular
guilty about that word high, don't
yeah, exactly.
you? That's shitty, man. That's not
I'm
cool.
in love at the moment, you know. I
Right?
love everybody.
I love Mary Jane.
Demonize
I'm in
it,
love with
homie.
Mary Jane.
Well,
And they've
Mary
always
Jane
tried to
helps you
demonize it, man. You're talking
love so
about
you can love higher than you normally would. Then why not? Is that not good for me and my fellow man? And it's a victimless crime, you know? It's, yeah.
They've been
But
demonizing weed for a long
yeah.
time,
Even if you
and
think about the song, man, the song "Because I Got High," right? It makes everyone who smokes sound like a dumbass loser.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes,
But
I,
I
think
feel like
about it, man. We
I
used
feel
to
like
laugh.
I've been
We used to
missing
laugh
out
about
all
that
my
song, man.
life. Sorry.
Sorry.
I feel like I've been missing out all my life
Yeah.
because I didn't
I
start
understand that.
smoking marijuana until I was fucking 48 years old.
wow.
hey,
What a
imagine if I
testimony.
had waited till my 40s, I would be
You can
retiring
really
from
say,
Walmart
"Ooh."
right now, and then just discovering pot. Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, of course, I've attempted to smoke it. I just never liked it, and it wasn't until I'm 51. So actually, 47 is when I started smoking it because it helped with the pain. And I wish I would have been smoking it all my life.
Well,
Ooh, that
good for
looks
you for
good.
listening to yourself now and looking back and being like, man, I was a dumbass. And that's good for you, you know, because you're being real with yourself now and real with
Look,
yourself then.
you
And
see
now
that
you have an
dark in
opportunity to
mine?
like all of that. And
Can you
now
see?
you
Yeah,
can live.
yeah.
Can
And
you see
that's
those
some of
dark
that's a
nugs?
perfect example of level of the freedom that I've found and I've continued to find and continue to find as I go deeper with hashtag plant medicine.
Everything's in nature, man.
Hashtag,
All the
hashtag
answers are
plant
there, man.
medicine.
Yeah. I
Everything's
mean,
in
that's
nature.
kind
Everything
of the
we
best
need,
way
man.
to put Go ahead,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, everything we need, everything we need is in nature, man. All the answers are there.
Yeah.
The Earth is like a replica of us. Like we're a smaller version of the Earth, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly, man.
But everything's micro macro, man. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
It's fractal all around. For sure. Yep.
Even the NASA term universe actually means one word. You know, one verse, one word.
That's when it gets real
One.
trippy, man.
One verse.
Only one verse, one word. It's only one.
Well,
You.
a verse is usually like a line, isn't it? A verse, like in a song, a
Yeah.
verse.
A line, one line. Well, one.
Diddle.
Because I live.
Verse can be seen as voice as well. You know. That might be where voice came from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard
Because
this
I
guy
live in
who
with.
called himself syncretist, and I'd have to look him up, and I'd have to look into him more. But he kind of describes some of the things we're talking about right now. It's interesting. It's the synchronicities of everything.
Right.
Yeah. There's no mistakes, man.
Yeah, that's it, man.
There's no accidents and no mistakes. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Ever.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. But because I live in the state of Wisconsin, marijuana is illegal. So it's easier to get these vape, these vape things and vape the marijuana, but I do smoke. I have to rely on smoking CBD marijuana, like a CBD thing that's legal here. So, but if I can get my hands on actual marijuana, I do.
Hey,
you need the THC oil, man. Yeah,
hey,
the real
Shade, can you see can you see what's on the screen there? What Ben of Venom shared? What do you say about
Not
that?
exactly.
It says
Which is-
Schumann is spiking like crazy.
Oh yeah. No.
What do you say? What do you want to say about that?
Well, that's a good looking baseline for the universe, right? Who can argue with it? If that's moving, everybody else is moving, right?
Is it part of the consciousness, like something? I mean,
it's the vibration of the Earth, the Earth's frequency, the Earth's resonance. That's the human resonance. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's been
nothing to be afraid.
It's been spiking and like it's been having a pattern that is unusual, I guess they say too, like it's almost speaking to us, like it's almost like it's I don't know, something, whatever, not literally talking, but there's data there that we could read.
Data and everything is communication when you really think about it fundamentally. But I know we're all striving for articulation, words to describe the unworthy of words.
Well, the English language is a book of spells,
Yeah.
This is what Tracy
we're
said.
Limited. Yeah, we're limited with it as well.
It was created at the English language was.
All right, my phone's dying, guys. I'm getting my car to charge up.
Okay.
Good. I was gonna say no, don't go.
So, did you get to go on deliveries tonight, Shay? Or did you just train in the store? Maybe he's not with us right this second.
Disappeared there for a minute.
Yeah. All right. So we need to ask Shay too about the Mandela effect too. I can't remember which ones he's affected. We know everybody is, but let's ask him a few of the easy ones.
Tommy, did you ever hear in the Bible when after Jesus crosses the lake? I read the other day that 2 men came running up to him as legion. Did you ever hear that change in the Bible before? I forget where it was at. I forget where I was reading that, Tom, but I know when Jesus had crossed the lake, and instead of 1 man running up to him, there was 2 men that ran up to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it was new or
there should be one, right?
Yeah, it used to be 1, yeah. And other places where I'm looking, it's always 1. Like in Matthew and all the other places I find it, it's always 1 man. But I read the other day that it was 2, but I can't find where it was.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a personal personal effect and it flip flopped in front of me or what.
I'll tell you what's strange for me is, and I shouldn't be, saying this, but if I had $1 for the amount of times that the word legion has been said by people in our community and elsewhere in the last couple, man, I would probably have some money, seriously, but it's weird. It's personal. That's personal for me because that's the name of the road I live on. Is literally
Wait. No. You're onto something, Tommy. You said legion is something.
It's been popping up a lot.
Legion has been popping up for me too a lot. I thought it was just a personal thing because I'm actually watching the Legion, the Legends.
Uh-huh.
On Netflix, I was watching the Legends, DC Comics.
Right.
And Legion is brought up a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a powerful demon.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me see if somebody's at my door. I keep hearing something. Hang on.
That's in the Bible.
Wow.
Jesus casted out 100 demons, and they were called Legion. And they went into the pigs, and the pigs jumped off the cliff and committed suicide. So that principality's still out there. They begged to go into the pigs, and Jesus probably felt sorry for him and put him in the pigs. Well, I know he did. Yeah, but I read that one man normally ran up to Jesus. That's what's in the Bible. One man, every place I looked, but I know I read it. It was two men ran up to him, but I can't seem to find it now.
What you saying? All right, so you're saying it used to be two and now it's one?
No. What I'm saying is I always knew it as one, Tommy. All right?
Yeah, okay.
I know I read the other day that it was two. But now since I read it, right? I read it once that it was two. And I kind of forget where I read it at. I was just like, wow, that's weird. I said something to my wife about it. I said, that's strange. It's always been one. I think I may have found, a new Mandela effect, but I didn't know.
Right.
So I went to look for it again after that. And wherever I look, like in all it's in several books. The story Legion, it's always one man now.
Well,
Wherever I look, it's one man.
I'm gonna look in my Bible just to see in the back and see a Legions in the back of the Bible real quick, and see how many times it's in the Bible too. Shay is going to join us again if he can figure out how to get on the link again. It's in the chat, brother. If you're out there. Yeah, okay, we got him. Hold on just a second. All right, welcome back to the show, Shay, brother. Coming back.
Hey, sorry for the dropout.
All right, it's all right. We
keep
all
keeping an eye on
You're
my
good.
Yeah,
charge
YouTube
while I'm there.
streaming will take your power away pretty quick, your battery power.
Yeah, I guess it did.
Let's see.
I'm good to go now.
So Shane, do you know a lot about the Mandela effect, or Shay? Sorry.
Shay, yes, that's it. It's easily confused with a lot of things, but it's cool. Tell me more about it. I do know some, but I am always willing to learn.
Has Tommy told you anything about it, or do you know any Mandela effects, like Risky Bit? Have you ever seen Risky Business, the movie?
I couldn't. No, not really. I do. Tommy has told me about quite a few Mandela effects, and we've gone through them and everything. And I see that, and I just not. I'm not like strike to my core concerned, to be completely honest with you, but change my mind, I guess you could say.
What Mandela effects have you guys talked about?
You probably
Tommy, jog my memory, homie.
Yeah, I mean, I've shared all the basic ones. Remember Berenstein Bears changing to Berenstein.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you read those books with your kids, or when you were a kid, Shay, where you had the Berenstain?
I saw a few Christmas videos when I was a kid growing up. I mean, I knew of them, but I didn't know of them intimately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of us read those.
Vague, but
most of us read those books, knew them well, and and then you have ones like Excuse me. Let's see. Have you ever heard? Huh?
The
What?
continent. Landmass is moving. That's interesting.
I still didn't catch what you said.
The landmass is moving.
Oh,
shifting.
Yeah.
Geography.
Yeah. Just explain to him how many different MAs there are. So one of y'all explain to how, like, yeah, it's not just logos.
Yeah, there's so many. You can't possibly know all of the Mandela effects.
Oh, sure.
But you've seen the GFK assassination, right? Some kind of video on it, have you?
Sure. Yeah.
How many people do you remember being in the car?
Let's see. Him, his wife, a driver, and I think that was it.
Yeah, 4. So, like the Mandela effect, if you go online right now and look it up, there's 6 people in the car now, and it's a different car.
It's got
and
2.
it actually looks like, from the timeline. I say I'm from a different timeline. That's why, because here, there's no 4 people in the car. There's no film of 4 people ever being in the car.
Like I was wanting to say 4, but I couldn't put my thumb on exactly what I would call.
Yeah, so you do definitely.
But you're right. You're right. There is 4 people. Yeah. There's supposed to be 4 people in the car from our timeline or whatever, wherever we're from.
2 directions, 2 bullets, right?
Excuse me?
2 bullets, 2 directions.
Yeah, that's the old saying. But now, if you go online on this timeline, it's a different car. They have different views from all over the place.
Yes.
I'm gonna
So
drop
I mean,
out, Tommy.
Huh? What?
I'm gonna drop out, mate. Good to talk to you.
All right, brother man. Yeah, have
catch
a
you
great
next time, mate.
All right.
Great to meet you, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You too, man.
Take care. Take care, man.
Do a burnout for me.
Yeah, it's early in the morning there or late for him. I can't ever remember which way it is, but it's
early as fuck for me.
Well, it's later for him or whatever. I don't know.
I'm almost. I'm 45 seconds away from 4:20 in the morning here, so I'm gonna light up here pretty soon of my CBD.
4:20? How can it be 20?
How are you? I was just gonna say, how are you at 4:20? I got
because I'm in Wisconsin.
I know, but there's it's
He's
40 minutes after. Where is it 20 after?
No. I said I'm coming up on 4:20. I'm 1937. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong. Holy shit!
We've been on for 4:19. Yeah, we've been on for 4:19.
I was looking at your live video. I thought that was
like,
my
what?
time.
Yeah, hey, we got Bolt Gun joining us. Bolt Gun.
Maybe the CBD is getting me high.
Of course it
no,
is.
I am smoking
now.
Welcome to the show, Bolt Gun. Welcome.
Yeah, it's 4:20 now. What's up?
Hey, yo. How you doing?
Hey.
Good to meet you. Who's this?
Bolt Gun. So, what do you think of the show, Bolt Gun? The Mandela Effect, the Mandela Effect International Conference that everybody is dreaming about.
Can you hear us?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can't hear.
Are you with us, Bolt Gun?
Bolt Gun, go back out and come back in. That might work.
Huh. Bolt Gun, can you hear me?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Huh?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you? Maybe you can't hear Rick or something.
Can you hear me, Bolt Gun? That's weird.
Yeah, I can just barely hear you. You're all garbled for some reason.
Oh, all right. Oh.
So what were you going to ask him, Rick?
What is he thinking of? Has he seen? I should start with that. The International Mandela Effect
Conference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you should ask him, Tom.
Yeah. Hey, Bolt Gun, did you catch the conference there? Any of the conference, the International Mandela Effect Conference?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it.
All right. Well, we'd love to hear anything you have to say about it. You don't have to say anything good or bad. I mean, or whatever, but just anything you got from it or didn't get from it or whatever. Whatever you would like to say. We're definitely interested. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I pretty much side with what you guys have been saying all night. That they pretty much left God out of it, and it seems to be a pre-organized effort by the editing of people's videos and stuff like that to put their own spin on it. And
Agreed. Definitely.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. Yeah,
Uh-huh. Are you? Yeah. All right. So you're disappointed overall. Is what basically. I mean, I did find a few things very interesting in there, but yes, I am overall very disappointed. I shared some with you, Shay. I didn't know if you watched it, but I was actually kind of excited for you to watch it, Shay, when I sent you the link for it. And I told you it was live right then. We're talking about the Mandela Conference, the International Mandela Conference. It's been going on for about a week now. Tomorrow's the last day. But we feel like it kind of got hijacked. It was all about the Mandela effect last year, and this year they had all these other things going on other than the Mandela effect. So, there was like they're pushing all these other things on us instead of talking about the Mandela effect, diving into it more. They talked very little about the Mandela effect. So we all feel robbed or pooped on, or something, because they weren't representing us as a whole in the Mandela effect. Their numbers were very poor that they got in the chat. We get bigger numbers. Not me personally, but our bigger community channels get way more numbers. Way more people. For their shows, and So I think we
weren't invited,
and they didn't
weren't invited.
Right. Yeah, they didn't. They didn't invite enough channels that would be dedicated to the Mandela effect. So that right there kind of tells you that they were
to be expected. I mean, I hate to cut you off there. I mean, it's just like, they knew you were coming, kind of deal. They knew what was happening. Of course, they knew it was rolling out. So we just gotta, double time above that and be like, look, this is what we find. This is what we got. This is the information. This is what we're getting out. What are the concerns? Give me the information. You know what I mean? We got to not pity patty around. Okay, yeah, they're doing the same thing they always did. Hey, that's a dog. They shit in the corner. You know what I'm saying? They just continue to do the same things over and over. We can only awaken so many in that way. We got to really try and take and look at the angles another way. If you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be rude or
They flip-flopped on us last year. The first year of it, they did it all. They were dedicated to the Mandela effect. This year they came with other agendas, is what we're saying. See, it's a whole other show. Yeah, that's the problem. If they'd have been,
again, I really don't know exactly what's going on. Just
I know you don't. I know. Yeah, but they've
angled just like kill, steal, and destroy. You know what I'm saying? Of course, he's going to take your words and twist them. Of course, he's going to. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I was pointing out. I'm sorry if it was out.
Well, what our biggest complaint is that it's a Mandela effect conference, and they only used the even Mandela effect a few times in the whole week. It's like they were talking about everything but the Mandela effect. So you see why we're upset.
They just used the name and hijacked it.
Yeah, that hijacked. That's what we're trying. Yeah, but same people were. Some of the same people that were running it were involved this year. So why did they allow it to be hijacked or whatever? And it might have been a money thing. Who knows? But
it's popular. They all they care is about the minds, not the money. You know what I'm saying? The money is what comes after the minds. The minds direct the money. You know what I'm saying? So. But yeah, I feel you. All goes together one way or another.
So anything else, Bolt Gun, on the conference or whatever? You can share whatever anything else you like to talk about too. We're open. Open
I'll tell you, fellas, we got an amusement park here, called Kings Island. I live in Southern Ohio, and my wife and I, we buy those year membership passes. We got 3 little grandbabies and stuff, and we buy them for the family to go there. And they've had that place shut down during this COVID crisis, and they just sent us a email on our phones that they're going to honor our year memberships. We got, several hundred, maybe $1,000 some dollars wound up on all that stuff, and can't even use it. But what they're telling us is one member of the party has got to have the tracker app on their phone to be admitted in the park. You got to wear masks and everything. You got to maintain. And if they're putting that tracker app there, and they got people going to be going around and enforcing everything else, going to be like a Nazi concentration camp.
Yep.
Whoa, Merry Christmas, man.
That's it. It's an adventure park or a water park or something. What was it? What kind of park was it? You're breaking up.
Paramount's King.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Paramount. Okay. Yeah. Wow.
And that's about here. It's just a couple-hour drive, and we buy them here and take the kids there and eat. And just a place to go goof off, and they like it. But hell, that's out of the picture. That ain't taking my subjection like that.
Yeah, you can't get a refund.
Well, I'm getting ready to try. I don't know what they're going to do, but yeah, I want to get my money back now. We're getting ready to start. Got a lot going on now. We're getting ready to close on a piece of property in the house here Tuesday and stuff.
Good for you.
Not just going on mess with that.
Hey, good for you. That's something to really focus on and you rejoice about, homie.
Yeah, man.
For real, fellow man.
Yeah,
man. You about to close on some real freedom? That's great.
Yeah. We
I yearn for the same thing, man. That's why I rejoice with you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very welcome. Yeah, what? Right on. Land of the free, home of the brave, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, brother.
1776 worldwide, right?
It's a coming.
Did you say land of the zombie, home of the slave? What?
Oh.
That's what they want. That's what they
want. Okay.
I said, you didn't hear me?
I heard you.
So
stuff be so great after they got the population dumber than hell. And
free will reigns. Free will reigns. We'll see who's here when the free will reigns.
That's right.
Yeah. When you've got when the majority of people are idiots and you've got a democracy, it's a freaking nightmare. That's a nightmare, man.
It can be. But let's meditate on some goodness. You know what I'm saying? Like new property and some deer coming on and some food plots and some goodness and some family friends and some fish bowls and some what else got the creator got, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what else? Back to nature. Natural law.
We put some of these good comments from the chat in here too.
Yeah, I can't see the chat.
NASA push and Grissom, so let's tell Shay about that. Can you read that, Shay? What it says there? NASA push. They were pushing NASA like crazy, but then the guy said that Grissom, a former astronaut, was appearing to him as an angel and telling him stuff. Oh dear.
Well, that sounds like a Bible story to me. Old Testament.
But a former an astronaut. No, I mean no. We're not talking about a disciple or something like that.
Human being.
One of the two witnesses or whatever. We're talking about all right. I've asked you before how many.
Well, back then they were shepherds. Today there's astronauts. They weren't astronauts.
How many times did we go to the moon, Shay?
I don't fucking know. I don't really fucking care.
All right, but you had to guess how many times did America go to the moon?
What they tell us, they deceived us. They told us, and they deceived us, and we called out. And it's all deception for what? The greater plan of what is real. Come on now.
All right, we're just
in the minutiae. Let's get caught up in it.
Yeah, we're just seeing where you're at, But all right. Yeah. So, do you think that there's a chance the moon? Because they just announced this. That I don't know why they're not making a big deal about it, or somebody isn't. But they said recently that the moon is in our atmosphere now. That that space is beyond the moon. What do you think about that? That's science telling us that.
I think the moon affects my personal individual sleep cycles, and it has been known to affect the population and their agitation, if you ask any cop. And wherever it is, it has a focus and a draw on the earth and the human race. So, I'm not.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, you're saying it's something and it's real, but what about the distance? Is it millions and millions of miles away, or is it close?
How do I know unless I would have a telescope and a balloon and yada yada yada? I mean, it just doesn't really.
Well, I mean, I've always
thought
it was weird that we could zoom in on the moon so easily. I bought a 2 or 3.
I think the actual. Just looking at the stars in general, and that's probably what you're getting at is the moon and as a data point. I think it is odd. I think it is very, let's say, Hunger Games-ish when you look up at certain times in certain states of consciousness, but I don't know if it is. But don't really care.
Do you believe in the firmament of some kind?
I believe what is I heard of it. Yeah, sure, there's something. Yeah, there's a reflection scientifically. I mean, what do you mean? There's
like a barrier or a blocker or something of kind of a firmament between space or heaven or whatever.
And if you're going to go with that logic, it also makes sense that it should, and it could. In ancient times past that, our atmosphere was more dense, so oxygen was more dense, therefore things like bugs were a hell of a lot bigger. They breathe through their exoskeleton, and shit, if I decide to have 5 times more breath than I do now, I'm sure I would change physiologically in my meat suit of sorts.
Mm-hmm. So you think you would evolve? Is that what you're saying? You
didn't say evolve. I said things would change. Just like if I decide to not eat sugar, I'd lose weight. If I decide to eat a bunch of, I would get fat. Everything. Nothing is stagnant and change.
I don't think you were here earlier, but I said in this conference, one of the presenters brought up that the biological changes that we're noticing through the Mandela effect, that could be from the Creator changing our bodies, for one reason or another, for a new age or for to prepare for something coming or whatever. So where's your heart, Shay? Which side is your heart on in your body? Where's your heart?
Well, let's look. I'm not going to go quite there exactly, but I will say that. Where is my heart? My heart is in the one love, and whether it's the one love is on the right or the left.
No. Oh, come on now. But no, I'm talking about physically in your body, please. I'm talking about
in my body. I grew up as no one putting my right hand as I pledge allegiance to the right side.
That's your left. Wait.
Exactly. So listen.
I'm asking you, where's the heart in a human body? That's all I'm asking, brother. Goodness gracious. That's all I'm asking you. Where do you know the heart to be in a body? Dang. It's simple.
I'll be right back, Tommy.
All right. It's not.
I'll
Yes.
be right back, you guys.
All right. Okay. It's not a trick question, brother. Oh, there you go.
Well, I haven't dived in too deep in the whole Mandela effect, so I'm not sure.
All right. Where are your kidneys? Where's your kidneys? You know where your kidneys are. I'm not asking.
Towards your back. I mean, what do you mean?
Okay. Boxing has what? In boxing, they have
Kidney
what?
stone. Sure.
Okay. All right. Somebody. Anybody want?
Their kidneys
low
are
blow.
now
You get the
in
kidney.
your
Sure.
back.
Hold on.
Your kidneys are now up in your back. They're not behind your back. They are up in your chest.
They're hidden in your rib cage.
Yeah, in your rib cage.
Yeah,
The
they're
lower.
hidden.
Yeah. There's no
That's the reason for the thing now. Yeah.
You know what? That wouldn't in the whole grand scheme of things as a strict biblical, fundamental, complete word for word. I mean, there has to be an explanation for miracles. So I don't understand the real itch behind all of this supernatural.
You're gonna have to explain a little better. What about say it again then or something, because I didn't catch all that. Are you there? Ouch. What about the supernatural?
No, I'm sorry. I don't understand the glitch behind you guys understanding something that may have or may have not changed, as you imply, saying for organs have
all right.
I mean, where is your supernatural demeanor?
All right. Haven't I explained that part to you, that I think that it is sorcery mainly, and that something is using sorcery because see, we all come from a source. Some source. Okay,
Sure.
so whatever that source we come, it doesn't have to be God or whatever. In this case, we come from a source, and so somebody's using sorcery to manipulate the source code, the source, and making changes,
Well, I think a lot of those changes are implemented through programs, and those programs are picked up by us human beings, which are manifestors of the program, whatever we are programmed to, and therefore we manifest it. So we have to get down and understand the program and the fundamental game in general, and
but don't go too far with that. What are you saying? Programming? You're not saying that we're in a hologram or simulation, are you?
Oh, that could mean a bunch of different things to a bunch of different people. So it's hard to put me in a box in that area, or anybody for that sake. But with that said, it's easy to use it as an allegory. That's why we got to be careful with whatever allegory we're reading and not get so pinned down and nailed everybody to whatever they want. I mean,
right, but it's got to make sense. I mean, but so all right, so look, we obviously haven't triggered you, or we haven't really found a Mandela effect that bugs you, or whatever. What
I believe in
about
the supernatural. That's why. Maybe that's why.
Well,
I believe in change. I believe in change is nothing but constant. I believe that good is to manifest eternally good, then change and evil has to die, and therefore old has to perish and new has to become, and that's the whole fucking Christian belief. Jesus Christ. It's
why is the past changing then in some cases? Why is the Bible changing?
Tell me what Bible and what is changing.
I have not told you.
Do you know the Bible well?
I have studied the Bible extensively for quite a few years.
Okay,
Not too long ago, Tommy.
Okay, well, that's not good if it was not too long ago. What about when you were young or whatever? You know?
Oh, sure. I was raised up in a Pentecostal church, to be
Okay,
honest
all
with
right. So, I mean, yeah, we're not talking about how much you remember, you know, as far as, you know, to preach to us. But, all right.
I believe
Go
in
ahead.
just
Go
a
ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, just go ahead and somebody else tell him. You know.
Who laid with the lamb? Do you remember who laid with the lamb?
Isaiah
the
11.
lion lays with the lamb, and now it
No,
says
it's
the
the
wolf.
wolf.
Okay, yeah,
The
see, he
wolf
knows that one
dwelled
from me.
with
Yeah.
the lamb. The wolf dwelled or laid with the lamb. Does it dwell? The wolf dwelled.
Don't confuse it more, Rick. It's the now it's changed to the wolf will dwell with the lamb. Let's not confuse it more, please.
Right.
All right.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right.
You know,
So, and then and also in Isaiah it says the lion and it says now the wolf and the lion will eat together, whatever, you know.
Well, how not heaven could be without? How not your enemies could not reconcile? What the fuck, guys? Didn't Jesus say reconcile? I'm sorry. Was that too brash?
What are you saying? Look, what we're saying is the Bible is changed a bunch of times throughout it, and so I mean, how are you going to explain?
What does okay? You interpret the Bible as a book of words,
Yes.
letters, language.
Yeah.
What if I decide to speak another language?
Yep.
Another mouth form.
Yeah. And the Bible talks about
the essence must still be the same. The essence is Christ. If you know or you do not.
all right. Well, did you ever hear in the Bible of Christ killing someone?
Christ himself, no.
Have you ever heard of Christ tell one of his apostles or people to go get people and kill them in front of him?
Certainly not.
No. Okay. Well, I beg to differ. Tommy, you want to tell?
Oh, yeah, it's now in there. We're just it's now in there. We're not going to say you're disagreeing with him because he just doesn't know that it's in there. But yes, there's all kinds of changes, huge
and
changes.
all. I mean, he was more radical then than when I was brought up and understood at that time. He flipped the tables and everything when he was, money changing there.
That's
he was radical.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
He never said that, go get people and kill them in front of me. At that, Christ wouldn't preach that.
Christ we're not going to dwell. We're not going to dwell on. We'll just move on. The very first sentence in the Bible. There's plenty of them. So if it doesn't, if you don't remember, we're going to move on. We're not going to force it on him. So listen, Jay, the very first sentence in the Bible has changed. It used to say God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, the heavens and the earth, and now it says God created the heaven and the earth. And in the Mandela effect, phenomenon, there's a lot of S's either removed or added to names.
That happens with every monk that transcribed the original text. You got to think about that too.
But we're talking
and the King
about
James Version and all that. It's got to be what Jesus said. He said the Holy Spirit, man.
Yeah. All right, listen.
He said you only know by the Spirit. Look at John 17, bro.
All right, but we're talking about
you only know through the Father. Come on, man.
All right, but do you recognize there's supernatural changes? That's what I'm trying to get at. Do you that this book? Yes, we recognize that there's
not natural changes, dumbass.
What?
How is it not natural changes?
The print is changed. The print has changed. In the book, every Bible on this plane has changed and keeps changing every time there's a new Mandela effect in it. So that's what we're talking about here. Is that we're not talking about translations. We're talking about the actual print in the book of every Bible, new or old, is literally changing. Sometimes by the day, whatever. There's we're
watching a change too. We are actually watching a change.
That's what we're telling him. Yes. So that you understand what we're trying to say, Shay? We're not picking on you neither.
No, I know you don't.
All right, so listen. That's all we're trying to get is you that see people believe in miracles and God and all those kind of good powers. Well, there's
So
also
you're saying there's a haze of an enemy called CERN, and it's doing unsupernatural changes to
I'm
haze.
not saying CERN's doing it. No, some people say the
No,
CERN.
but I say just like a
Listen,
easy way to
listen.
explain
Hold on, just a second. I'm not saying CERN's doing it. I lean more to it that God's doing it. If you want to really, and a lot of us do. But
that's what I'm saying.
We're just trying to be on the
We've
same
had
page.
too much of a downward negative view on it all, and we need to rejoice more. That's all I've discovered in the last year.
Well, listen, all right, but you got to hear us out too.
Free chicken, homeboy. Is that
Changes are
red?
blasphemy. A lot of these changes are blasphemy too. So that's what's weird about it. So, but listen,
I think we're all too sensitive. But
oh my gosh,
So, Tommy, tell him about what he does from river to river. Then,
yeah, okay.
Tell him what he does.
Yeah,
Tell him what it says
there's a
in the
scripture
Bible.
that has changed. All right, calm down. There's a scripture
right.
that has changed and now reads, "The Lord shall beat off from one stream to a river."
I'm not offended.
I know you're not. I know you're not. But to the people that have never read the Bible, to young kids, that is
I get
very
it because of
offensive.
the programming that they have been up.
If you'd have read that as a kid, Shay, you would have been offended if you'd have read that as a
Which
kid.
is the deception, which is part of the deception.
It used to read, "The Lord shall thresh." The Lord shall thresh. That's a big difference.
That's how ancient it all is. Why are we circumcised? Why are males circumcised in America? That's bullshit. That's an ancient Jewish tradition that is not for Christians.
I'm not going to argue with your debate on that. I agree.
Listen to me. Shut up. Excuse me. Why is a third of my pleasure zone cut off? 1/3. Look it up.
No, I agree with you. Yeah.
Outside of my fleshia. Yeah, I'm sorry if I make you. But think about it. Why is that? And how many people die in America of that? How many young boys die and are maimed? I don't care if it's 100. That's too many. Of what? Superstition? Of what? Why?
It's ritual.
Huh?
It's ritual.
Muslims do what to their ladies?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
because they take their freedom.
It's
how do you control a bull? You cut his fucking balls off. How do you control a bull?
Calm down. We're all friends here.
How do you control a bull? You cut his fucking balls off.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Why is there fluoride in the water?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, we all know that. We all know that. That's all we're trying to do.
No, I'm just reinforcing, homie.
All right, but I'm just telling, yeah.
But don't you want to get down to the truth, though, too? The whole truth?
Yeah.
And nothing but, homie. Yeah, that's all I've been digging for.
So that's all we talk about everything here. And that's what the Mandela conference didn't do. They talked about everything opposite of what we talk about, and we're trying to just put the puzzles together. And
I think, you know what I think? Let me tell you what I think, and this is not confirmed. This is just me playing around, trying to get my shit together, just to be honest with you. Just like I used to back in the homeboy days, I used to just get jiggy with it and praise the Lord. Tommy, I know what you know what I mean. Because you get jiggy with it and you praise the Lord in your own way. You know what I'm saying? We all do. We all have. Why? Because we all been brought up in different kinds of, power just went out, churches. You heard it? We all get jiggy with it. The power just went out and went boom, way back down the way.
Wow.
When I said that. You heard it?
Well, thank goodness my power.
Yeah, my whole street's down, just to let you know. There's a transformer that just went out when I said that.
Huh? There's no
I
storm.
sound like Tommy, like I'm crazy. No, 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 no. Look, you see that crazy light over there? I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, what was I saying?
Crap. I lost.
You were talking about giving the Lord the praise.
Yeah, isn't that the point? Our whole day and our whole existence to be like, praise you, Lord. Praise you for a man. Why? What is that? That's rejoicing. Rejoicing in the Lord. What gives you strength? Right? Why not? What is rejoicing in the Lord? Rejoicing in the power of what? Ultimate mightiness, which is what? The universe incarnate, which is us, which is we learn how to alchemize that and take the enemy's negativity and we transfuse that just like Christ did at the cross and make it righteous. You know, I mean, that's the best way I can explain it in the sense of taking it and making it whole, making it just transform into something new. You know, death, burial, resurrection. As a hurricane comes, it knocks off trees, you know, and it knocks off branches for what new to come. This coronavirus has came, and we know it's bullshit. But guess what? All things together work together for good for those who trust in what the higher source of love is. What it basically is trying to tell you. So therefore, we take positivity and we take these negative actions, and we say, you know what? I'm going to love you anyways. That's what Christ Jesus said and basically did when he was spit in the face and said, you know what, I'm gonna love you anyways. You know what I'm saying? He said, and that's why he couldn't touch everybody and everywhere in every place. Why? Because they weren't vibing with him. He couldn't because they didn't believe, you know, they weren't ready for the change. And I believe all this stress and this triumph and everything is getting us ready for the ultimate change that's really going to flip the script and bring what some people call the new age. I know that it's called the new earth, and just up vibing to the North Star, man. I don't have any really other words than that. I know it sounds kind of silly and cheesy by now because I'm just kind of just rolling with it, but I love you guys.
Look,
And I
we
know
weren't trying to you know pick at you. We're just curious about you know the Mandela effects that you know that you might
just I know personally I've gotten caught in the minutia of the worry to the point to where I get stressed and I don't do anything. If I don't do anything, I don't walk in love, and I gotta get out there. You know,
so you don't want to be triggered. Is that what you're saying? You don't want to know of any.
No.
Well, I mean that's fine
is
too.
the source, is the key, is the outlet to my freedom. Are you serious? I want to be triggered. I take the triggers and embrace them so that I can alchemize them and change them and heal from them and be liberated from them. Therefore, I'm free. I'm no more bound by the enemy's deceit, and I'm more powerful than ever before. And I can take that same energy that was lost before in that deceit and take it and transform it into freedom. Not just for me, but for all. Why? Because I affect all, one way or the other, whether it's bad or good.
What happened? Hello.
You see what I'm saying?
You might have cut out there. What did you just pause or? Huh? Is there a delay?
No, you good, man.
Oh. But I mean, you stopped. What? Where else? What's that?
No, it's just my rent. What are you talking about?
All right. Hang on a second. I missed your comments. Oh, he was talking to somebody else. Do you know in the? All right, we're gonna try to get back to the Mandela effect, but first, do you remember where the Bible talked about the great deception?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, somebody says that, and I know it too. Now that's changed to grand delusion. That it doesn't say great deception anymore.
That point not the same thing.
But yeah, all right. But in a lot of cases it is. But then the parables have changed too. Like, all right, it doesn't make any sense now where it says bottles instead of wineskins, they changed it from wineskins to bottles. Okay, and no, we all know that bottles don't break when you put old wine in them. But if you put old wine in new wineskins,
new wine and old wineskins will explode. Sure.
Yeah.
Because it's
So they've changed that
already
parable
used.
by putting the bottles in there now instead of wineskins. You see?
Mm-hmm.
That's a negative, not a positive, right? When you agree that they're changing it and making it not make sense anymore, because it's all about the fact that you don't put old wine into new new wine into old wineskins, and now it says old bottles. You can put new wine or old wine, whatever you want, into bottles because they're not going to burst from it.
No, I feel you.
Yeah. So that we have a problem with, and then there's many others too that and there's other parables too that it just doesn't make sense anymore.
Maybe we need to live
that
more by
Jesus is Jesus
more about the book
is
of the
Jesus
law.
is Jesus die on the cross in the Bible?
Maybe we need to live more by the book of the Spirit than the book of the law.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. So, I just want you to.
The universe is teaching us that the hard way.
All right, listen. We can end this right now if you just say that you what's your opinion? Do you think that our books can actually be changed, just like the Berenstain Bears? See, we knew that when that changed before the Bible did, but it was Berenstain for us, and everybody has their little story of we didn't know how to pronounce it. Because if it had been Stain, everybody can say Stain, but we didn't know if it was Stein or Stain or
dyslexic. So I mean, yeah, I can sometimes barely read. So I mean, Bernstein, Bernstein. I mean,
right, but
there's going to be a huge swath of the population that has like just a faulty memory in itself.
No, you're not going the right way with this. Listen to me. We know for 1,000% it was Bernstein, because it was Berenstain, because if it had been Stain like it is now, Shay, we wouldn't have had a problem pronouncing it. Everybody can say Stain, but when you see AEI in, you don't know if it's Stein or Steen or what. That's what we're trying to show you is the proof that we know it was Berenstain Bears, not Berenstain.
Okay, what does that proof tell you is what I'm trying to ask you.
Yeah, all right, but I'm just trying to get you to see that there is supernatural change
with reality.
Huh?
That there's supernatural interference with reality? Is that what you're trying to show me? Because
you haven't said that you agree that there is yet. Yes.
Jesus, of course, and that there's an opportunity to change your life. What do you mean? Duh. I'm sorry, we must have miscommunicated.
That's all I'm trying to get you to understand, that there's so many changes that there. That's all we just want you. We want you to understand that it's supernatural, or it's something changing. These things. It's not in our minds. It's not in our faulty memories, Shay. That's all we're saying. See, that's insulting to us when you say it's false memories.
I'm sorry.
We know it's not false memories. That's the last thing it is.
If I put that, I apologize. My bad.
Yeah,
I must have been on a tangent and a rant. My bad.
Love this conversation. We're not trying to debate with you. We're just trying to, get you up to speed to where we're at. But yeah, and it is fun for us to go through the Mandela effects and see which ones you remember and what and it doesn't seem like many of them, but that's it's different for everybody, I guess. But you did say, see, we got you on a big one because you agree that there's 4 people in the car, right? At JFK. That was, yeah. Well, now in this timeline, it's a different car, and it's 6 people in the car now.
Is it like Elmo or Big Bird?
Are you being funny?
No.
What are you saying?
Elmo or Big Bird in this timeline?
What? What are you saying, Big Bird Elmo? What are you talking about? Sesame Street all of
Is
a
it
sudden.
Big Bird, the main character, or is it Elmo in Sesame Street?
I'm pretty sure Big Bird's in there. What? I don't know what you're talking about there.
He's in there.
Man, quit. Hey,
Oh,
hey,
you
Mickey
don't know?
Mouse
Oh,
has a
you don't
tail.
know this thing.
Mickey Mouse has a tail again now, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't give a hate Mickey Mouse. Then my
Never
mother
mind.
was.
Yeah, that wasn't for you though. That was for the season.
Of course it wasn't.
season.
I love Jack Sparrow, though. He's some bitch. Sorry. I love y'all. I cussed the fucking sailor. I guess it's
when do you work again, Shay?
tomorrow, of course.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, tomorrow.
And did they feed you free or?
They tried to.
Yeah.
Slightly refused.
Bill. Okay. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, have you ever heard of Black Tom?
I've heard of Black and Tom, but not Black Tom. Tell me.
All right. Okay. It's an event. I'll give you that much. It's not a person. It was an event. Do you remember any event called Black Tom? Okay. What's the first?
I want to tell you, it vaguely rings a bell, but no.
What's the first terrorist attack on America?
I wouldn't know that if you asked me at 16. What do you mean? Terrorist attack? What?
Or not, or just or a war attack, whatever. I mean, from another country or whatever. What? What's the big? There's a big one that I'm looking for.
Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, Pearl Harbor. Okay, yeah. That's exactly what. You're right. All right. That wasn't that wasn't a trick question. All right. So, hold on.
I don't want to go under the screening, to be honest with you, but go ahead anyway.
Okay. So, all right, what I'm getting at is they've reminded us, especially at 9/11, after 9/11, they reminded us that Pearl Harbor was the first big attack on America, or foreign attack. All right. Well, now into the timeline now, out of nowhere, when it came in, there's the Black Tom event that they say Germans blew up a what do you call that ammo yard or ammo depot, an ammo depot, and that it was a huge explosion, and that it did so much damage to the Statue of Liberty that nobody from 1916 was allowed to go in the torch. So nobody's ever been in the torch in our timeline.
I don't know. Listen, I remember a movie. What was it with the Tim the Two-Man Taylor guy, the head guy? I forget his name. He had a movie, Jungle to Jungle, I think it was called. Something about he had a lost son that he didn't know about, lost in the jungle. And they ran up to the top of the Empire, or excuse me, not Empire State, but the Statue of Liberty, and did some shenanigans up there and some video footage and so on. So that's the only bell that rings as far as a Hollywood memory of that particular statue.
What I missed that. I'm sorry, I missed that last part what you said. But so all right. Whoa, all right. We got Noble Misty in the house. Wow.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, you can finally.
Hey, Patrick. Yeah, we got you back. Yeah. I think we hear you.
Can
what
you
about
hear me?
Noble D?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, Patrick.
Finally! Oh my God, this is like the fourth.
You're having trouble there, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Noble,
Hey,
do we have you? I think so. Yeah, Noble.
Hey, Noble.
Hello. Testing.
Testing. Yes, we
hear you, Noble, loud and clear.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
Cool.
Please
I got you
chime
on the
in.
wrong speaker. I got to get you on my headphones. Sorry.
All right. So good to have you. Good to have you. Definitely.
You guys are up super early or up super late?
Late, yeah.
Never went to bed.
Huh?
So, Patrick, anything you want to say real quick since you've been out in and out trying to get back in real quick?
Oh, you guys have been on so many subjects. I was trying to get back in, so we got way off. We got way off topic, so I was trying to get back in, but nobody could hear me. So, and then Nobilis was asked a few questions, and I couldn't talk, so I couldn't get it through there. But now he's on, so go ahead, Noble.
Yeah, I thought I'd point out, I don't know everybody here, but that's cool. I was going to explain my experience with the Great Deception because, of course, the Mandela Effect stuff had happened for like a year and a half or something. Like, I really got to take a look because people were mentioning strong delusion, Great Deception, a couple things in the Bible. I grew up on the Bible, but of course I didn't know it all. And I had researched different little sections for different reasons in the past. And I thought, I got to get this done. You know, I got to look at this, the biblical possibilities or what's going on for the Mandela Effect. You know, is it talked about in the Bible? Maybe sort of indirectly or something. So I sat down, I examined the strong delusion, I examined the Great Deception, and of course the scriptures before, after, different scriptures that some churches may try to tie together or, you know, make a part of a greater story or whatever. So I checked different churches, you know, see what they're saying, to get some different scriptures more than anything, perhaps their views on them. And also some of the back translations, you know, check the words, you know, make sure it is saying what it means as far as we can tell from the original Hebrew or Latin. And I did that, and basically, like the strong delusion, the way it's worded in the Bible, you know, at the time, the strong delusion was brought on essentially by God, the big G. And the Great Deception clearly was written in the same scriptures as the false prophets. It was in Matthew 24, I think, and it was also in a second location, the parallels at maybe Mark. I think it was in the book of Mark, but it said a little bit less. In Matthew, it said the most. And I read the scriptures before and after the Great Deception. And the Great Deception, I could probably look now, but it was right in the same verse at the ending of the verse with the false prophets. And it also said something about, oh, my brain. I'm trying to remember how it went. I'll have to look it up. I'm real foggy right now with it. I think I got some of it written down. I also have some evidence. Anyway, I examined the two, and it came down to the fact that, well, is one of them the Mandela Effect? There's no way to really know. It just wasn't. It was open for interpretation, right? You know, even the Great Deception was not completely defined. It was open to interpretation that there'd be a Great Deception. Very much assumingly, though, during the end times, because it's all written during that more what people assume is the end times stuff with the false prophets and all that. And weeks later, I think it was like 3 weeks, the Great Deception's gone. I mean, that term does not exist in any translation. Gone.
I can't find the word deception in the back of the Bible, neither in the concordance or the subject, you know, thing, neither.
I went to the Bible Gateway and checked all the translations there available. The term Great Deception doesn't exist in the Bible, and I assure you it did.
Yeah, I remember.
Yep.
I actually used it in a couple of my videos. I mean, I used the term in a couple of my videos a couple months ago when the V came out. I was like, I think this is the Great Deception, is between the Mandela Effect and everything that's been happening since the Mandela Effect. I think it started with 9/11, but could have started earlier. But I think everything adding up is nobody is asking for truth except for us. People out there are just caring about their normal day stuff and their fear, and they're not asking questions. And we have been asking questions for years. And now I feel that this is the Great Deception because everybody's in fear and nobody knows the truth about what's going on.
Right. You know, I can kind of see it two different ways, like a positive or a negative, let's say. Generally, it could be the deception itself and a part of it to hide that title, you know, kind of like Satan's deception is that he doesn't exist, sort of thing. Or perhaps because of the motion or the circumstances of humanity right now, given, you know, our position is a big inclusion in that, maybe the great deception has already been beat. Maybe it's gone because essentially now when things play out, like our current future, let's say, it's done. It's beat. It might be that reason. It might be good reason. You know, if it's like a living Bible sort of thing, which I'm not a big fan of, but I don't know. You know, how do we know? It changes.
Wow.
Look at that.
What a take on it. Living Bible. Could you explain more on that, maybe?
Pardon me?
I say, could you explain more on that term, living Bible? I mean, that's really.
I've just heard the term.
It
well,
before,
it's just.
I know I shied away from it.
Right.
It just says like, ooh, like
I just said it because
ooh.
that term exists. Yeah, no, that term exists. I have no linkage to that.
Christ
I'm just
is
saying
living.
maybe. You know.
Christ
I'm
is
not
living.
criticizing, I'm actually praising, but at the same time looking into the minutia of it, because at the same time I see that we're all living souls and living beings, and that we all, dare I say, evolve into, you know, teenagers, and then we evolve into newlyweds, and then we evolve into what, 30 something years. I mean, it goes on and on. You know, I've heard preachers talk about, you know, dating their wives into the, you know, like they're in college and then they have another degree, and that's a beautiful concept, and I totally encourage that, but it's just expanding the mind and emotion of there's degrees to it all. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I said, actually, we're trying to get away from religion and back onto the Mandela effect. And the Mandela Effect conference. Noble, I don't mean to interrupt you, Shay.
Sure, thank you. Leave off on track. No.
Noblest, I want to ask Noblest, have you seen any of the Mandela Effect conference?
Yeah, some. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of what's been going on the last couple of days.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? Do you agree with what's been going on, or are you liking it, or what?
Well, no, there shouldn't be sort of other. It's tricky because there's a lot of different things talked about hand in hand with the Mandela effect, and clearly there has to be, but to bring up certain views or ideologies and label it as fact and not even back it up with any information, like essentially to say, oh, there's voices in my head and it told me this, and now that's a fact, and we should all just like, what? I wouldn't believe a voice in my head. Why would I believe a voice in your head? Like, that's retarded, you know?
How rational of you.
Yeah, and now we know that the DARPA and military have that technology that they can actually put the voice of God or something similar to it in your mind, you know, whatever, you know, with the technology they have. And so, yeah, I mean, come on now, you know, it's like they're setting you up for that, to accept that, you know.
Even the thought of that out there, like, really screws with your head, to be honest with you.
The thought of what out there?
Mm-hmm.
Voice fear, I think he was talking about.
What I said, you know, putting it out there.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was caught the last.
Yeah. Shay believes that, you know, definitely in, you know, words mean and work in, you know, ways that we don't think about, you know, before we say or whatever, or the consequences of what we say, or, you know, that's what he's talking about.
I think our intention has a magnification that we are unaware of in a lot of ways. You know, our power and our emotion really just magnifies and has ripple effects in ways that maybe we're not all quite aware of.
Have you ever heard of the butterfly effect? Obviously, I'm pretty sure you have.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thought. That's a beautiful idea, and that's Yeah, that's a real mind breaker. You know, when you first come across that, like, whoa, I'm that powerful that, you know, me waving this arm at this one moment could actually make an effect that can catastrophically, you know, impact another. I mean, that's really something, and that's really the hope of humanity at its root and its sum. Yeah.
Have you seen that movie too, the Butterfly Effect?
I haven't seen it in a long time.
But you've seen it before, period. I mean,
yeah.
well, I'm just saying. All right, but I mean, you know, there. Anyway, the guy is able to read read something in a book or that he wrote down, and then go back into time somehow or into that, you know, whatever realm and change things. You know, because he's not really. I don't think he's going back in time, and that he's you know, just entering a.
Inception will really mess your head up if you want to get. But yeah, I think there is a way to, you know, expand our consciousness that we don't understand. I don't have all the answers for sure, but
I know you don't. I'm just
there that is definitely tickling enough to pursue. And I think that's been naturally cut off from us just in the natural system of control. I mean, why would you have your monkeys think such things? I mean, you're supposed to wrangle them and keep them under your command.
But you're not saying you believe in Darwinism when you say monkeys, right?
No, I do not. I just wanted to throw that out there just to fuck with it. But really, people to say, I know, be careful.
Or throwing monkeys around, it's like, oh boy.
but listen, we're not that, even if we were. We're spiritual beings inhabiting having this experience, but we're spiritual beings. I think we could all agree on that.
Yeah. All right. So, have you ever yourself had a near-death experience, Shay?
No, but I am curious to see what Avatar 2 has to offer.
If Avatar 2 ever comes out, it's comes
out
10 years now or something. Avatar 2. Good.
I just heard they were shooting in New Zealand and because of COVID or some bullshit, so I had to.
What do you think, real quick, about the COVID masks? Do you think that we should be forced to wear them?
No, of course not. Not forced. I mean, that's the whole cabal, you know, scheme.
Yeah.
But within that scheme, again, like I touched on earlier, and my wife had to show me. This is not me. This is my wife showing me, and the grace within that I could go on about forever. She showed me, like, she's like, look, baby, just wear it to make the others, and I say the others that are as in the know, that is bullshit, to make the comfortable and just walk in love that way.
But that's a fine line there. See, then you're.
No, I know it is, and that's
why your hand saying, "Oh, it's okay." You know, you're condoning and supporting.
But hey, what is the vibe of that, and what is the vibe of I want to kill you, and I want this mask. This mask is killing me because it's choking me, and I want to take it off and fight or flight. Or hey, you know what, Jesus? Oh, I just got hit in the face. I'm gonna take the second one. You know, I love you right now. I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick. This is all bullshit. It's gonna pass. Everybody's gonna awaken to it. This is actually working for better, for good, because it's awakened the more slumbered. The more slumbered, awakened even more, and it's all levels.
But we don't. I mean, you know, we don't have to participate.
You feel me though?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but
hey, your sovereignty is there, of course. I'm not twisting your arm to participate. Anyway,
okay. All right, that's fine.
Actually, my arm has been twisted to participate, and this is the revelation of the arm twisting and participation in grace.
So you are
saying, Jay, can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? All right, you believe in Christ, right? You believe that He lived and He died on the cross, right?
I believe in the spirit you talk of, yes, and that's as specific as I can at the moment.
All right.
Yes, I believe we have a lot.
You believe He died for our sins?
That is the story that is told.
No, but do you believe that story, though? That's what I'm asking. Do you
He's
believe
not
that story?
denying it. He's not denying
I'm
it.
just asking you a personal question. You don't even have to answer it. Answer it if you don't want to. I'll still have the respect that I have for you, even if you don't answer that. I'm not putting you on the spot or nothing, but if he died,
Please ask me the question again.
that's all.
Please ask me the question again.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rick. Ask him again.
Do you believe Christ died for our sins? The spirit that you believe in, right? Do you believe that he died for our sins? Now, again, you don't have to answer it if you don't want to. I'm, but that's why I said,
I
can I?
answered it well, to be honest with you.
Huh?
Upon further inspection, I believe I've answered it well.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm not trying to be smart or anything.
Okay. All right.
Can you
What?
What's that?
I said, Rick, can you ask me?
Patrick, do you believe he died for our sins?
Yes, I do.
Right.
That's
Okay. Yeah, I believe he died for us too.
But I just had to say, if I sit here and say nothing, I just needed to have to say that because
Right. No.
Yeah, and Shay knows how I feel too. That I definitely, he knows 100% that I believe in Christ and that He's my Lord and Savior. What
Hey,
what do you want to say, Shay? Like, because I mean, not that we're not trying to pick on you or anything like that, and I'm not saying that everybody in here or in the chat is even on the same page, but but they just want to know a little more of what you believe, I guess, if you will,
Okay, sure.
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm constantly evolving, and I don't mean that in a scary way. I just mean that in an honest way, that I am changing, that I am growing, that I decide to wake up every day and eat a certain amount of food, and therefore I'm going to have a physical abundant reaction. Why? Because that is what the reality is that I'm in, and it is consistent. And therefore, that consistency has a fundamental program to where I can build upon, and I'm learning how to do that. And it's not just me; it's it's ancient tradition, it's ancient wisdom. And let me tell you, Christian Bible believing, loving Christ. I mean, just I'm telling you, you are on the right track. There's more. All I can say.
Yeah. See, that's I mean, that's the thing. Shay has always encouraged me to, embrace God, the Creator, and Christ too. And
I just believe that there's more to the story. Okay, let's say.
I know. I'm not saying that there is.
Everything is true in the Bible. There's still more. Like the Apostle
a bunch
Paul,
of books that aren't in there now. Yeah,
there's still more. Who says that somebody else isn't the next apostle blank that can tell more? But then there's Mormonism, and then there's this, and then there's that, and all the minutia, and we have to go back and study, and then we have to look, and then we have to be wise, and we have to look at Mao, and we have to look at the huge, big global picture that has been told to us, and then we have to look even deeper. And that's where,
I mean, I agree with you there. And
a lot of this is coming, and a lot of this.
That's kind of one thing that we're doing. We're looking into things.
I know we are.
All right, that we think that that matters. But the thing that I was getting to is, like, if you believe in Christ and you believe He died for your sins, I'll get to the point that I was making. Right.
Okay.
We know that we are being lied to, right? And we know, no matter, this is my opinion anyway, no matter how positive and things like that you try to keep it, there ain't no one that did it as good as Christ, right?
Yeah.
Ain't no one did it as good as Him, right? He suffered horribly for our sins, okay? Now, I think no matter how positive we keep it, things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. Okay, that's I don't care how positive you're going to get it, because what makes you think Christ died for our sins and suffered on that cross, and we're going to get out of here and just
that's his whole message, man.
Because we're like we're not here. Like that's
his
how
whole message is I bear the burdens of everything. I bear the cross. And everything, everything. Revelation is we win. So I don't understand the minutia of like we're gonna get.
But my point is, again, a lot of people think that this is kind of a test that we can escape from here. Okay, and you can believe in Christ, and you can believe that same thing. That we were kidnapped. Christ is trying to win us back. Christ won us back, but for right now, we could be locked up still. He hasn't freed us yet. You understand? No, and for us to be freed, we may go through a lot of punishment, pain, and punishment before we are free with our Father.
Well, we'll be persecuted.
Excuse me, just hold on, Tommy.
He's talking about persecution, Shay. For what?
Sure, but he keeps using that word Christ, and he keeps saying, Christ this, Christ this, Christ that. Well, if you look at the story of Jesus and see the revelation of Christ and the inspiration of Christ through the guidance of the Holy Spirit, through John 17 and all of those things right before his crucifixion, you will begin to see the freedom and the oneness, the example, and the beginningness. He called himself what? The firstborn among what? What now? What? Many. Many means what? Brothers and sisters means us. We keep calling ourselves brothers and sisters in these church houses, just like temples before, just like Christ said, hey, these temples walls don't matter a fuck. Why? Because after he was crucified, they crumbled, and he said, what? Liberation is the key. He already gave his message.
What I mean, so what do you think that was Christ not the Son of God, Shay? I mean, do you think he wasn't Christ born
Son of God? You're a son of God, just like everybody's a son of God. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that think that he wasn't the Son of God. He wasn't God in come down in human.
But not in the sense that some posed him to be. From their perspective, yeah, I can see that for sure.
We're not.
See, now listen. How many years have you all had a smartphone and the information and the connection to the information that you have? What, 5 years, 10 years max? 12? What, 20? 20?
Well, I've been on since the internet came out for public.
But you see what I'm saying? The handheld smartphone for the masses is what, 5, 10 years? And we've all just getting used to communicating from this globe, from this side of the globe to the other, whether it's flat or round. It's still a bunch of people on a surface, and we got to communicate, and that has data pointed us, and we've been arguing. Why? Because we don't have any like avenue of expression. Why? Because we're limited to a certain amount of data points, and Twitter, 120, text, whatever it's called, or you see what I'm saying? Like we have to like learn how to walk in love on another level, and learn that we're just like communicating on a low level right now. And but at the same time, we're engulfing such information that we have to download and learn how to digest, to implement in such a way that has never been done. So we really are a true another experiment in that sense.
Why does there have? I mean, why should we be looking for another level beyond our belief in God and Jesus? And we get this all the time. So I'm not trying to be funny or something, but so I mean, why do we have
fundamental to all realities? If you think about it, whether you're, you know, like, you know, have gills and under the ocean or above the ocean and have, you know, lungs like we do, like, of course, Christ is the fundamental of what? Love.
And
That's
we
the
should
whole
try to be
Christ
Christ-like.
is love.
You agree we should try to be Christ-like?
Sure, Christ-like is what? Not like the man, not like the system, not like the what?
Yeah. Right.
You know, not like the bondage that a lot of us were upbringing from. And that's the real mindful of it.
Well,
And I'm sorry to say that,
you got done
that's
saying.
the only way I can describe it.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but you just got done saying that we're on a lower level. It's kind of designed to be like that. It's not even kind of. It is. It's designed to be like that. It's
I
like
believe this is close to hell. I mean, it could get worse, but I mean, this is like hell for a lot of us, and we want to go to heaven. And that's what we all got to do is vibe up. We got to learn the ancient wisdom and apply it. And it's a lot of what we've been taught, but it's just another level. It's like going from algebra to geometry, you know, to trigonometry. You know, it's from, you know, addition to multiplication to trigonometry. You know, there's levels to this. So think about like Elijah, and he got zoomed up. He got zoomed up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why? Because he was so close to him. Why? Because he was living so damn long at that time.
You believe that he's coming back, like it says that Elijah
listen,
coming back?
Look, that whole revelation, man, there's a lot of allegory, and it's hard to pinpoint some shit.
All right, you can take that argument to where we can even say then that Christ isn't returning. Hold on, that the Christ consciousness is returning, and that, you know, he may not return in the physical, you know, but that we will be the all Christ-like or something, you know.
That's what I said earlier.
You know, we've heard it all. We've definitely heard it all. Are you still with us, Shay?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that we can get to heaven without Jesus returning, or even the Christ consciousness returning, or you know, at some point? Do you think, you know, we don't?
Well, this heaven is the Christ consciousness, is the emergence, is the understanding, is the awareness, is the union of. I mean, it's all one and the same, whether you're in this realm or to the next.
Do you believe the Book of Revelations is playing out?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
It's easy to say. Listen, with that said, yeah, is self-fulfilling prophecy is at hand. Any way you look at it, self-fulfilling prophecy is at hand. Any way you look at it, the story has been told so long.
Could be.
Yeah, hop in anytime. Help me out, Noble. Yeah.
I believe we're that powerful as creators, as little G's. Let me emphasize, little,
please.
capital little G's.
And
But what did Jesus say?
Yeah.
Listen, what did Jesus say to the Jews? He quoted the Old Testament. What is it? Psalms 83 or some shit like that. We're little G's. Lower than the Nephilim. Lower than the angels. Just barely. Why? For now, for a season, to learn, to grow. And that's the explanation where the ancient wisdom from the other side of the globe, I'm beginning to uncover and really make sense of the big picture. That's all I got. That's where I'm at. But it's one love. I do know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy?
Yeah.
Can I give you sort of my short, I don't have short answers, but my answer for the Jesus dying for our sins bit question?
Well, that was Rick, but yeah, go ahead though. But yeah, or you know.
I've thought about
No, I
this.
did ask it too. I think. Yeah, go ahead. But I was.
Yeah, I mean, it's something obviously I thought about quite a bit. And I don't know the answer, I mean, that's like, what are we and what is Jesus compared to what? To God, to angels, to Nephilim, to different things. How, where does the divisions go, or what is the difference? So my current best guess, let's say, is, if did Jesus die for our sins? The short answer to that is yes. However, if someone asked, did Jesus come to die for our sins? My answer to that would be no. He wasn't sent here to die. He was sent here to give us a message, to save our butts, to wake us up, right? To set us on a proper track. Now, evil did what evil does, and no doubt that was well known to happen, and he ended up being murdered, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Win-win for God, because evil bites itself in the butt in every action it takes.
Right.
So yes, he ended up dying for our sins. Was that the absolute plan? No, not necessarily. We probably could all just changed, or some other sort of scenario play out that would be just as effective. But evil was going to bite itself in the butt, and that's the way it went down. Like he was even telling the was the priest. There's another name for the priest there. The Pharisee, like he's telling many of them that they literally worship Satan in the temples. You worship Satan. Stop it. And so some will argue, well, that's the Leviticus laws, and that's not the original. We don't really know what he meant, and that should really be put on a question mark. Like, how, to what degree did they worship? When did they start being deceived? How far back in the stories, how far back in time, in scripture, in history do you have to go when Satan started to deceive the people that were writing words for the Bible? Well, this starts to get pretty funky real quick, right? So, and that's sort of where I stand. Like, dude, I don't know for sure, and I'm not going to put my salvation or my soul on thinking I know, because I don't. It's printed in a Bible, in a book right now. I'm not sure, and it's changed. I'm watching it change on top of which I don't even know what the hell that means. It's crazy, but yeah. So that's kind of my view with the Jesus bit, and then there's like, okay, well, is he? Here's the other one, of course, with the more new age or modern, views and stuff. So is Jesus God, or he's the son of God, or we got sons of God, or we're children of God, and what's all this mean, or where is that? And I would say, again, my best guess is undoubtedly he didn't come from. He came, let's say his soul, his energy, his spirit came from a higher place than we did, or at the very least held on to. No, I wouldn't even say he came from a higher place than we did, inevitably. There's not really much doubt about that. Now, so is he God, or what? That's such a complex question. It's like you have to think what God is. That's ridiculous. How can we know what God is? Like,
it's not funny in itself. Just chill on that for a minute.
Yeah.
What do you know God is? Put God in a box, and then you're like, oh, nope, he's not there.
No, he is the box. He is everything and more. He always was. I mean, how can you even get your head wrapped around something that always existed? We have no idea. Like, I think maybe the entire universe is within God. There could be different universes. I don't know. Like, we could be the whole universe could be just a spit of a thought to God in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know, right? How great
is. People want to shy away and feed back into the comfort of religion. That's where people want to scare away, shy away, and feed back in the comfort of religion instead of trailblazing and looking towards, like, hey, I'm going to think for myself right now. Not what my mama told me, not what my grandmama told me, not my great-great-great-great-great-grandma told me, even though I'm not saying deny what they say, because a lot of that stuff is right on, because they're going to tell you grow tomatoes. They're going to tell you to take Epsom salt baths. They're going to tell you to take nature walks. You know what I'm saying? They're going to tell you, go.
Right now, I go by what's in my heart. If
there you go.
My mind, man, that could be controlled, as Tommy said.
Yeah.
The governments can get in our heads. Who knows who's controlling what our thoughts or whatever. Duh. I go by what's in my heart, and I try to be as honest as I can to everybody I talk to. Sometimes we have to say a little lie here or there, not to hurt them or anything, but you know, like with our kids and stuff. But I tried to be as honest as possible with everybody and always up front. But and I was not throwing a dig towards you, Noble, by having Rick ask me the question. I honestly just felt like I couldn't sit by and say everybody was like talking Jesus Christ and stuff. I do believe in Jesus Christ. I do believe he died for my sins, but I do understand where you're coming from, though, Noble, because of the fact that, I mean, yeah, how far, if we think about it, how far are we willing to go out of the box? We could stretch as far as you want to come up with putting God in the box or out of the box, you know, but it's what's in your heart. It's what's in your heart we're fighting for.
Yeah, it's your soul. It's your the essence of you, and
yeah.
So we
Hey, it's because you can dress up in a suit and tie, but that doesn't matter. It's behind that. And that's exactly what Jesus taught us. He taught us it's not about what you do. It's not what about you sacrifice. It's what about you think and really intend in what you love. You know, because that's where the passion lies, and that's where the real alchemy is, and that's where the impact just is.
And I also do understand that the Mandela Effect conference, where they brought in this new agey stuff, but the thing, it's like, I agree with you guys, Tommy. It should have never been called the Mandela Effect conference. It should have been called something else, whatever they want to call it. Yeah. But that was far, for me, that was far from the Mandela Effect conference I was thinking of.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the people they got together this year and what they're into individually, and what they were trying to promote, each one of them, and I think they were given too much leeway on what they were able to share, you know, as you know, outside of the Mandela effect topic, and you know, that's so that it was managed very poorly, or organized and managed very poorly, put together based on that, and they could have stopped days ago, and when we were, you know, we've been you know, watching this so sadly and telling them, you know, no, and they just kept on and kept on. So they could still about face with this thing and try and fix it, repair it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, they could have gone live at any time and said, yeah, all right, well, let's talk about the Mandela effect more then. Listen, you know, because all that pre-recorded stuff, you know, obviously. And you know, and that's another thing. I mean, they watched all that stuff. They know what content was going into it, and the only live part was the questions about it. You know, the Q&A, questions and answer after the pre-recorded stuff from each presenter. So you know, it's weird. It's really it's getting weird the more I look at it. You know,
they still got tomorrow, right?
Yes, tomorrow's last day.
It's the actual conference right now?
So I'm sure that they're going to see some part of what Brian did today, or some part of what we started earlier saying, or they have to be reading the chats. So tomorrow they have a day to come and say, hey, we apologize. I'm hoping that they at least come on and recognize that we see through what they're trying to do, and they need to reverse back to the Mandela effect. I highly doubt that'll happen,
or
but
change their name to something else.
yeah, because there's the hell's not a Mandela effect conference.
Yeah, that's I think that's the overall consensus of our group, and you know, it just kills me that you'd want to have, you put this thing on YouTube, and you know, and you're wanting people that are interested in the Mandela effect or Mandela affected people to tune in, but then you don't do enough homework on your audience. Who's your audience going to be, or whatever, because you only pick one or two that actually know like Moneybags and whoever else that talked about the Mandela effect. So it's just so strange. It really is how and for them to have a decent year the first year, from what I'm hearing. I don't remember, if I watched any of it last year or what, after the fact or whatever. But yeah, I just kind of wonder.
How much of did you see?
Go ahead.
How much of last year's did you see?
I can say that I probably saw very little of it, but I know that people are saying it was more about the Mandela effect and not just other topics like this became.
Yeah, it was really good. I thought it was really, really good last year, and that's why I guess I'm so shocked at what I'm seeing this year.
Yeah, I don't think that Chris, if I can remember correctly, I don't think Chris Sinatra, Sinatra or whatever it is, was pushing NASA last year like this. I think he was talking more about the Mandela effect and and everything, and he's gotten a little I probably still subscribe to his channel, just following him just to see the researcher in me, and it's like over the last 6 months or so, his channel's gotten a little weirder, or his content, and or weird to me anyway, and so I just kind of just stopped watching his what he was putting out. Because it just didn't register with me or with people in the community that I could tell. But and then here we are with all this strange stuff that doesn't have anything to do with the Mandela effect.
Hey yo,
and, yeah,
Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I think? I think it's all by design. It's quite simple. And it isn't because they want to support NASA. It isn't because they have new age views. It's because it's by design. So what happens? You got to look at the output of the situation, right? So they come out or whoever, the information's put out hand in hand with this Mandela Effect conference and whatnot, with including things like NASA and a globe. Well, that was knowing that there's this good portion of Mandela Effect people that's going to get triggered by it. So I guess I could throw the bitching back at a lot of you guys, say y'all too triggered about NASA and a globe when damn reality is changing. We don't know what's going on. So for one, y'all should just calm down on the triggers, right? Yeah, you don't agree, that's fine. And yeah, they're putting bullshit in it, that's true. But it's for reason. And so what happens? Okay, so let's say there's more of some people that's been around a while, let's say with me and Dan, whatever, and then there's been more of an influx. There always was flat earthers, but there's been more of an influx at flat earthers since Stavely came around a couple of years later. And so now this causes upset and some more division and some arguing about NASA and flat earth, right? Because they know there's some flat earthers and there's some not. Most Mandela people couldn't really care about the model because that's not critically important if reality is changing, right? Too many. To some flat earthers, that's more important than the Mandela effect. I don't perceive how, but okay, that's fine. But they knew this. At the same time, they're coaching or setting a nice platform for people that are almost pure new age-ish, let's just say, or just being taken on a freaking dance, whatever dance, they don't even know what they're doing, right? And bringing them in order to influx and get a grip and to take the path of a Mandela community where they want. So they need to break us up, bring in others in order to direct it and control it. Do you understand?
Yeah. Oh,
It's really quite simple.
It's very much like that, like you just explained, Patrick.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It's the same game in it's the same name in a new game. It's that.
Yeah, it's part of history repeating itself and everything. It's all about chaos and control, and they love to to use these tactics in all of their all of their implementing of this new world order they want, and
Well, that's kind of the whole point. That history rhymes. We know their games. You know what I'm saying? And we got to understand their vibes so that we can break out the condition to our own understanding. And that's what I believe that I've discovered in the last year. To what generational curses are in my own family, and so on and so forth, and clearing those quote unquote triggers. And so there's something to that too, for sure.
Yeah,
At least in my experience, in my view. So
I believe in curses and even family curses and that.
That juju, I mean, there's a saying for a reason.
Just like anything miraculous or of God in that way, voodoo magic is real, and sorcery is real, and witchcraft is real.
Well, I think that just gives another credence to the power of us, that we are free will agents, little G's, powerful agents. What do? We build our lives. We build this world. We were controlled and given operandi by some, and we manifested this. So can't we do another?
Why? But who's?
What did you manifest, Shay? Please. What did you manifest, and how did you do it? Because you said we manifested this. I'd like to know, how did you or we manifest this?
That's a fair thing, Shay. Tell us how we can manifest things into reality, if you believe that.
Well, we pick up ideas and so on and so forth, and we go out into the world and interact with others, with our peers, and we make interactions, we make actions, and we have interactions, and we make choices, and those choices are from our Rolodex of experience. And a lot of that experience comes from propaganda, which I know most of you are aware of, that we are very infiltrated from the age of 0 to 6, 7, that we're in a certain wavelength. We really pick up a certain mode of patterns that we pick up from I believe our family. Why? Because we're the closest to, just like scientists told us that when we're in the womb, we can hear our father's voice.
How do you manifest? How do you manifest? How did we manifest? Now you're just giving me words.
No, it all ties together.
How's manifesting work?
But we do that through we have we action, we go out and we build, we do something, we vote with our dollars every day. If just like a few years ago, Target was doing the bisexual bathrooms, and we voted with our dollars and said, no, fuck you, we're not going to support that. We say no, we do not want our little girls going to the bathroom.
That's called protesting. That's not manifesting. That's protesting. That's not manifesting.
Yeah. We're talking about we're not physical stuff.
Creation. Like when you manifest something, you create something.
Supernatural.
Okay, above explanation.
Yes.
Above explanation. Well, connect to source and get jiggy with it. Yeah, is what I would say.
All right, but how do you know you're tapping into? How do you know you're tapping into the right sources? Not something that's going to lead you purposely down a wrong direction or whatever.
Sure.
Are you I mean, do you know when you're tapping into the good side, God side, or the dark side?
From my own human experience and my own reality, as far as getting back to my newly found understanding, and that is continually growing, not an egotistic of I have it figured out, but it's continuously growing. A newly found understanding, may I reiterate, of natural law and life eat life and so on and so forth, and how this body that we are incarnate of operates, and the earth and so on and so forth, and the game and the mechanism of deceit that we so call, and the click up to we get the all free card is about really, I've seen and I've understand it's about really walking in love is the best way to live my own personal life, and it's the best way for others to receive my personal life and for all of us to get along, because really, if I'm trying to be free and I impede on somebody else's freedom, then I am not allowing them to be free. Therefore, my freedom is impinging on their freedom. That's not true freedom. So that's the root of it all. If my freedom frees all, then we need to work on that level. But until we get to that grass, tacks, and bones, then, I mean, that's what all policy and everything needs to really be built off of, in my view. Classical liberalism, total freedom, 1776 world block, baby. And I don't mean that egotistically. I mean that in culturally, do it your own way. Just find the freedom that you've been oppressed, from, the opposite of, if that makes sense. Mic drop.
It's possible that we do manifest everything as a whole. We don't know. Or I shouldn't say manifest. I should say manipulate. I don't like the word manifest.
That might be an answer to the question of manifesting, because manifesting surely doesn't happen on a personal level. It might for some people. Yeah, you might experience a miracle, something that you wished for, came true. Right. I will not discard that at all. As a matter of fact, I know these things happen, but it's not like when people start to say that we manifested this reality, I really get aggravated because I never tried to manifest this fucking tyranny that we are in now, this beginning of tyranny that we are in now. And I never knew anybody that wanted to manifest this. So it might be a manifestation, but it's not mine, and I cannot adhere to the we that people say that we manifested this. No, I didn't. I wasn't part of it. And I want to say to the people that say we are manifesting this, I'd like to say, what the fuck? Which group do you belong to? I mean, who is that we that you speak of? Because it was certainly not me. And I never heard of this group starting to manifest tyranny.
All right. Point, it's if we're all manifesting, we have a free will, so we're choosing to manifest for the good side or the dark side. And I don't know where he stands on that. We'll ask Shay, but see, that's the thing. If we're going to go there and all agree that we have the ability to manipulate or manifest what's going on in this reality, then we need to also know that there is good and bad. There's good and and the Bible tells us in the end times that it'll be the opposite, and we all feel like we're living in an ass backwards, upside down world, and that fits in just well with the fact that people are calling bad good and good bad. So what's up with that, Shay? As far as the which side are you manifesting for? And is there both sides in your world?
What I deem to be Christ, and I deem to be Christ, which is one love. And that's the best I can sum it up, and that's the best I've heard it summed up. There's one love. But and that example has been shown through the crucifixion of Christ. That example has been shown through many other heroic stories in every single war in history.
How about the life of Christ? I mean, he was surrounded by people that didn't like him. I mean, even the apostles, even the disciples, even his so-called best friends betrayed him. And all the script readers and the script writers, they all disliked him. They all hated him. I mean, let's not talk about the crucifixion. Let's talk about his life.
He was crucified daily, if you want to get down to it. That was just the manifestation of his life, was the actual crucifixion. He was crucified daily. Look at it. He was rejected everywhere. He had to run away. Yeah. He gave them fish and prosperity. And what? He was chased out of town. He gave them fish with what? Gold pieces in it. He said, hey, look, I'm running to a mountaintop to meditate, to get closer to the Creator, to do me so I can do you, or I can interact with you like I have been. I got to do me. So I go up to a mountaintop and seek source, seek Creator, seek love, seek divine, and what? Fast for 40 days and so on and so forth. And what does he do? That's the perfect example.
40 days. That's quarantine. That's quarantine. 40 days.
They just ain't. That's nothing in comparison to like But I mean, in today's, like, and we can't go, 10 seconds without our Pop Tarts being popped, and most of us are, I mean, we're so.
All right, Shay. So do you believe
Poor
that
bro.
there's people out there manifesting not good
Wicked things,
things?
sure.
Not good things. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
what we're up against. All right, so that's what we're up against, right?
I believe that they have been defeated.
Hmm?
I believe that they
Well,
have been defeated.
hey, we could do that too. We could say in the name of whatever that we rebuke what they're at, what they're doing, and we give we praise God that He's already taken care of that.
That He has no
But
power in your life.
yes,
So therefore, they would wake up and those influence coming to mind and those like triggers coming to mind and those influence coming to mind. And guess what you do? You cast it down with a higher what? A higher power. Because what Jesus said, what? My yoke is easy, my burden is light. So why are we burdening on this shit when supposedly He took it on the cross 2,000 years ago?
All right, we're not.
And the All Father took it up and said, "Hey, this is good."
We're not burdened. We're not burdened.
Here's one of my theories.
You see what I'm saying? He's made us worthy. No, we're not worthy on our own, but He's made us worthy if we receive that worthiness and receive the gift. Why? Because we've been adopted. Adopted. It's just like a black person being adopted into a white family. You understand those terms in these days?
Yeah. I
grafted
okay,
in.
Maybe I'm going overboard, but we got to get to the.
I get what you're saying there. I mean,
so therefore, if we've been received, we've been taken care of. Why are we worrying about all this bullshit in the minutia? When what? Oh, don't worry about the crows. Don't worry about the birds. This and that. Why? Because they get fed every day. You know what I'm saying? I think there's just a higher way to live that has been excommunicated from us through the text, and that we are able to revive through information and such. Okay, through communication to the minutia of the world, to everybody, to the unity. I believe that there are more to the puzzle that has been led to us. Just think it, the history is what? Written by the victor. I mean, that alone should rock everybody's mind in King James and so on and so forth. And I know much of you, I only study King James and the Amplified version. Okay, King James Amplified right next to it. That's where I got most of my roots, just to let y'all know. And some 85 NLT. Okay, so just other than that, there's so much minutia even in America's Christianity, I guess is the only way to say it. I hate that word because it's so big. It's so big, and so many can take it in so many ways because they have so many different experiences with that word and with their own upbringing within that. So many people. I heard a preacher say one time he went and he was preaching, knocking on doors and so on and so forth, and he opened the door and he said, "Are you Christian?" He said, "Sure, because the dollar bill says I'm a Christian nation. I'm living a Christian nation." How ignorant are you? And how ignorant are the most that go into the 9 to 5 or whatever, excuse me, my expression, but everyday Sunday, but don't crack open the book. And I'm sure I'm not talking to all y'all, because you crack open the book and so on and so forth. But you see my heart. You know what I'm saying? They don't dig in deep. You know what I'm saying? And with digging in deep, you find source. And with that, you spit out the bones, and you chew up the meat, and you off that milk, baby. And then you living free and high and Hey, let's
just as well as we need to stop feeding the mainstream media, and we really need to stop reacting to the extremities that they are putting out, like George Floyd and everything. I think the same goes for us making videos and talking to people. I mean, I see people talking to their own crowd like it was not their crowd, right? They're saying we all should have been like this, and you all believe this, and it's we are talking to ourselves. I mean, I'm talking to Tommy. I'm talking to Shay, or to Shay is the name, and Rick Swain. So, I'm addressing you guys, and don't talk to. We shouldn't talk to each other like we are the enemy, like we have been wrong, or we are manifesting, because I didn't manifest. You didn't manifest. it might be a theory of yours that people can manifest, but
Ignorance, if
I don't.
anything. It was in
Do you,
ignorance, and we must forgive ourselves of our past and of our ignorance. I mean, we must all do that through the Christ story and receiving Him, right? So, I mean, I think that's much of our grudge is with ourselves and our own unforgiveness within ourselves. At least in my path, come up much.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Hey, have you guys ever? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, you're good.
All right.
Can hear you fine. Yeah.
One of my theories about getting off that a little bit is I sometimes feel like I'm in a coma, or some sort of coma, and the Mandela effect is kind of showing me how to wake up out of it. And I truly believe, I mean, I kind of believe that we are all brothers and sisters, that we all know each other from somewhere, that we've lived many lives together. But I'll tell you, I don't know what's going on either. But I hope this is just a dream or something. But when I wake up, that you guys are like my friends or whatever. You guys ever think of that?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm
Avatar.
thinking about it
Avatar.
in a physical way. Like I want to throw a festival, like somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, because it's not going to be in Holland, and it's not going to be in America, and it's not going to be in Asia. Just we should manifest an island and all wake up there. How about that?
Where we're going, we don't need to be in America or what, because there's no borders there. We just all together, and we're all helping each other. We're all building our afterlives, or you want to call our real lives, together. And we're just communicating. This is the only way we know how to communicate when we're on this side of the veil.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It sounds a bit vague, but yeah, I can see the strings. I can see the strings leading to a solution. I mean, we are all trying to tie the ends together, like the loose. We're all trying to tie the loose ends together, and we've tied many loose ends together. We did. So now we're on a new strain, so to say, and we're all walking the same direction. So, and that's why we meet up. And we don't even know where we're going. I mean, we are walking away, literally, by tying these loose ends together. We are walking away from the loose ends, and we're following, like, so this we have one loose end here and a few loose ends there, and there's a few loose ends in our future, and we're tying them together, and now we have this one loose end is now connected to our past because we are connecting, and now we're on a new strain. We only thought it was an end, but because we tied that end to the other end, now we have a new beginning. And now we're gonna see how long this rope goes, how long this strain will go. We're just following. We're just surfing. We're just surfing the wave.
Yeah, I agree.
I love the analogy.
Yeah, I did a lot of surfing when I was young, so I definitely like surfing. It's funny how they use that for the web too, surfing the web.
Sure, yeah, there's something to it. Everything, man. It's like whatever's down is up, whatever's up is down. It seems like with them guys. Jeez.
So Shay, what time you work tomorrow? What's up? Are you working nights? That's your schedules could pretty much be, or is it going to work you different days, different hours? What?
Yeah, pretty much nights is what I want. So I think that'll probably work out good for them.
Yeah. And your wife's still happy being away from Walmart?
Oh, well, sure. I mean, she's making more money now.
Okay. Yeah, Matt. Yeah.
It's more than one thing, that's for sure.
Right. Cool.
Dude, there was something I thought of the other day. and I can't remember. Maybe it'll come back to me, but it has to do with E, something like what you were saying, like surfing the web and whatnot.
Mhm.
There's I think I figured out why it's E. We say e-commerce and E, right?
Yeah.
And it assumingly came from Explorer, Internet Explorer, right? Somehow got the E from that on everything. It's kind of odd.
Or Ethernet.
Electric.
But
I was told it was electric.
Ethernet. Yes, it's the Ether. I'm sorry. It's their new Ether. That's exactly it. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to jog my memory. Yes. And it goes with probably one of the great deceptions is going to be the digital reality, the false reality, right? Or the overlay. It will be augmented likely.
That's like www.666.
Yeah, but it's the E, so that's the new ether. So we exist in the ether. That's the one main lie in science, is that there's space. You can have nothing. There's no such thing as nothing. Or you can have distance without anything there. It's likely a scientific lie. That's not exactly true. There's an ether. That's what all energy propagates through the ether,
Right.
which Tesla figured out had to be the case, and many of them, and that's completely denied in science. And they like to go with little particles. Everything's a little particle, and inside little particles, more little particles, and it's nonsense, right?
Right.
It's actually like bubbles of energy, and yeah, you pop bubbles, you get little bubbles, dude. But it's not that difficult. And yeah, it's the ether, but they denied that, but they're giving us a new ether, the E, the internet, right? It's exactly it. I'm telling you, that's why it's there, and it's going to be. It's how they manipulate. Well, it's like a long-term deception. Probably, another decades or hundreds of years to go. I don't know, but I suspect they're going to do an augmented reality, and eventually, if you don't comply, you'll just be taken out of reality. Your children won't see you. They won't hear you. You'll be taken out. Because their five senses will be intercepted and translated to whatever the computer system decides that Big Brother wants them to see and not see.
Yeah,
you're on to something there. Yeah, and the minority report.
That's the plan.
To mine too. So they yeah. And no matter what, they've always got backup plans. So if something doesn't go perfectly like they planned, they'll bring in something else,
like they did with George Floyd.
Could you imagine being on a boat wrangling a tiger shark, like a 12-footer, and like jumping on that sucker?
Say that again, though. I don't think.
Could you imagine having a 12-foot tiger shark next to your boat and jumping on that sucker and wrangling it?
I mean, if I was tough enough, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you got to be to wrangle the USA.
I'd rather sit next to a river and try to catch a salmon or a trout
by hand. Yeah.
What's sure.
Catfish? You go noodling and stick your arm inside of a big catfish.
I'm just saying, it's one thing to have a plan to jump a shark. It's another thing to actually get that bitch in the boat.
Okay.
Something I wanted to point out about the sort of New Ageist view on manifesting that I think is ridiculous. So as I mentioned, maybe as a whole, humanity, maybe things do change in a Mandela effect way, and we don't know, and we have yet to learn our impact on current reality. Not that we created the reality, but our impact on it, and that could be viewed as a manifestive type of thing, acting like a Mandela effect. In fact, right now, maybe the masses are being manipulated to try to create an outcome, and they don't even realize. We don't know what all is possible with all the radio waves and stuff that are going on, and their levels of psychic manipulation and demonic manipulation and all that. But here's the thing: the New Age, let's say New Agers in general, or what's sort of being said, is that like you can manifest whatever you want in your life. It's the most self-centered shit I've ever heard, right? As if there's not 7 billion other people on the planet. No, all of the reality is just going to mold around you because you're so damn special, right? It's ridiculous. No, you can't. Maybe we can. I don't know. But no, you as an individual is practically powerless in I shouldn't say that, but in comparison to the other 7 billion people that are being demonically influenced, good luck, right?
Now your take on manifestation and like the humans influence on it, that's much closer to my view on manifestation than than indeed like the individual take on it, like The Secret, right? Like you only have to wish for it, but it doesn't work like it works like that in the world. If you want something and you're willing to give up enough of your body or soul or whatever,
Your
you can get
time, your
anything you like.
energy, your everything.
Exactly. You can get anything you like and you will get it. If you want to become a millionaire and you want to sell your booty or you want to sell your tush or whatever, or your mouth or your lips, whatever, you will make it. You will make it. But if you want to have some decency to you and you want to keep account for like the rest of the world or your actual morality, then you're just about nowhere. So good luck with your manifestation, and that's why I think that the way that Nobleness D just addressed manifestation in relation to 7 billion people, I think that's much closer to the truth. And that's why this whole propaganda thing is so pretty, it's so freaking powerful.
Didn't they just try? Did anyone see the video? I think it may have been in the Mandela Effect concert or something, conference. But I heard about some video where they actually, a bunch of people tried to actually manifest something.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. They've got a website. One of the guys made a website and you go there. There's a bunch of stuff on there. But one of the options you could do is go in and pick a number between 0 and 500, I think it was, and then you sit there in front of your computer screen and you concentrate on that number, and then somehow it's going to register on there how many times you were able to manifest it, and all this stuff. It's like data, but I tried it myself, and it got none. And I was sitting here going 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2, and I tried everything I could to try and make this thing do anything, and it did nothing. So then, but we all did it as a group. The panel and the audience did it during the conference, and we all focused on 444. And so apparently we eventually got there, but it was longer than it normally takes, and whatever.
When you started telling this story, and I never heard it before, I thought I would choose 444. How weird is that?
Yeah. Well, it's out there now too, but that is one of the numbers that I and others see. We see 444, 222, 333, 555, 111.
Right.
777. 666. We see 666 all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
I never saw that one. Where's this 666 that you speak of? I never saw that one.
Disney, right there. There's one for you right there, plain as day. And it really bugs me that people will buy all these Disney products for their kids that are got the Disney logo all over it, and you can even get people to agree. Oh yeah, that is 666 there. Why would you want your kid to have all that 666 in their life and around them and on them even?
Right.
It's just ignorance. It's just ignorance. It's just ignorance. It's unawareness, and that's why we got to be soft. We got to be soft with our criticism and our harshness. That's why we got to have a tender heart towards those. Yeah, I mean, as well as harsh. We got to have both. That dual-edged sword, man, cuts both ways, man. We got to be careful.
Yeah. See, we definitely in this community have most of us have a foundation, and most of it is built on Jesus, God and Jesus, and then we build up from there, and it's like we want the answers, but we don't want anything more than what God wants us to see, too. So we don't have Ouija boards in front of us or any kind of medium of any kind. We don't want any we don't want any help from, what I'm saying? Like we're not gonna conjure up a spirit or just start asking questions through a medium, and
Jesus talked about the Holy Spirit, is all I can tell you.
Yeah, that's all. That's the only spirit I want.
John
in
14
my
through
life.
17. John 14 through 17. St. John through 14 through 17.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know,
See, they talked about that a lot in the conference. Was how you could conjure up this, or you could get to your answers that all these ways and stuff, and that was like man, just no. We don't really want that.
Well, try to conjure,
you know,
conjure
there's
up a
actually
demon and ask him like, why are you causing the Mandela effect? Or I mean, why didn't they do that? I mean, if they can conjure up, if they instruct people how to conjure up ghosts or demons or angels or whatever, why didn't they conjure up an angel and tell us why the Mandela effect is happening, or why, or how it is happening? Come on.
I mean, he did say. Chris said, Anatra said that the spirit of Gus was appearing to him and telling him stuff. So there you go. That's what they're interested in is the dead. They're interested in the dead. We're interested in the living. We know that Elijah got beamed up, and others, and we know that we know
Well,
where we come from.
the only good astronaut is a dead astronaut. So,
I mean, we're not looking for, we're not looking for some man, that died, and to come back. I mean, I'm not looking for my grandfather to come and talk to me and guide me or anything. No, I have a heavenly Father and Holy Spirit for that, And so I'm, like I said, there's so many new age Ouija boards
I'm not
out
one to
there
put
now.
limits on God, that's for sure. With that said, I'm not one to put limits on God.
All right, but
And I've learned to be careful with that.
Okay, well, see, all right. All right. Well, let me ask you this, Shay. How long do you see this this world continuing on? Do you think that the end is near, like a lot of us, or are we? What's the deal? I mean, what do you see?
I think 3 to 4 years it'll all be wrapped up and everybody be joking about it.
What will be wrapped up? What?
The unveiling.
The apocalypse?
The unveiling.
That is the apocalypse. Yeah, the unveiling. That's what it means. The unveiling, the exposure of good and evil, or whatever. But everything. The apocalypse is the revealing. So, all right. Well, but all right. Okay, let me take it a step farther. Then, what's after that?
Unity.
Under. All right, in a utopia of man,
Consciousness. What have we been talking about? What have we been striving for?
Okay, all right. If you are faced with a decision, that there, let's just say that you're rounded up with all of us, or whatever by yourself. If somebody,
before we go any further, I'm sovereign.
All right. So you definitely wouldn't. You're definitely not planning on taking any kind of chip or anything that would resemble the mark of the beast, in your body, either, right? Is that what you're saying too, or you don't want any technology in your body, or do you?
I'm sovereign is all you need to know, and all you need to know is you're sovereign too.
All right, but all right, so I get it, but
I know. It's just got to sink in. It's just got to sink in and trickle, homeboy. Trust me, it takes time.
Do you?
Yep.
Are you willing to get your head chopped off for Christ, for the Christ consciousness, for what you believe in? Or would you say
I will not be pegged down as Jesus was? He already was. Why do I need to be?
We were told that we would be persecuted also, and that we might even lose our lives for
Of course, you are right now in your mind.
So you don't think it's going to be in the physical? You don't think that
it is physical? Are you not? This is a physical manifestation. Our discussion, concern, our gathering, our church.
right, I'm not trying to,
I'm not trying to do anything either, but I love you, man.
Yeah, we definitely
I'm
have.
submitting.
Okay, can I ask you, do you believe that we are a temple of God?
Sure, of course.
Okay, one
That's
day you think that temple will be destroyed.
yeah.
Yeah? No?
Okay.
No, do you?
At some point, do you believe that you'll leave this meat suit or whatever then, right? Or you will, pass.
Yeah, do you think your temple will be destroyed one day?
I believe this is a temporal human experience, yes.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. We're just asking simple, stuff. Feel free
It
to ask.
doesn't necessarily have to be, but ultimately, when you realize that, it does have to be because it's boring. So that's my touche to myself. Ha ha ha. To anyone that gets it.
Would what? Do you believe in heaven? Like we'll go to heaven if if at some point or death or
All in the eye of the beholder.
What's that? Sorry.
I said it's all in the eye of the beholder.
All night. I've gotten people mad before by saying that I don't believe that people are in heaven now that we know that died. People get really upset with me when I say
It's sad because death is selfish. That's the grudge. You want them here when they're gone, and it's a bitch. It sucks. My dad died early.
No, I'm not saying for that. I think that we all go into.
We have an issue with death. That's all I was pointing out. Go ahead. I must have misunderstood.
I just think that like it says, the dead will rise first.
Okay.
And so I think that everybody, when they die, every relative we've had that died in the past is in the ground or in a waiting holding of some kind. Their spirit is.
The Catholics talk about purgatory. Is that what you're referring to?
A form of purgatory, I guess we could say, something like that.
Okay.
Or whatever. But and people get upset because they're like, no, my grandmother, so-and-so's in.
It's emotional ties because it's emotional lives. It sucks, man. Religion's a bitch. I love you.
All right. Have you ever, in your days of going to church, did you accept Jesus like regular?
Oh yeah, radical Pentecostal style, man.
Okay, I just wondered. And baptized? You were baptized or not, or whatever?
Whatever that means to you, yeah. It means a lot to a lot, if you know what I mean.
I've never been baptized.
It depends who. It depends. I know. It depends who you're talking to. That's the bitch about it all.
I mean, but most of the people that
if you talk to Roman Catholics, you got to be baptized. Real fucking early. I mean, don't quote me on. I'm not an expert, but just generally speaking, I mean, if you're the Southern Baptist, you be once in a lifetime. Others, it's just like baptism in the Holy Spirit. Others, it's just. So I mean, that's all I mean by that. I'm not trying to jump and dodge. I just been aware of a few people's perspective that are grossly different that can be consolidated in a central unity that I believe we all could really see and find.
Do you believe there is a mark of the beast that a lot of people will take in some point in during this play out?
You're referring to like the 1984 style takeover? Sure, that has been implemented, and I believe that good is taking over and using it for good.
So I mean, like something
That
that
sums it up.
I mean, what I'm saying, is there going to be like, all right, do you believe there's going to be for a short time a world leader that acts like an antichrist or whatever? I mean,
Have it not already happened multiple times throughout history? I mean, what else do we want?
Fair
what
enough.
more do we want?
All right, so that's what I'm asking though. Like that when that time comes, when history repeats itself, and there is a world leader like there was maybe at some point a world king, or somebody that thought he was ruling the world. There's always is somebody
That's why this trick works so automatically throughout the ages, because history doesn't repeat itself; it rhymes.
So, all right. Will do you think you'll be able to recognize this mark if and avoid it? We all will. Do you think we all will?
Ideas are bullet.
Hi, Missy.
Ideas are bulletproof.
All right. Anybody else want to pick up and talk about something else, or talk about this? What y'all are quiet.
I could ask a question or pose the concept of basically evil or Satan, whoever his minions, setting up a scenario where they create their own return of a Christ, let's say, in replacement for Jesus, and to try to play that out as the good guy for a while before things get uglier, to get control. Do you see that as a likely scenario, that they're going to play the good guy, they're going to play the return of Christ, they're going to play the Antichrist and the Christ?
I think they're trying to make that happen through Trump right now, because there's so many people that have already figured, called him like that or whatever.
No, I mean there'll be miracles. There'll be damn magic. To us, it will be magic. To us, it'll be miracles.
Wonders. I get that. Yeah. I mean, I would have to say, yeah, there's going to be a figure that can definitely amaze people and get them, lure them in with that, and
Well, it's like the saying I heard: yesterday's magic is today's technology, right? I mean, if you go back in time with an iPhone, you fuck some people's heads up. So fast forward that 10 years, or suppress it 40 years and then release it.
Yeah, they suppressed for hundreds of years magic, essentially. What we call magic is really a science.
It's beautiful, yeah. Oh, tickles me pink. Can't wait to learn more. Yeah. Just learning the minutia of creation itself. I mean, why not be curious about self, right? You mean sapien? Awareness?
Certain things can be dangerous, if we're naive or unwise, which I think we immensely are very unwise.
I have a question to ask that I don't think you necessarily answered, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Tommy asked you, do you think you could tell the difference between heaven and hell?
Can that be summed up as good and evil?
I guess, yeah. I guess.
Well, what is your good that doesn't offend others? Freedom. What do you want that offends others? That's the only rub.
Love could offend.
What do you want that?
Love could offend certain people.
Yeah, they're not used to it. I know it sucks. That's probably the freaking cross we got to carry every day. Like, dang, we know something that I want you to know, and gosh, you're so blind to it, but I love you anyways. And geez, I suffer because I see that you don't have it because I have it, and gosh, that is the struggle of humanity. What can we do about it, sirs, ma'ams?
That's not the point I'm getting to. I mean, it's. Don't you think? How can I put this? I mean, I guess it did. I get. If you want to say heaven is good and hell is bad, if you want to put it in good or bad, do you think? I guess I can't put it into words. Never mind. I guess it's
when you hit the revelation of love, it doesn't. Yeah, there aren't any words. No doubt. That's the struggle of humanity is articulation. Articulation is a beautifully wretched thing because
Agreed.
it's so massively understood.
But now we have Twitter.
Hey, there you go. That helps.
Full-fledged communication right there. What if all the world was telepathic? If that was part of, for lack of a better term, right? What,
Dude, we are
what if that was, well, what if it was immensely, very immense in the future, whereas we could gather together in groups and communicate similar to this, but there would be no misunderstandings, there would be no deception, and there would be no loss of information. Think of how quickly humanity would evolve. Like,
yeah, but that's the thing about mental connections. There is no lies, there is no deception because it's not possible. And my take on it is like we all enter the world with telepathic gifts. I mean, how else could you learn to speak? Why? If your mom is hitting the table, telling you as a baby, this is a table, this is a table. Why is not a part of us thinking she's talking about slamming something, or she's talking about pointing at something? I mean, we are all born telepathic. That's how we learn to speak. That's my take on it.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
I think we learn a lot after we're born, or we lose a lot, or we don't exercise what we could be. Sure. There's lots of things I knew as a kid. When the phone rang and my mom talked for the first 2-3 seconds, I knew who she was talking to. When I was in my mother's stomach, I knew what my dad looked like. I can remember that. I could see through her eyes once in a while, zoom in and see.
Wow.
I knew what he looked like before I was born.
Right?
Oddly enough, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that came back to me since the Mandela effect started coming into play. In fact, it's the reason why I found the Mandela effect. I literally Googled remembering memories because I had these memories coming back to me from an extremely young age I thought was completely impossible. And I was like, this is so strange, you know? I was remembering things that were partially almost supernatural. Well, in this case, it was sort of demonic activity or occult activity, but involved things with supernatural like views to see activity. And I was like, what's going on? Like, you know, how am I remembering so much? So I Googled it and up come Mandela effect, everything. And then I didn't really care about the occult stuff anymore.
Yeah, there you found your new rabbit hole, right? And here we are.
Yeah, yeah. For me, it was like meant to be when I started seeing everything, and then I looked at like everything behind me in my life, the stuff I loved, the stuff I learned, the experiences I had. So for me, I'm huge on geography. Did all this electronic stuff and learning in science. I have no idea why. I did everything I did all came together, and it was like I'm supposed to be. My whole life made sense all of a sudden as to why I did and learned all this different things, and it all came together for. Well, it's all related to the Mandela effect. Well, it was to set me up for this.
Well, that's a weird goal.
To do what?
That's
I have
a weird
no idea.
goal in life, and you never had the ambition, but now you know what your goal is, right? That's really weird.
Well,
Awesome.
I don't know what the goal is. I just kind of got an idea as to where the path is. I got no idea where it's supposed to go. Like, I just know I'm supposed to be here, and I'm kind of feel a little bit of a rut right now. Like, what am I supposed? I mean, I should be praying on it and asking for direction, but you know, it's not easy when it's like there's something you got to be doing. You don't even know what it is.
That's you're sort of in the phase like your Avatar shows, right?
Thinking, yeah. I picked that before I even knew it was the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Did you really?
I did. Someone pointed it out, something about the forehead and the fist. I'm like, yeah, probably. He's changed a few times since, though. Like, we've watched. He's partially, his butt's literally partially off the seat now. It's so weird. His second elbow's over on one leg. He's all twisted up. It's so raunchy.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Yeah.
Like he's more
I
alive
picked it
than
for
we
thinking.
are.
The reason why I picked think, and it wasn't like, oh, I'm a great thinker, although somewhat, I guess, compared to average, but it was, my point was, is that with the Mandela effect, it was clear to me, like, no one ever seen this shit coming, right? This is like, I watched sci-fi all my life. Like, this was hardly, anything like this was hardly even there. Like, who even thought of this idea? Like, how, so clearly to me, everything was off the table. We got to take a fresh look at what the hell is going on here, right? Good, evil, up, down, science, spirit. I don't know. We got to figure it out. We got to think. Don't decide anything. Don't come to any conclusions. We got to think, people. And that was the point of the thinker, to try to tell the Mandela effect people, sit back and think about it. Don't be drawing conclusions. And right away, right out of the box, man, we had conclusions coming from freaking everywhere. Like, how does these people know shit? This is ridiculous. Oh, it's this, it's that, it's that. No, we got to think. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it's a very valid point. We got to take all these ingredients and all these angles that the Mandela, that these new angles that the Mandela throws in our reality, and we need to understand, like, why is this happening and how is this happening? We can see it happening, but by all means, like, to what ends? To what ends? It's yeah. We have to ponder that. We do.
And it's likely more so a new beginning than it is to what end, right? It's kind of, be my guess, is generally the Mandela effect activity is the starting of a new beginning. And where it goes could get a little unsettling for what we're used to, the knock on wood we're used to, how far this could go. And we are programmed to always think that there's a good guy, a bad guy. We want this a favorite to win. We root for the underdog. We're taught this always. There's a good and a bad to everything. If something's good, something's bad. In this particular case, like the situation, I think it's all a big mix. And we're not used to of viewing things from that possibility that there's a bunch of good and a bunch of evil going on, right? And then I think that's what we're seeing with Mandela effect changes. It's quite the mix of stuff.
I love that viewpoint of it.
What part?
Oh, just the end there, where it's just such a mix, such a minutia.
You're really low, bro.
Yeah.
Oh.
Your volume's really low.
I'm sorry. Do you hear me now?
A little better.
Yeah, that's just such a mix.
Turn it up more.
Yeah, it's still a little low. It still is a little low. All right. Sister Fayer's in the chat.
Yeah, it took me a long time to come to the current likelihood I'm at, is that it is quite a mix. The Mandela effect changes. Initially, for me, it was flat out evil. Why? Because everything I seen had some negative, assumingly from our previous knowledge, negative things about it. If you build it, he will come. Like, what? He? Who the hell is he, right? Instead of they. And the lion turned into a lamb. Like, these two things I know flat out. I'll put my life on. I know what they were. I've read them. I've analyzed them. I personally know this shit. It's not what it was. And it has evil, condemnations or whatnot. So initially I thought it was evil. It could be CERN, whatever, a bunch of occultists, magic, throwing spells and crap on the earth or something, or manipulating stuff with some sort of technology. But then there's a lot of other good stuff coming up, especially in some of music, and it's such a mix. It took me a long time to go back and forth on that, and eventually just realize, it's just a big cesspool, but a big mix of stuff going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, let's say Stavely says, oh, it's the messages from God. Well, that's a little risky just to assume that. Some of it, probably, it is.
Yeah. Some of it
does have meaning from God. I think he's right. Some of it, not all of it.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. No doubt about it.
Well, I think it's important to give everybody room to grow too, and like you said, that gives them room to succeed in areas that they haven't, and so forth. That diversity both rises.
Shay, we can't hear you at all. You're just way too low.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get some earphones with a microphone, like I'm wearing.
All right. Well, I'm going to say I love you guys and tap out.
Yeah, I know you don't want to wake up your family too, so you're trying to be a little low, but I get that. But all right, yeah, man, you're welcome to join us anytime, and I hope we didn't, beat you up. Ow, cat, man. Whew.
Part of the country you from, Shay?
Tampa Bay area originally, but
Florida, eh? Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Florida. Yeah.
Florida boy for sure. All right. Love you.
All right, we'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you for your insight and wisdom.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yep.
Yeah, nice talking to you, Shay.
Yeah, man. You too, man. Everybody. Much love, man.
Yep, definitely. Take care, bro.
All right,
Yeah, take care, Shay.
Man,
nice to meet.
This cat's driving me crazy.
How'd you meet Shay? How do you know him?
He lives here in my area, and
you're in Tampa.
No. He came up from there. We're in the northwest Florida, Pensacola area. Yeah. Lower Alabama, some call it L.A. Lower Alabama because it's right above us.
Man, that Florida Panhandle.
Yeah.
It used the length of Florida used to be at least twice. I shouldn't say at least, but around twice as long as the Panhandle. Now they're the same because Florida's so damn short. Shit's so messed up, dude. Like
they give their land to Cuba. I mean, it's
obvious. It probably picked a little up.
Yeah, I definitely remember things being farther away in Florida for me, than they are now.
I remember a day a few years before Mandela Effect, 2 or 3 years, woke up one day and on the news, it was all about the Cubans coming in fucking little boats and how they had to pick up the pace on stopping them. And do you remember that? There was a portion of time there when there was like a week, like all these Cubans trying to get to Florida all of a sudden. Do you remember that?
They were coming in rubber rafts.
Yes.
Yeah, that's because they all woke up and were like, holy shit, we can almost swim to Florida. Let's go, boys. And there was this big influx.
Right? Exactly. Yeah, there's something to it.
Yeah, isn't Florida or isn't Cuba closer to the Keys now? I mean, isn't Florida or the Cuba closer to Florida than the Keys?
It is now. It's Cuba. It's Cuba now.
Man. What's next? I mean, how big a geographical change would it take to, I don't know, would any change, wake up the people that seem to be under delusion,
Probably not,
I
unfortunately.
guess,
You know what I thought at one time? I thought we all died, and the people who aren't awake are we all died, and we're somewhere, and say in the middle of like heaven or hell, like
purgatory. Yeah. We brought that up a little bit ago.
And the people who are not aware of the Mandela effect, they died yet. So we're just working with ourselves until they die, and then they'll wake up at their own time. I don't know. It was just a thought I had early on in the Mandela effect. But I have so many of them. I have so many different ways this thing can go.
Sure, and I also agree. There's something too, like I said, all the near deaths and things that we have, been through. There's so many of us that have either been, put under or in a coma or died and came back. All those things. There's just really, really a super amount of us, that have had one or two or a combination of those things. And
there's two major, commonalities with Mandela Effect people that are the largest, that outnumber the rest. I've been analyzing, from the beginning and even asking whatever people here and there and everywhere.
Yeah, I've polled people too. Mm-hmm.
The biggest ones is number one, really, is essentially truth or conspiracy theorist. That is a number one commonality. Now, the fact that we're all on the internet and stuff might have something to do with it, but I don't even think so. Now, that just because you are a truther, that doesn't mean you're Mandela affected, obviously, or whatnot. The other most common thing is essentially just a nice person, a good-hearted person, a low ego, whatever. A genuine, honest person. Honesty is pretty big, but being a nice person. I mean, there was almost no assholes. It was quite weird how good people got along from the very beginning. You could have a group of 20, 30 people in a room we were doing on Hangouts, and like people would, it was very chaotic till people learned to communicate on the internet, but people got along and they wouldn't argue. And I think the Mandela effect is sort of not humiliating, but like you don't know. So everybody was willing to accept everyone's view at the time as, okay, maybe, you know, they weren't arguing saying you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah, it humbled us in a way
Yes,
because
yes.
we all on the same page trying to figure out what in the world, you know, something so crazy could be, you know.
Right. We're so empathetic to everybody.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, indeed.
And going along with that, you know, I guess perhaps a calculative mistake made with the let's just say the NASA and whatever going to the moon story we've heard recently, and that whole scenario being played out and being presented on a Mandela effect platform. If there was things calculated, figured prior, they forgot to realize that you don't need to be a flat earther. In fact, we're all freaking truthers. We're all conspiracy theorists. You can't bring up a freaking Mason NASA dude and say that he's a good guy. We should just trust him. You don't need to be a flat earther to be like, they're all effing Masons, dude. You know, like that's weird. You don't go with NASA. You don't need to be a flat earther not to like NASA. Far from it, right? They're full of shit. Yes, clearly. There are a bunch of Masons. Yes. Shit going on underground. A bunch of demonic shit. Probably, right? A bunch of old Nazis. Yeah, that too. You know, no one trusts NASA. Why would you go with NASA and a freaking astronaut?
That's why I think, you know, like I said earlier, I really think it's all propaganda against the Mandela effect.
It's been hijacked.
Yeah.
It hasn't yet. It's I think hijacking it's partially it, but breaking it up to control is more important. We're the problem. Having a community is second. What's worse is the fact that there's one that's not controlled.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, well, and they must see. It's a shame that they see us as total opposition too. I mean, like, or they just see us as ignorant because we're not willing to go, as you know, into all these things that they're into and everything.
That's very much it.
Yeah. But and I don't. I think that's they kind of acted like they're better than us too, and we try hard not to do that, do we not? In this community, we try.
No,
not to.
That's the new age. I say new age, but a lot of that line of thinking is a very self-righteous, ridiculous. Like they're so smart, and if you got bad thoughts or evil, you're just manifesting that, you know. So I'm supposed to stick my head in the sand, is what I say they do. I say they, I mean more of the new ageist line of thinking. It is very self-righteous, for lack of a better term, and the whole new age side of things. And if you're not in the circle or join the group, then you just don't know. You might as well just be a church, like.
Yeah.
It's dreadful.
Yeah.
It's a good trick. Like, like they say, Satan's greatest deception is that he didn't exist. Well, how about evil altogether? No, you just make that up in your head. That's not real.
Welcome to the show, JMO.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you guys doing?
We're still
Hey.
live and popping. It's almost 7 hours now.
What's
up, boy? Yeah, man. I had a couple things I was gonna put in the chat, but it would be so much easier to just say it. But the whole thing with the astronaut, man. So it's a Mandela effect conference. Not only do you have an astronaut come out and then sing a made-up different take on the whole Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood song, right? But do you also remember when astronauts' suits were white?
Yeah.
Why is it orange? Why is it orange? 33. The number
well,
33, orange, right?
Well, there was a time when they were orange too, or something though, for a brief time, and then they went back to white mostly. But I think there was, and they might still have two. They might have two suits too. But yeah, I get what you're putting out there on the 33.
Is like a white suit something that's like a sterile, and the orange means that you're in somewhere. But see, like if you're in space, it should be all sterile. But the orange suit, man, why would they make it orange? And even if it was a thing at one point in time, why'd they bust it out for that dude to wear it? Like, is it a symbol of how it's being controlled? You know what I mean? And I know I'm going very like RV Russian vids on it. He's like, orange is 33. And I seen that and I'm like, is this shit really going on? Like, is this dude fucking dressed up as an astronaut? The whole thing, the whole ME conference, dude, that shit was just a debacle.
It was
so far from what it was supposed to be about. They never actually talked about the Mandela effect. And when they did, they tried to make it sound like it was mental illness or just all
That's
these
what
like, yeah, it was like they were more making up excuses for it.
Yeah. They try to associate everything with it, and not in a very scientific way, and not in a very logical way. It's like, yeah, I lost my keys and I looked everywhere, and then I found it again, and that's a personal Mandela effect, you know, and all sorts of things like, yeah, I'm a mental expert. I know everything about the human psyche and everything, and people can misremember things and then not address it towards the Mandela effect, but just mentioning it so that people will just associate all these things with it. I mean, and nothing was said. Everything was, they were just jabbering. They were just blabbering and chit-chatting. But there were no real, there wasn't really anything scientific about it or anything fair or logical.
If you were not into the Mandela effect, right, you would think if someone had never heard of the Mandela effect, that if they were to watch a Mandela effect conference, that there would at least be some meat to it to allow, like, I would think a conference about the Mandela effect, if you've never heard about it, would have enough information about it that you would leave that conference with a lot better understanding of how the Mandela effect works. That you would think that's what, you know, if you go to a any kind of conference, you discuss something, and at the end of it all, everybody has a better understanding of it. That's what a conference is, right?
Right.
And that shit was just, it's definitely controlled opposition, man. It's disinformation almost. Right.
It's almost taking away from the Mandela effect intentionally, perhaps.
It's like they're turning people off to it. And it's just like they're using the Mandela effect as that's another crazy conspiracy theory.
It's taking away people away from the Mandela effect. Indeed, it is.
Yeah, I was embarrassed to tell some friends about it because they won't listen to me about the Mandela effect. So I was hoping they would listen to the conference and pick up some information there, not coming from me. And I was totally, if they did watch it, I haven't talked to them yet, but if they did watch it, I'm totally embarrassed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right, because where there was no information, and it was just, even if you would have called it what it was, a bunch of people who claim to be whatever about something,
spiritually enlightened.
Right, it's like watching The View. It was like watching The View.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, is this just some like this is just entertainment. There is nothing more than entertainment value, and the entertainment value is coming from mocking something that a lot of people take seriously. Like that whole conference was too lighthearted. It was too lighthearted for me.
I
Brian
didn't
Staley's in the
see.
house.
What up, Brian? I didn't see all the interviews and stuff, but I did see that NASA video thing with the Father's Day stuff. And what was one odd thing, like weird twist in it, was like he was saying that, you know, there was the insertion of negative insertions or something into the timelines. And so he's saying that this attempt on Gus Gerson's life, and then maybe the time he died or something, like they were inserted, so they're Mandela effects.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, like, okay, wait a second here. That's, for one, that's not typically the way a person approaches it. But okay, that's fine. You didn't approach it the normal way, but you didn't explain what the F, because the way the Mandela effect works is that I remember it a certain way, and that's not the way it is now. So if you're saying that those are insertions into the timeline, i.e. Mandela effects, then what the hell do you really remember? He never told us. It was like some nonsensical bullshit. Like, oh, that's a Mandela effect insertion. Okay, so what do you remember then? That it wasn't even approached properly or covered properly after the fact. Like, it's fucking bullshit. Like, how the fuck is that a Mandela effect? What was the timeline before then? No idea.
You know, that's what I've always said, man. Talking about the Mandela effect, it depends on the person you're talking to, because if they believe what they believe, if they took the update, it's a moot point. They are not going to believe anything you have to say because they remember it the way they remember it. There's enough people that also remember it the way they remember it to kind of affirm what they believe. But then they have to realize that, you know, because when I think Mandela effect, if there's a lot of people, groups of people misremembering the same shit, come on, really? Like that, and I love how they have an explanation. Well, the way the human mind works,
yes,
it's very simple. You would think if the human mind all works the same, that we would just be good at remembering shit. That's what I would think, right? But you're gonna make it sound like the human mind, it's good at remembering some stuff, but then sometimes you're gonna fuck it up and completely think it's something that it was never a thing.
Yeah. How about CNN with their hit piece saying that marijuana causes the false memories, like hinting towards
the weed caused the Mandela effect. Of course it did. Of course it did. Yeah, I smoke weed every day, and it does not affect me cognitively whatsoever. It does not affect me cognitively whatsoever.
I went through college and came out the top of my class smoking weed every day. So. And on top of which, my memory isn't that bad because, you know, if I make a mistake and I fry electronics, it could be millions of dollars of some company's stuff. No, I'm pretty sure I know when I know, and I know when I'm not 100% sure, and I'll double check because I don't want to cause millions of dollars in damage. But they're saying, no, sometimes I just don't know. No, I do. I don't know about the rest of the world and all the other people walking the hell around here, but I know when I know something.
Like, and you know when somebody's trying to get you to question your own sanity that they're a fucking piece of shit. Like if that's the kind of the angle, that's kind of the angle they took. They were like, well, let's look at the mental health issue of it. What the fuck? Is this a mental health conference? What the fuck is this?
I know for sure that the fucking engines on planes are way the fuck up on the front. I remember them in the middle. There's no way anybody could ever fucking tell me any different. I know there was 4 people in the fucking car when JFK was shot, and there was only one film on it. So none of that was brought up. Nothing was brought up about the Mandela effect.
No, it's crazy. And there should be evidence. There's literally lots of physical evidence you can get a hold of residue. There's so many topics, like categories: anatomy, Bible, earth changes. Those are the big 3 that are avoided like a demon to them. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, they don't like bringing those 3 up right there. Earth changes, anatomy, and the Bible. They really don't like bring those up because they will shake people's grounds, right? Like literally. Of course, geography is not too much of a worry because not a lot of people are good at it or really sure about it.
Right. And then not a lot of people are devout readers of the Bible.
Right. And anatomy is inside of you.
It's inside of you. So you got to cut somebody open to see the changes. You know what I mean? And see, the anatomy and physiology thing, I was going to be a doctor. It's been quite some time ago. But I've seen inside of a cadaver. I've seen inside of a human body. So if it was real and I looked inside of a body today and it was different, like, okay, because I've seen it. Now, the whole thing with like geography is not my thing. So it's like, that's one of those things that's like, the Bible 100%. And it's not even from my own being super someone who was always, my grandparents and my parents, they could recite Bible verses because that's what they did. You read something, it's just like singing a song. Once you learn the words to the song, you don't read the lyrics, you just sing it. It just comes from, inside you. So these people that have been singing the Bible for 50 years, and then all of a sudden you tell them, what you're saying is not right, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let me show you. And then they go to show you, and it's like, right. And I mean, I could only and think about that. The Bible changes to old people, man, to people who go to church every day, that they hold their Bible in their hands. They've been saying the same stuff for decades, but then one day you tell them, hey, did you actually open that up and read it? Because it doesn't say that. That's nuts. I had a website change when I was doing research on me to some crazy shit, and then change back a week later. And that is, that's like what solidified the Mandela effect to me. That's when I'm like, you know what? It affected me. This only affected me. And that's crazy. And then it went back. It doesn't even make sense. But clearly, reality changes. Clearly, reality changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not mental illness. It's not the fucking weed. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. No, I've definitely confirmed it.
Hey,
Good to see
Tommy,
you too, Brian.
if anybody in chat wants to get on, let us know, because I'll drop out so somebody else can get on.
Yeah, well, I asked Reality Slider if she wanted to come in. I don't think she seen my message.
Yeah, well, definitely.
I have to go anyways, man. So that's okay. I have to end up going to work, dude. I'm getting ready for work and stuff.
Almost 7 hours, dude. I've got to get off and get.
Oh, yeah. You need definitely. You've been waiting for the reserves to come.
So hey, I love talking to all you guys, man. I love you guys. Tommy, if any of you guys go live tomorrow, I'll surely jump on with you guys. And Brian Stavely, I seen you in chat, bro. You and I gotta have a chat, online or whatever, in person, bro. You gotta call me. All right, guys, you take care.
Catch you later.
All right, man. Later, man.
Thanks. Yeah, anytime. Thank you.
Later.
And I gotta pee. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Grab a coffee.
All right, no problem.
Be right with you.
Yep. So let's see what we got going on the chat.
Damn, man, you're going strong 7 hours deep, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, and we've had about 24 the whole time, so that's good,
Oh, to main, dude, that's awesome, man.
Mhm.
I was impressed with myself when I did a 6-hour stream. I was just like, 6 hours is a long time, man.
I did 8 hours the other night. Let's see. Oh yeah, the night that Friday night, the night that I dropped that. Yeah.
Right.
And it was weird because as soon as it was over with, the stream was 8 hours and a few minutes or whatever. I wasn't off of line for probably 10 minutes, and I was able to go right to bed and go to sleep. And so I mean, I really couldn't have asked for it to go on any smoother than it did. If I was looking for it, it could have been a little funner, because I would have been just trying to contain myself and keep the show going and focus on everything. I mean, so, and I could have went outside and had a blast, but I had enough fun and sharing it with you guys and having having the show just go as good as it did. It was really a blessing. No negatives at all. And I was really scared. I mean, it took me a week or two to decide to even take it. Based on my health and especially my past health issues with seizures and stuff. So, but yeah, I couldn't have asked for it to go on any better. Really, really, really was.
That's great, man.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, for my 100 subscribers, whenever I get to 100, I'm almost there. Which we'll see how that goes. I might have lost some subs after my last live stream last night. But anyways, I'm about to do a 10-hour live stream. That's my I'm gonna attempt a 10-hour live stream. So we'll see what happens.
Tommy, do you know why you were having seizures before?
Well, I all right. If I have a brain tumor.
Really?
They when they discovered it, they said, "All right." I was in a hallway in the hospital, and they just walked up to me, and said, "Okay, you got a brain tumor. We're gonna have to do some brain surgery on you." Like just like that, just like just like it was nothing, and I just practically hit the floor. I was just my world was rocked to the core. And and so yeah, that's when they eventually admitted me, and I had every medical test known to man done on me, and some of them twice, 3 times even. They went as far as to put dye in me and hang me upside down so the dye would run to my brain. And I was in an MRI machine, the tube kind, not the open MRI.
Right.
I was in a tube for 4 hours. 4 hours. It's almost unheard of.
Jesus.
And then so they were mapping my brain the whole time. I had this thing. So I was in a tube, and then I had this big other helmet thing on too, on top of being in a tube. So I was in like confined twice. And then you just hear the wah 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 wah, for hour after hour. And yeah, it was.
I couldn't imagine lying in one of those things for 4 hours.
Oh man, most people are ready to get out after 10 minutes or whatever, and it was just torture, man. But at that point, now I was already paralyzed from the waist down, and so I let them do all this stuff because I knew I was in trouble. It was just only getting worse. It started where I couldn't pee. I couldn't urinate, and then it got to the point where my whole bottom half was shutting down, and couldn't walk. And after they did every medical test known to man on me, and they still couldn't really figure out what's going on, they're like, "All right, well, you must be having a multiple sclerosis type relapse exacerbation, they call it." And they said, "Well, let us pump you full of steroids and see if we can jumpstart your body again." And it worked. I mean, it took a lot of work on my end because the rehab was brutal, and I just kept falling down over and over and over. I had to learn how to walk again. I mean, I knew how to walk, but my body didn't. Didn't want to cooperate. And it took literally 2 years to get back to walking like a normal person. And I still can't, run and jump like a normal person. I might, be a little bit, but it was a wild ride. That's all from the poisoning, from my wife poisoning me years before that. And I lived with all these symptoms that I didn't even know. I thought I got lucky like the kids and didn't have any permanent damage from the poisoning. And then over time, symptoms started to develop, and it just got worse and worse over time. It's just it's crazy, man, to think that even when I got out of the hospital, I was in a wheelchair, and then I graduated to a walker, and I would fall down even just walking with a walker, and it was frustrating. It took 2 years to get Social Security because it was taking so long to get back on my feet. I had to file for Social Security, and I would go and see a doctor once a week, my neurologist, and sometimes he would be backed up, and I'd have to sit in the waiting room for hours, and it would be so painful, and I just would fight with myself to hang in there. And after months and months of that, same thing over and over, I eventually, kind of lost it one time and just crawled out of the doctor's office and just threw my hands up and was ready to be dead. I was ready to end my own life if it took that, but I didn't want to suffer anymore. And it was just a really big burden. And people came out and surrounded me, the doctor and nurses and family and strangers. And I don't know, something just came, just hit me that I couldn't do that. And I just picked myself up from that point on. The doctor saw, how frustrating it was for me. And he really went to bat for me with the Social Security and helped me, prepare for that and win the case and everything. But yeah, he could see the depression, that had built up in me, and and I fought depression for years after that too. And they put me on Zoloft and probably a couple other, things. The Zoloft, that might have been what made me suicidal, because I remember taking the Zoloft and then having like suicidal thoughts, and I'd never had that in my life before. So I was probably already on the Zoloft from being, depressed and frustrated, and that contributed to when I, lost it. So I took back the Zoloft and told them, that was, crazy for them to subscribe something to somebody that's only going to make them, more depressed and or kill themselves or want to kill themselves or harm somebody else,
Right.
and that's what they're all about. They don't want to fix you. They want to keep you sick. They want to keep, make you worse or whatever. They don't care if you have a psychotic breakdown on all this crap that they put together and put in a pill and said, here, this will help you. No, that's not their intentions. They look at you as weak and useless if you come to them and say, oh, I've got this problem and I've got this problem and oh, I've definitely got this mental problem. Man, they want to take you out. They don't want to help you. Yeah, they're just like, at that point, oh, well, we don't need this guy. He's not savable. He's not, whatever. He's just, wasting our energy, our resources. But so yeah, I'm very, very against pharmaceuticals, and I know that there's a better way for everything.
Well, yeah,
Everything that ails you,
I think the better way is if they would go with the terrain theory, and get off of this germ theory, because, like you said, it's all built around, keeping you ill, just giving you more and more pills.
Yeah.
They cause more side effects. They give you more pills.
Yeah, that's what happened. I went from like 5 pills a day to 24 pills a day.
Yeah,
and I just like, where's the end of this?
I know all about it, man. When I was 30 years old, and I actually like 28, and I had a rough day at work, and I threw my back out. I started taking 5 milligrams of Percocet. What was it, like 3 times a day? I think they started me out on. And 10 years later, I was still being prescribed them, but I was being prescribed 90/80s Oxycontin and 240 Perc 30s.
Yeah,
And 120 Somas.
Sure.
And that's, that was what I was being, in a matter of 10 years, I became a little, a pillhead, a junkie to pharmaceuticals.
No, I was one of the very first people to be put on Oxycontin when it came out 20 years ago here in Florida. and everywhere else. But they didn't say, "Hey, this is powerful. This is more powerful than Lortab, Vicodin, and all this other crap." And they deliberately did not say those things.
Right.
They sold OxyContin as safe and all this crap, and I was on it for a few months, and then another few months, it's like everybody was on it or wanting to be on it. It happened so quick, and then boom, America, it changed. It changed. It really did. I mean, we always have had hard drugs out there, but OxyContin changed the game, man. It really, it really did. And then you've got so many others since then and whatever too. But I mean, and meth, of course, has gotten its hold grip on America. But yeah, there's got to be a better way, and there is, for anything that ails you, anything that's got you sick or out of whack, and most diseases start in the gut. So if you can get good gut health, going, then that can even reverse some diseases. I don't have every single side effect that I used to, now that I'm not on all those medications, and I've changed my diet too. So there's a lot of things you can do, but it's worth doing those things to not be on their crap that they want you to be on. And these people are literally taking it as far as doing rituals, praying over this medicine that, if anything, to harm you, not to help you. I mean, it really goes that far. Just like in the music industry, where they pray to Satan for success and his blessings over the music. And I've seen it for myself. That how it works.
They take it to a ritual room, and before they, as
it's being produced and put on,
the first copy of the record or something like that, the master,
master,
they pray over it. Yeah, I've seen that too. What, with John Todd, right? Is that who you seen? Guy's name's John Todd.
What are you saying? Say it again.
John Todd.
That's not.
Never heard of him?
It's not ringing a bell, but I could just be having a brain fart. So
yeah, that's who I seen. Tell me about that. He was, I think, a former Satanist, or he worked in a record company, something like that. I forget.
Oh, I mean, I worked in music in Nashville, so I mean, I'm not just guessing here. I mean, I know some horror stories. I can't even. I know things I can't tell y'all because I'm still connected to the people. But I mean, there are horror stories left and right in all genres of music of people that either do or don't sell their soul for that success, and I mean, we don't have to believe in none of this stuff. It's still real. And
Right.
matter of fact, if we all chose to not believe in black magic and voodoo and sorcery and witchcraft, it would still exist. You're all, I mean, that's the way life is in reality is designed, that there is going to be an opposite of, hang on one second. Somebody's at my door. But y'all kind of carry on. Shout out the chat if you have to.
You're awful quiet, Boyan.
What's that, Rick?
I said you're awful quiet.
I don't get what you're saying. Sorry. I'm awful quiet?
Quiet, yes. Yeah, you're awful quiet. Not speaking that much.
Oh, awful quiet. I'm awful quiet. Yeah. Well, you can't speak for 7 hours.
No.
Only Tommy Tell the Truth can do that. I mean,
you've been on here for 7 hours too?
No, I think for
I
5 hours. But I did some groceries in between, and I watered the garden. So I've been busy.
I dropped out for about a half an hour to let Gypsy Rhodes come in. But then I came back after he dropped out. Yeah, that was a piss when he was on, man. They're a riot. And that other dude, Chris, because he was tripping. And when I went out, that's the show, like, it got funny. Well, when Gypsy Rhodes was on anyway, it got really funny.
I will never forget the picture that that he took, like the short video he took when he walked into the room where Bob was sitting, and Bob was just sitting on the floor like a baby.
Yeah.
You know? I cannot forget that image. I will have to review this stream just to get that image. I'm gonna make a screenshot. I love that one.
And he was saying he was from England. I'm from England.
He's the king of England. He's the next king of England.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I gotta jump off soon. I gotta get my car to the mechanic and get the air conditioner fixed.
I just installed this this van, so I'm gonna be cool now.
Okay. A line went in my air conditioning unit in my car. I thought it was just Freon. I got a Freon. I got it charged with Freon, and he said he's seen a hole in the hose. He said, you know, if it gets warm again within a couple of weeks, you know, you're gonna have to replace that hose.
Yeah.
And here in Philly for the other day anyway, it was like 95 degrees, man. It was really, really hot.
That is hot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too early for it to be that hot, but now they're fucking with this weather, man.
It's close to that here too, you know, in Holland, and it's quite that's not very normal for Holland. You know, 25 degrees Celsius is already quite hot for us.
Right.
But now it's like 33 degrees Celsius. Wow, man, that's something like 90 degrees, right?
Yeah,
Something like
I think I don't really remember that much of that. I forget.
Yeah, it is something about that, something in that region.
Freezing for you is what, 0?
Yeah, below
All right.
0 is freezing. Yeah.
Freezing for us is 32 degrees. So if you're at 33, right? You said you were at 33. I had 32 on there, I think. I don't know if it works like that.
No, it doesn't work like that. But your 90 degrees is somewhere around 33, I think, something like that.
Right.
I might be off by 10%, but it's something like that.
Yeah, it's so weird that I said that because, like I said, I was just talking to my son the other night, and he's out in Chicago now, but or the outskirts of Chicago, but it was like 95 degrees, like I said.
Wow.
So I mean, it could have been 90, you know, but with it in the Northeast here, our humidity's horrible. It's really thick.
Yeah.
But my phone read 50, like, you know how you have the temperature on your phone, you have the weather?
Yeah.
It read 57 degrees where I was at. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's virtual reality. Well, you know, I lived in South Africa, so I know what it is like to be in a subtropical environment. And I'm a white guy. I can pull that shit off, man.
Yeah,
flies everywhere. You're sweating all day. I mean, it's just no fun. You're always looking for shade.
Right.
You know, South Africa wasn't that much into airco. They just built thick walls, right?
Okay.
So it's more like a Mediterranean solution to it.
Right.
But yeah, I know, man. It's I didn't like it. I couldn't acclimatize. Is that a word?
What did you say? Climatize?
I couldn't climatize. Yeah, I couldn't climatize. I was just way too white to live in Africa.
I think you just made that up, Hornet.
But you know what I'm saying. Right?
I'll say it's a word. I think it is.
Yeah, I hate the summer, man. Heat's the worst. I would much rather it be cold than hot.
Well, I don't hate the summer at all, but it's easier to protect yourself from cold than from heat, right? So,
Yeah.
I'd rather have extreme cold and snow. I'd rather have that than extreme heat.
Yeah, most definitely. Yep.
But I wouldn't want to be an Eskimo.
You want to be an Eskimo?
No, not. I would not want to be an Eskimo. Who's flushing the toilet?
Yeah, really.
Hank, that's noble.
I think it is. I think he took a pretty big dump for flushing that long.
Should distance. He's taking a shower.
There you go.
Yeah, he's taking a shower.
Maybe my mic's messed up.
Nobleness is giving us some white noise, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's racist, Wayne.
Pink noise, then. Maybe can I say pink noise? That's gay enough, right? That's gay enough. He's giving us some pink noise.
Is it gone?
It's who gone?
It's gone now. Yeah.
The white noise.
Yeah, it's
the
gone.
racist noise. That's funny. That's racist white noise. Yeah, why can't it be black noise? Damn it! Come on now.
Yeah, it should be black noise because it's fucking. I don't like it, so it should be black noise. Oh, that's really racist. He's saying that.
You know, I
This is getting removed for hate speech.
I'm surprised
Yeah, I think so.
with the whole white, black, and male, female thing. Like, I seen it coming, and I didn't think it was really like going to go anywhere or be used for anything. And more so for the male, female thing. It was back in, let's say, around the 2014 period, maybe earlier. It would come in the morning news and stuff. Like, they would have these tidbits. Did you know it was like 76% more likely that the female will get up to go see the crying baby in the middle of the night than the male? Well, probably. But they kept saying this shit, male, female statistics and shit, and about fathers or mothers and children, and they were male bashing. I mean, in a way you could look at it, but it was like a comparison. It was a division. Literally, that's what we were creating, was a division. It wasn't male bashing, because although they did it on the male negative, obviously for other reasons, but it was fucked up. And I'm like, this is so dumb. And I could see it. You know, I was into Alex Jones and stuff at the time. I understand it was social manipulation, but I didn't see where it was going to go or it was actually going to be used. And like, they brought back this whole like white black thing, which it is worse in the States. Like, I'm in Canada, right? So for me, I mean, the late 80s going through the 90s, hip hop came in, rap came in. White people, like, I was in a white church and there was like 2-3 black families. Although, like, one was my best friend, like one kid my age. So I grew up hand in hand, like looking at each other, getting milk, like literally from that age, right? So to me, literally, like, I'm not racist. I don't even understand. People say, oh, you know, you can't say you're not racist at all. No, I'm not. Like, you guys are idiots.
White. You
I
are
am.
white. You don't know that you are racist.
Yeah,
Let
well,
me
I say
tell you,
bullshit. They
you
don't
are
know
racist.
what I think. In fact, I question if they even know what they think, because I'm pretty sure they don't know what they think. I'm well aware of what I think, and I got a pretty good idea how retarded they think. So screw them. They don't know. They're dumb. So I don't really care what they think. It's irrelevant to me. But yeah, anyway, my point being is, like, okay, my point was, like, I grew up there was a church that was very white. And of course, it was nice people. Some maybe a little over self-righteous and whatnot, but good people, good intent, except I think there's a few occultists, would come to find out later on, which is pretty disturbing. It was such a good thing. Like literally, it was such a good thing and empowered people. And anyway, it was all about getting to the truth. Prove it for yourself. Like they literally preached that. It was weird. And that's, I think, why it was tore up. But it was taken out after the dude died. Anyway, point being, he was demonized. Point being is that even like, let's say I had done a Mandela Effect video on the Boys to Men song. So when that came around, and that was a thing, so that we have teen dances, but of course, you know, there's not supposed to be anything sexual. You should kind of keep a little distance, right? This is a church dance. But nonetheless, you have dances, you have guys and girls after whatever, volleyball or track tournaments or whatnot. And like it was, I'm just saying it's a big thing. We all knew each other really well, and it was a very big thing. And so when the black music came out, we couldn't play too much hip hop. Boys to Men come out, and that could be included a lot safer. There's not swearing and all that, right? So it was, what's my point? The white people appreciated it, literally. We liked that. We liked to have the inclusion. We wanted it. We felt good because we knew that those people probably felt a little out of place. Why? Because they're the only black people in here, and humanity has a history, right? So we literally liked it. Like everybody appreciated. I mean, I don't know about all the adults what was in their head, but I'm telling you, the overall vibe and the young people, the upcoming teens, we appreciated having it. We enjoyed it. We liked the fact that we all liked it, and vice versa. And the same thing, the same thing in the movie. You know, I see white people. That was fucking hilarious. Everybody loved it. I loved it. The black people loved it. Everybody loved it. Right? We liked hip hop. Hip hop came out. We liked it. So to me, like the whole racist thing, like, I mean, yeah, there's racism or there's racist angles of thinking that people may have and not realize sometimes, perhaps, but it's dying off. To me, it was gone in the 90s. I mean, on its way right down the downslope in the 90s. It was on the downslope. It's gone, right? This whole racist thing. And like I said, I know it's different in the States, and I experienced that working the phones and taking calls from Louisiana and different places. Yeah, there's a few old, like, hardcore racists. And out west, there's a few more, too. But I couldn't believe that it's brought back. And I don't even understand how people are falling for it so bad. And it's so stupid. Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I
think people are still like puppets. Like, it's ridiculous.
Best way, I think, to get over it, to get over this racism thing, you know, that has been projected upon us. I mean, it's not like
the level of it.
Projected. But even then, you know, even when everybody's influenced under this, let's not call it racism. Let's call it difference of culture, because that's what it actually is about. It's not about somebody's color. It's about somebody's culture.
Depending on what you're referring to.
Yeah, but okay.
Who and thinking of what?
But
right?
you know the same pattern arises when there's a civil war in a country, be it for a state to want to get sovereign because of the other states, or be it because one group of citizens wants to be apart from the rest of the group. You know, it always happens like that. And what I would like to address is the best way to get over it, to get over this racism. If anybody experienced it, right? I mean, if you were in a racial fight, like blacks against whites, right? The only way to get over it afterwards is just to make jokes about it. It's just to make the worst joke that you can about black people in the company of black people, and have them laugh about it, as well as the white people that are around you. That's the best way to get over it. Just to discard it all. And maybe you will even get offended hearing a joke about white people, of which you think, oh well, that really goes too far, and you see everybody around you laughing about it. Then you might relate it to, like, you know, you can at that moment you can directly relate it to the other people's view. You might feel offended, but you see everybody laughing about it, and it might even tickle you to also laugh about it. When, you know, this is a very sane way to get over any kind of problem. Make jokes about it. We all know the Yugoslavian war, right? Maybe not everybody knows that, but it wasn't too long of a war, but it was quite destructive with the Muslims and the nations of this old Yugoslavia. And it was like 7 nations. There was Bosnia, there was Bosnia-Herzegovina, there was Croatia, there was Macedonia, and I forget a few now, and there was Slovenia, and they all fought a war, and every group had their issues with all these other groups, and everybody was prepared to fight all the groups. And the way that they got out of it was telling jokes to each other about the other group. So the Serbs got with the Croatians and with the Muslims together, 3 groups in a room, and they started telling jokes about the other groups, and that's how they became brothers again. I mean, it's a true story here. And I take this story. I heard this story from people in Slovenia, from soldiers like veterans in Slovenia, and it really touched my heart because it was truth being told there. He said, "That's how we got over it, man. We just invited everybody, all these 3 or 4 or 5 major groups, into a room, and we started telling jokes to each other about each other, like the worst joke that you can think of me having your mother, right? Something like that." And then and at one point it gets so ridiculous that even you will have to laugh about it. And that is the way to do it. That is a way to do it, not the way, but that is a very sane way to do it, especially after a war. I mean, after you've been killing each other physically, or each other's neighbors, or each other's nephews and daughters and mothers and whatever. I mean, you can grade it down by just insulting each other, telling jokes about each other. That might lift the spirit. That might get a weight off your shoulder. Just telling a joke about black people to black people. I mean, try it. Try it. Maybe they will laugh. Maybe they will be offended. I mean, look what will happen. Just view what will happen.
I think you're right and wrong in ways. I think
that would be
so
nice.
In the
That
circumstance that you're talking about, is there was high tension. Literally after war, people are killing each other, and that's heavy. That's a lot of hate.
Yeah.
And so what you're referring to is an input of a situation that really cracks the ice hard, and a situation like that may benefit from it. And you can laugh after the fact. Is the punchline is a laugh, which is a good way to forget the bad, right? And I could see that working in a situation like that. For me, like after, like I'm not racist. So I don't see the point in thinking about it at all. Although,
but
like
jokes.
let's say so for a very subtle reflection, like I see white people. That's funny, right? That's in humanity's history of whatever retardedness was done and what became of it, and we laugh about it now. But then that's about it, because like as far as the surface thing, because to say any joke when things get crude, and like I don't think like that. Like, or let's say with something to do with death or hanging or that, I couldn't joke about that. It's horrible. I wouldn't even thinking about it, sort of thing. You know what I mean? So why would I want to say a horrific joke? The thing is, I think what you're saying works on different levels, perhaps in different ways. But for me, I'm actually not racist, so I don't need to do that. You know what I mean? There's not a reason for it, like there was in the case in Slovakia.
But because it's projected on us, and it's because I just want to take it back to the Yugoslavic metaphor. Things are projected on. these guys were not fighting because they choose a fight with the Muslims. They had to fight the Muslims and they had to fight the Serbs because they were told to. And you know, once they got to the heart of the matter, as they did, it was like, what the fuck are we talking about? We can joke about this. We don't have to fight about this.
Right.
We can all acknowledge the difference between our groups. I mean, people are black, people are white, people are brown, people are something in between, whatever. We can joke about everything. I mean, I'd
Trump
rather
is
joke
orange.
about it than kill somebody, right?
No
doubt. EF Wave says hey to you, Voynich.
Hi, Flip.
I agree with you there, Voynich. If you're not going to laugh at it, you're going to get angry at it. You're going to end up hurting someone. I agree with that 100%. But listen, guys, I got to get my car to the mechanic, so I'm going to drop out now.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a priority, Rick.
Yeah.
And remember, Rick, don't consent, man. Don't consent.
No, I'll tell them too that I want no human contact. Okay.
No human contact whatsoever. Only computers.
Yeah, only computers. That's all I want. I don't want no human contact.
No, humans, you can't trust humans. Computers can't make a mistake. Only
About
humans
as
can
far
make
as I
mistakes.
can throw. But all right, so I'll catch you later.
Ciao, Rick.
Good day, Rick.
Thanks, Rick. Well, that was his phone ringing, I guess. And there at the end. Ooh,
Rick Swain never consented.
Tommy, man, you had a rough go. I didn't know that. It was only maybe a week or two ago I heard you say something about MS. I heard a bit of your story here. Wow, you had a hell of a go. Definitely changed as a person, I did.
You know, part of me is like, people used to say that I created the monster in my wife because I was so good to her and I spoiled her. You know, I went out of my way to spoil her with things, and nice things, whatever. And you could say that I guess that I spoiled her in the fact that I let her get away with cheating on me, and I know that sounds crazy.
Please don't give that angle on your story too much attention, because if you would have done the same thing to a good person, something completely different would have come out of it, right? I mean, you must agree on that one. It's not about the things that you gave her.
If I had been a bad husband or a bad father, then take me
then
out.
It would be a solid agreement. Yeah, then it would be solid argument.
Right. Yeah.
But
I'm not.
You didn't poison her, did you? She poisoned you.
Of course not. Yeah.
I mean,
Right, I didn't catch all
don't
that.
tell
I did hear you say that. With what?
It was household cleaners, and maybe something a little more sinister to that. But that's what she started out with, was definitely stuff you could get in a store. But then there's lots of toxic stuff in the store.
It's like some TV shit,
she
man.
did her homework. She liked the movie The Sixth Sense. Where I know she had
What is
watched
it with you
that.
Americans? You guys all watch too much TV, man.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
The Hand That Rocks the Cradle was another one. So, I mean, my wife was fighting. My wife was fighting the demons from. She had. All right. Let's back up. I married a 16-year-old that had a baby when I was 23, and she had a really rough childhood herself, because there was a lot of child molestation in her family that I didn't even know about, prior to marrying her, and I don't even know to this day how to what extent she was messed with. I know that there was some in her family that were definitely, messed with, including her mother. This is sick, but people need to know just how much sickness there is in this world, and evil.
There is.
Okay, so my wife's mother, my mother-in-law, was repeatedly I hate to use the rape word, but she that's what she would tell you if she was telling you. My mother-in-law was raped, abused over and over by her father and her 5 brothers. So imagine 6 grown, 6 men, doing that to their other child, to their other family member, the sister, the daughter, so her mother fought demons herself and became an alcoholic and drank herself to death. I mean, I literally watched my mother-in-law go from drinking just a pint a day to the biggest bottle of whiskey you could get, and she bought one every day. She definitely,
You can hardly blame a person that's been through that, right?
Yeah, but you can hope that that nobody gets to that point. That's the thing. And we, so we man, just pray for people, and if nothing else, but just try. We got to try to help people that feel like there's no escape, but that and and then people did that for me, so that's what helped me get through it. And you people still helping me, even though I've forgiven my wife, and then the whole other thing with my youngest daughter and her mother, who's in prison for life now. All those things I had to forgive them to move on. And yeah, I mean, I've had 2 horrible near-death car accidents. I've had lots of things, that either I brought on, consequences of my actions, or that I sometimes will say that, it is a spiritual battle we're in, and maybe, maybe Satan has gone out of his way to attack me in ways too, or try to get to me through, he's at least tried to
The saints will be exhausted. I mean, right? The saints will be exhausted.
Yeah, that's why I am a firm believer that if we choose to be Christ-like, love Christ and try to be Christ-like, that we will go through the same hardships that He did, and be persecuted, maybe to the fullest extent, to where we do even lose our lives, because this world is so anti-Christ right now that whether or not even half the people believe it or not, it's just the man. Bigger than anything, almost, is that the world doesn't want Christ, in them or in their lives, and even if they're not saying it, they're certainly putting that out there by their choices and actions, and I'm not saying to judge people like that, but I'm just saying and there's just so many more people that we can reach and help, and I hope we do reach all those, because no matter what, there are going to always be people that choose to be loyal to the other side, the dark side, and they and I do believe that there'll be a lot that won't want to level up, or whatever. They like the misery loves company, and some people just never, I guess, find the way to let go of things and forgive and make the change happen. Because I've been to the bottom a few times, and I've lost everything I own several times. I mean, including just 5-6 years ago here in Pensacola, we had a 500-year flood or 100-year flood, whatever it was. But I literally lost everything I owned, except for what I had on and a few things hanging in the closet. But I had to find it somewhere else to live immediately, and I slept on a floor with no covers or pillows for days. I reached out to the Red Cross and all those things that are supposed to help you, FEMA and all that. Nobody helped me except for my next door neighbor, and he was an old guy, and he was getting a little help himself from getting these meals that were delivered to him, and he fed me and gave me a blanket and stuff, and in return, I was led to witness to him and share my testimony, my story, my life story, and and testimony with him. And I did that for months and months, maybe a year or so. And then his dementia and Alzheimer's got to the point where he couldn't really conversate with him anymore. But man, I never let up once. Every time I felt the Spirit lead me to, I would sit down with that man and just try to help him get to a good place to exit, because I knew he wasn't going to make it forever with how bad his dementia and Alzheimer's were, and and just other health issues and stuff. So I gave back. That man helped me when nobody else would help me, and I loved my neighbor as he loved me, and shared all that that I went through, and it helped him. And he had been a very selfish man for most of his life, and just self pleaser, and never really thinking about what God would have for him, to be doing with his life, or not even thinking about, hey, what I'm doing, might not please God, and a lot of us do just do without thinking first of, are we harming others, or are we disrespecting our Creator with what we're doing? And so yeah, Tom. His name was Tom. Also, Tom is gone, and his daughter, who he spoiled, pretty much rotten, is missing him more than ever now. But she took him for granted for quite a while, and she stressed him out. Made his life a little harder than it should have, and we do that to people too. We're all guilty of, those kinds of things, and but we need just to remember that intent is everything. God knows what we've done in the past, what we're doing now, what we're thinking about doing, and what we will do. And I know that time is short, and we just need to be the best the best we can be individually, and for this world we're in. And it can't hurt to think that we can definitely make a difference, because I hear that all the time. Well, we can't. We're too little. We're too small of a group. We can't make a difference or change anything. And I know we do and can, and we're supposed to be the light. And so at the very least, we've got to be that shining bright light on this world and on the darkness, which we try to do. We expose the tyranny and whatnot that we come up against. So sorry to go so long on that, but anybody else got anything they want to add to that or bring up? Then go ahead. I'm gonna catch my breath.
Yeah, there's stuff from my past that I suspect I may have been targeted from a basically from a spiritual level, likely, but carried out not necessarily, like still real world stuff as well. So quite likely.
Mm-hmm. I was targeted.
I'm not going to talk about my past, but it wasn't peaches and cream.
Right.
Not at all.
I definitely felt targeted in both the spiritual and the physical after dealing with Alex Jones, and and I have defended Alex Jones a number of times, even some to this day, that I felt like he probably started out with very good intentions and wanting to do like we are, exposing tyranny and stuff, but like I said earlier too in the show, that unfortunately, most people have a price, and they wore down Alex Jones, over the years, and maybe they broke him, and he changed his tune and stuff, and he never should have jumped on the Trump bandwagon like he did too. That was a huge mistake, I think, and because before that he was trying to tell people that it's a dog and pony show. So then what? But then all of a sudden, just because somebody you think is gonna do all the things he says he's gonna do, we should start believing in the system again? No, I didn't fall for that. But none of us really did, I'm sure neither. But anyway, Alex Jones, in 2009, he was high. It was the swine flu. It wasn't the corona flu, but it was the swine flu. It's the same thing, just in a different package, and in a different attempt. They were trying to scare us to death then, and to getting the vaccine and flu shots and all that crap, and there was agendas that they were hoping to have come to full fruition, but we didn't fall for it then. Like now, it hasn't worked as good, but it did work better this time than it did in 2009. But it did scare a lot of people in 2009. I even went out and bought or ordered face masks. I ended up having those face masks, most of them for years, obviously, because nothing happened. Nothing got serious with the swine flu, and that. But yeah, they had serious plans to exploit that. That if the people had a fully bought into it back in 2009. And then I like to point out also on that is, so you got 2009, and guess what happens when you take 9 and 11 years later? You have what we're dealing with now with COVID-19. So 9 and 11, they try it again, 11 years later, to pull the wool over us and get us to buy into the fear, and then beg for a vaccine.
It's funny you bring up the swine flu in 2019. Did you know my very first video was just that? It's on that topic for YouTube. It's the reason I opened a YouTube.
Yeah, wow, that's interesting.
There it is.
I started my YouTube in 2009, but back then I was just, and way before then too. Also, I hadn't started. I was just doing music content, back then on YouTube. Now, I was very active on Twitter. I've been on Twitter since it came out. And I've had several accounts. One of them is still on there. I don't have access to it anymore, but I was Stand Up, Speak Up, and I had a lot of followers back then. There's probably not many now because it hadn't been active in so long. But and I was an independent, and I put myself in the political world to try and pull people out of it. That was my main focus back then. It was of course exposing, the deep state or the shadow government back then, for sure. And so just so everybody knows, I mean, I was 18 years old, which is 28 years ago next month. At 18, I was sat down by somebody with top secret clearance that worked for the government and had top secret clearance, and he explained to us that the New World Order would come someday, and the one world everything, and he went into great detail, and it's and so I became a researcher from that point on, and I've been down every rabbit hole, from that point on to now, that makes any sense, and especially anything that I felt the Lord has, put on me to go down. I was never pushed to look at Q. So I've never once Googled Q or gone to a website looking for his information or anything like that. And I still think that that's just a part of the agendas and the programming and all that stuff. But so it's been a long time to just watch the New World Order slowly be implemented, and I've been the crazy uncle for 20 some years. My nieces and nephews have had to hear me tell them about all this stuff, I've just never cared about what people thought about me, thank goodness, and I've been called everything in the book and then some, and it, but that's us in this community. We're not going to let ridicule or mockers or scoffers or anybody stand in our way of standing up for what we believe in, and exposing tyranny and evil when it's trying to conquer the world like it is. Y'all still there? You're both muted.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
okay.
here.
I like that, Disciple. There's no coincidences either. That's cool. Yeah. I'm really, really glad we all got together like this, and we definitely do need to do it more often, and it's just it's just so wonderful to be a part of this community, and we are blessed, and we're just gonna keep on keeping on, and I hope that we get to the bottom of everything someday, and we get to see each other on the other side of whatever happens to. It's an amazing time to be alive. We were all specifically chosen to be a human right now in this time, because God could have had you born in the Bronze Age or the whatever age. You could have been born in the future, or whatever. I don't know, but what I'm saying is we were definitely each chosen to see this play out, and to have a specific role in all this too. We all have or are intended to do something in all this and play a role in it, and and it's still our choice. So that's the great thing about free will. But some of us are more passionate about playing our role in in the end times, and I just know that most of us are just ready to see evil not have its grip on humanity like it has for so long, and we want to see a better world. We want to see, just good, and evil just be put in its place, right?
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
interesting with Mandela community. It's like, from an overall perspective, and after we got a couple of years now to see a little bit of progress or not, it seems like there's like a break off perspective, right? So humanity, there's a break off of their perception of events or reality, right? Events, and for some reason that's meant to be. How that comes into play, I don't know. I assume it's for information for others later on. Would be my first guess, but it's weird how does that play out, right? Is it just our recordings? May not be in our lifetime. We don't really know. Maybe our recordings, dude.
As fast as we see technology coming and them wanting to implement it, emerge with robots and computers, to me that is another sign that we are really super close to a climax, to an end, because if you have free will, I mean, you shouldn't have to worry about them forcing you someday to mingle, with machines, and but yet we definitely see that coming, where they will try to force it on us one way or another, and so I just one way or
And
another
there might be something
we're going to be able to escape them, escape from them, getting the upper hand on us, and actually chipping us, or making us merge, with machines somehow, against our will, right?
and having us here as a groundwork for, or as a platform, might be somewhere that people turn to look when they reject something else later on, when it becomes more obvious. So let's say evil takes a big step, right? And a lot of people feel the heat. If they see it, they're actually a little smell in the coffee, right? And then they got to look somewhere else to existence. What the F, where they see evil, right? Shit might happen in the future, that, because I think that's turns people to God. It isn't that you crave love so bad. We've learned to live without it, or not realize we need it, whatever. But it's seeing evil, right? That's what does it here on Earth. You're like, holy shit, fuck that, right? It's rejecting evil more than it is that wakes people up, I should say, more than it is than seeking God's way.
Where would some of us be right now? I hate to say this, but where would some of us literally be right now if we didn't see the signs, and like the Mandela effect, and the Bible changes, and the deniers too of that. So that was a huge wake up call for me, and for anybody that wants to admit it. That hey, I need to make sure I'm living right, whatever that right is to you or whatever. But to me, it's making sure I please my Creator before I go trying to please myself, from my flesh, my you know. um,
There is a portion of people that hear about the Mandela effect and literally stick their head, pretty much intentionally stick their head in the sand, right? There's different memories out there, but no, there's a portion of people that get affected and reject it, literally, intentionally stick their head in the sand. That's dangerous, and it might be all part of a play. There's a good and evil battle going on, and Satan knows how God's plan works out, and he's trying to beat it by beating us, in a way.
Yeah.
And by deceiving us in order to beat it.
Right.
So, yeah, I can't remember where I was going with that, but yeah, no, it's basically you're accepting to live a lie, and that ain't nothing dangerous, right? If you're willing to put your spiritual self in a position like that and be okay with it, very, very dangerous, and evil will obviously take advantage of that in the future.
Right.
And in fact, I think a portion of what the updates are, I mean, it seems to be like there's a psychic hypnosis going on, and I don't know if it's self-inflicted on some subconscious level. I don't know. It is self-agreed to on some subconscious level. It has to be, just like hypnotism.
Yeah.
But there's something else going on. I've pretty much witnessed updates. I can analyze them in ways, and it's like I'm supposed to just I make up an excuse for something. And I accept that as an event in the past is what happens, and I don't know why I do that. And I'm not talking about me consciously. I'm talking about shit going on in my subconscious, in my dreamland. That why would I do that? I don't know. Most people don't know why they do half anything they do in dreams, right? It's a whole thing playing out on its own from our conscious viewing. And most of the time, and in this case, again, like for some reason, there's events made up that matches our reality, our life, our people we know, places we lived, everything in our timeline, in our own personal timeline, and things are created to make a change, a Mandela effect, acceptable or not a change, or the new reality. And I don't know if that's and it may be different. Maybe sometimes it's imposed by an evil doing, and maybe. But I don't think it always is. I don't think it can always be. I think it actually has to be part of the way we are, because I think there's been earth changes for a long time. The changes I've seen, there's no way that like thousands and millions of people and whatever are doing things like taking ferries to work and shit, and they're just all fooled. No, there's a level of our perspective of current time versus the broad spectrum of time that we've accepted to ignore updates. We've accepted to ignore what we would now consider a supernatural change of some sort. We have chosen, or we were tricked, or we were knocked down not to see it. But it might be like a traumatic incident, right? Let's say probably like the Tower of Babel. We went up, we stuck our head somewhere we probably shouldn't have stuck it. We got smacked in the head, and it caused major trauma. And we've chosen, we fractured, perhaps subconsciously or something, and we accepted updates. We accepted to be focused on time singularly or something, or we were knocked down to it, and we were knocked down maybe to be more stuck to it or something, or limited in our capability. I don't know, but we've chosen to ignore. I say chosen or fractured to ignore these supernatural type of change, what we consider supernatural changes now. There's something natural, or it's just all in how we were created and how God has us naturally evolve. Maybe we weren't more at one time, but I really suspect we were, perspective wise. And I say more differently because there's a lot of what we are now that we didn't have back then, because we've existed the way we have now for so long. Especially like logic, like they didn't have as much logic. Obviously we exist off logic now, in a very whatever scientific kind of way, I guess. But sorry, rant. I want to get that out to you. Tommy, you're muted. Tommy, you're muted.
Thank you. I'm muted. Great. I forgot.
Yeah, I
so,
ranted there. I don't know where I came from or where I went.
That's all. That was all good though. But let's see here. I was trying to remember what I was holding on to tell you after you got done, and the thing. Hold on, a second with me. I was actually a few things, but you know how that goes. We're like, oh yeah, I'll ask him that afterwards, and you just concentrating on what they're talking about.
Yeah, I think I interrupted Vonage too. How do you pronounce his name?
Voynich.
Voynich, sorry. Yeah, I think there's some input on.
Have you ever heard of the Voynich manuscript?
No.
No, you've never heard of the Voynich manuscript? No. Okay.
Fill me in.
Huh?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Fill me in.
Okay. It's a book it's a really rare book that was discovered that is like no other book, and has like what we like foreign writing that's not known of any kind, and has plants and different stuff in it that's not known to us, so it's like some book of secrets, or some book of maybe what's beyond Antarctica, or who knows. I mean, Voynich will certainly, he's lots of people around the world have tried to decode it, and lots of people say they've even solved it too, but it's a mystery book that a lot of very smart people have tried to code one way or another, and some think they.
Some people managed.
Yeah.
Some people managed to. There's also this this Hispanic guy. I don't know whether he's from South America or Spain or some other place, and he also says that he decoded it, and he reads it on YouTube, and he also made a patent. He also made a claim that a patent, right? That he was the one to have solved it, and it's all very suggestive. He doesn't tell us how he does it. I can tell you how I do it. I'm just not ready to tell the world because I'm still a bit traumatized by it. Yeah.
What's the known or accepted or history on it?
Yeah, well, that's they say it has been written 400 years ago.
It came from where? Where do
yeah,
we know?
nobody
Where do we
knows.
know it came from last, though?
Yeah, right.
Where'd it come up at?
Nobody knows. It only came up in
where was it
in a
found?
Jesuit library, and it was donated by somebody called Voynich. And
Where's the library? What part of the world?
The Vatican.
In the Vatican grounds, somebody donated something?
It might have been. I don't know, but for the moment, it's in the hands of
Italy.
Yale.
Yeah, well, it says Italy. All right, I'll read the Wikipedia on it real quick. The Voynich manuscript is an illustrated codex, handwritten in unknown writing system. The vellum on it, which is written, has been carbon dated to early 15th century, possibly 1404 to 1438, and it may have been composed in Italy during the Italian Renaissance. It's got astronomical stuff in it. It's got some strange stuff.
It's got some. I mean, even looking at it, it will blow your mind. Just not even trying to understand it. Just look at the pictures, and it will blow your mind. I mean,
right?
It's labeled the world's most mysterious book.
Just download it.
How long have you known about this?
I'm sorry, what was that, Nobleness?
How long have you known about it?
Well, since I heard about it, I never heard about it. I might have heard about it in the past, but never gave it any attention. But since I've heard about it, I was interested and I was inspired to do something with it. And that was 2017. So I've known about it for 3 years now. And
I always question anything coming out, right? That we don't control the carbon dating and stuff. And why they would let something hang around that they wouldn't want hanging around per se.
Yeah.
I always question, right? There's stuff that's confiscated around the world and used to be all the time more so, right? Like if you have videotapes of some serious demonic activity, you're not going to own it long.
Right.
There's certain things that, they'll come and take it from you and not too many people are going to know about it. It won't get past YouTube.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But anyway, still, who knows? I mean, there's good and evil plays everywhere, and the way things work out. So, what do you get out of? What some ideas or points that you've seen in it that interest you?
Well, I came to the conclusion that I've been decoding it and translating it for a year, because first I didn't know what I was decoding, but I just kept on decoding. And then after a few weeks, I understood what I was decoding, so I could translate my decoding. And because I was just writing down phonetically what I was reading, right? And so I didn't get the phonetics. I didn't get the language. It wasn't the language that anybody speaks. So after a few weeks, I got to see names and places. And so I got a certain idea of the structure of a sentence. And that's how I got to find out what it actually said to me. And of course, that's very appealing, right? Like an ancient mystery that nobody ever got to solve. And me alone here in my own home, decoding it. I mean, it's pretty weird and it's pretty inspiring, but somehow I managed. Somehow something got out of it, and it wasn't bullshit.
Are you going to let us in on some of the topics involved or anything?
Yeah, it was just telling me what my name was, where I lived, what my previous lives were. It named all the names of my friends and my siblings, and it even mentioned names of people that I didn't know the name of. And then I looked up the name and I saw the face to it, and I wrote down predictions
I
about
see.
my own
So
life.
you think a dude wrote about you, or maybe it was you writing about you?
Something like that. I don't know, man. You know, I sort of lost track in all
Lost
possibilities.
track. What was there a point to it being written? Not in general for reality, but I mean like literal. With the author, like he was writing about your life. Was
About
there
me?
a punchline like you're supposed to do this, or
Oh
like,
yeah,
or whatever?
every line's a punchline in the Voynich manuscript. I mean, every line's a punchline. Yeah, and yeah, and even more than that, I got several codes to it because
So there's
once
future, not just present or past. There's future too.
No, there's just now. There's just now.
It's
That's
only
the weird
current
thing.
that it reads out. Because that's the difference. Like someone goes to see a psychic, right? Well, it's one thing for somebody to get vibes and feel things and tell you about yourself or your past or read into the past. It's another thing for them to be telling you the future. And even then, how you should take that, because nothing's necessarily set in stone. But
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
Yeah, but you know, I wrote down things that I didn't understand because I didn't speak the language yet, right? Because you know, I was decoding for weeks in a row, and after a few weeks, I got to understand the language, and I didn't get to read everything. And then one day, I put out a page, thinking like, "Oh, now I understand the language, and I'm gonna read this page." And you know, I'm sitting there, and it tells me about the sounds that I was gonna hear within a few seconds. Tells me like you're gonna hear stumbling above in the middle of the night, like 3 o'clock at night, or like 2 o'clock at night, and it would tell me.
Do you think
Now
it
you're
could
gonna
apply
hear
to anybody then?
Sorry?
So do you suspect it could apply to anybody anywhere at any
No.
time?
No, it was
only when you're reading it at that moment. So you're holding time relevant.
Yeah,
right?
that's why I tell you, like, there's only now. I mean, there
Well,
was
maybe
also
somebody else could do the exact same thing again with the same manuscript. Did you ever think of that?
could be. Yeah, of course it could be. I'm not saying that anybody
That'd be a sketchy fucking book. I'll tell you that. Shit.
Hey, but you know, it could be that somebody else might get something completely different out of it, using their own strategy, using their own patterns.
Exactly.
I know what I
Yes.
did. I know
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
did. I was not inspired or I was not high. I was just very concentrated when I wrote down what I read, you know. And I was following a procedure. You know,
Right,
I tried to decode it. So you decode what is there. And I wasn't making things up. And
But what you got to realize, I think, and what the Mandela effect has taught me is that logic and I don't want to say non-logic, but what reality truly is, which is something more dream-like or spiritual-like foundation, is that logic is not the real logic. Actually, the other one is. So logic changes, and the other one is the foundation. Do you understand? That's a wonky, weird, impossible thing to perceive, but that's the only way I can kind of put it. I don't think it's just effed up. We don't think right, dude, or we are so isolated in our perception. It's ridiculous. It's a massive assumption. So that book could be written in a way that, yeah, I mean, anybody could get anything out of it at any time. Well, not anything, but their thing or that thing, that moment, let's say, even. Yeah, like, and it not even necessarily be a spell that wrote it. Although I would still like wonder, you know, what side who was working for when they wrote it, because it might have just the effect it has on people because of who's reading it and where they're sitting. Your case, right? So, you know, is it going to have a good or bad impact on your path, let's say, or how you affect others around you as well, right? who knows? I mean, and I say that like there's a path that God has for us, and that's not a logical path. That's a spiritual path. So it can work out many different ways, but I am under that assumption, I guess you could say. I know
You
there's
know,
I can see the evil dealings, so.
The thing is that I was when I was decoding it, and I find, somewhere in the process, I found out that I was really doing something that really mattered, and that really resonated with me and my life. I was thinking, I'm going mad. I mean, how can my name be on the first page? How can it say? How can it know that I live in Soest near Zeist? How does it know that? How can I write it down and not recognize it?
The medium's of phonetics, because you translated it phonetically, and that's just it. We're tricked into looking at writings. No, we should listen to what we say and think about what we say by sound, because they trick us saying, "Oh, that's spelt differently." Yeah, the F. No, you're still saying that.
Exactly.
They really screw us with language to spell ourselves. Some people would say, but they're just to screw ourselves.
Well, that's a lesson
reality.
that the phonic manuscript told me too. Like, listen, if this is the sound, this is the sound, and I made mistakes doing that because I'm also born from this world, right? And I made essential mistakes doing that. Interpreting something in a way as if time would have existed, and I made some stupid mistakes, and later on I thought, oh, it tried to warn me, and I should have put that letter over there because, this word isn't even a word, but I just interpreted it. Yeah. No, it's the only story I want to tell to everybody, but I'm still not ready to tell it because I'm not over it yet, and I didn't decode the whole thing. I decoded 20 or 30 pages, maybe.
Dude, I'll tell you something crazy. Do you want me to tell you something crazy?
Tell me something crazy.
Since we're on this category, I'll go with it. All right, I'm not crazy. Let's start with that. No, I don't jump to conclusions, and actually I rejected this initially, and then the more I heard, I'm like, F, man, seems like there might be something to it. Actually, Matt from Quantum of Conscience, he said something once about the thinker and about where it is and the evil of it and this and that, and I thought it was weird. And he did a little video, and it was almost like a hit on me. It seemed, and then whatever, and then he did it again later on, like not that long ago now. Maybe it was like a year later though, and it was weird. It was like literally like anyway. And I don't even know, maybe he doesn't realize he's doing it, and therefore I'd be getting something out of it he doesn't intend, but in any way it's happening. And the timing of it was really suspicious. I mean, like, to me, there was no coincidence that he had brought that up again when he did because of other things happening, saying my life somewhat, Mandela effect stuff and whatnot, whatever, online, everything. And the thinker, if you look at on the statue, he's pointing out about the gates of hell. I didn't even know the damn statue was on the gates of hell, or what the hell the gates of hell is. I don't know where the statue is. I don't know who the hell molded the thing. To me, it was the word think. That was it. That's all it was to me.
Yeah.
But it's in the museum, Rodin, right? And he says Rodin. I know that name, Dan.
Yeah.
And I do hang out in his channel quite a bit. And that's what he was sort of saying, things like that, as if he meant that by it. And I don't know if he knows he's doing that or what. Anyway, and like he's like blaming me for being like, to me, this is what I'm like. It's like I'm getting blamed for being this evil thing. But then I look at the gates of hell and the thinker on it, and actually he's at the top looking outward at maybe anything coming towards. He's keeping an eye and thinking or looking at everything coming towards it, and the evil around him, which is I think humans, but they're like possessive looking sexual humans perhaps, or something, whatever, but they're all spread away from him, and there's a gap. They're actually scared of him. He repels evil, but he's sitting there and he's thinking, and so it's actually not an evil thing necessarily if you look at it. It's very interesting though, And the most fucked up thing, man, the Rodin, he's the carver, I think, is how it goes. The dude who modeled it.
He's the artist, yeah.
Rodin, the thinker.
Auguste Rodin, yeah.
Rodin, the thinker.
Rodin.
R-O-D-I-N.
Yeah.
Right.
Rodin.
If you take the first
Rodin.
if you take the first letter, the capital R, you put it all the way to the back, to the end, and you take the next letter, the O, and you jump one over the next letter, you get my first name, and my first initial is R. D-I-O-N. Oh, sorry, two jumps for the O. D-I-O-N. Dion R is my middle initial.
Interesting.
You're actually a dinosaur? Are you telling us that you're actually...
No, my name's Dion.
Dion.
Dion Roy, R-O-Y, who is my grandfather's first name. How effing, what's the odds in that? That's effed up, dude. But you see, what I suspect there is a connection. To me, it goes a little far beyond coincidence. Again, it's just reality. But there's a significance, I guess. You know, someone could say, oh, I think I'm special because, you know, obviously people think this is special. I don't even really think this is special. The word think is a good idea. I think that's special.
But there is a connection. There is a connection. Of course there is. I mean, you just told us there is a connection.
Sorry, I thought I just got booted. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys' video streams went blank.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I think the way it works is that, and I'm suggesting this and telling you this because maybe in your case too, or something. Because there is repeats or replays or different, the new version of a similar, it's almost like a harmonic, or, you know, people say that the past replays, it doesn't really totally replay, it changes up a little, but it's there's like harmonics or something of learning and leaps and bounds and cycles and stuff, but that change and move, and whatever, move forward overall. But it could be that, like, maybe there's many people that could have a similar connection to this statue, right? I may not be the only one, right? So I'm just saying though, but it does seem like that's effed up. Like, there was some other things too, but I think those are the main ones. But is it coincidence? It can't be, you know. But yeah, it just is. That's it. That's all I see it as. It just is. Not a big deal.
Wow. Man. How, let's see.
I'd still like to know more about this manuscript, though. You got me wondering.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos and little documentaries and stuff on it. I've watched a bunch of it. I don't even know why I got pulled into it, where you know, for a little while there. But I mean, I've really seen a lot on it, a lot of video on it, and I've done a lot of reading. I can't remember it all, but I mean, I'm just saying it pulled me in for a minute, and then when I saw, you know, that Voynich had the same name, you know, I was like, wow, you know, I'm like, and I asked Voynich about it, and he told me, you know, his story with it, and it's just, yeah, it's because it is considered, you know, the strangest book, or the most, I forget what I said earlier, most unexplained book in the world, you know, or whatever, and it's pretty well known, you know, that it's a mystery.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. And I solved it, and I cannot share it with the world. I wish I could.
But
I mean,
why
once
is
I tried to
that?
solve,
Because of the information?
I mean, it's not about the world. It's about me. I needed to know this, and you know, once I got further on in it, I was like, no, I cannot tell the world this information. It's of no use for the world. It's just for me. I thought I was gonna be rich, dudes. I mean, I was really solving this mystery until I
You're
found
gonna be
out.
rich. That's great.
Yeah,
Kinda funny.
I was thinking that all I need to do is just, even if I'm not right, all I need to do is just write down this story that I'm experiencing at the moment. And I could tape everybody. I mean, people were really changing around me. I mean, not one person, everybody around me changed completely into my enemy. Completely. Everybody was all of a sudden trialed against me. Everybody, my sister, my mother, my brother, my friends, everybody. And I was thinking like I need a body cam and then I thought like, but I'm also solving this ancient manuscript. I'm also working here, I'm working there. And what am I gonna do in between? Collect evidence of people harassing me and railing up against me and conspiring against me. And then what? I'm gonna bring that to court? No, man, I've got better things to do. So
That's
I
like
made a
the
choice.
targeted individual thing.
Yeah, I turned into
Right.
a targeted individual because I found out things about myself that
spiritual
I didn't
attack.
want me to find out about.
Exactly.
And for no particular reason at all. The only thing that changed in my life was that I started decoding this old manuscript, and I didn't think that I was doing it right, but everything around me changed without me asking any questions. And then I started asking questions, and then things got even more violent and shit. So I think I hit a nerve. And then later on, I found out that there was already a novel written about the Voynich manuscript, and it was written by a Dutchman in 2016. And well, it had many similarities to my story. So I didn't read the book, but I read the synopsis, and I was like, wow. Even the initials of the protagonist and me, they are alike, so that's really weird. But yeah, but that book is called The Devil's Handwriting. So
So he wasn't impressed. He thought that there was some magic shit going on, sorcery, I guess. In that,
I think
that's
I'm
what he was thinking.
yeah. That's why I left it alone. That's why I leave it be. I know I can do it.
It is. The thing is here's the thing: is there. I mean, there's two sides to the possibilities. It seems like having everything, but for a long time, since the Dark Ages, since the Catholic, whatever they call it, Inquisition.
Yeah.
Anything that is in the category of supernatural is considered demonic, right? That's what they did. They went and stomped everything to FO. If there's anything funky going on, it's us. And if you even think there's anything funky, you're dead, right? And so any abilities or any forms of thinking were just shut down and replaced with nothing. For a while, people just didn't believe shit because they were too scared. But and then of course the church brought in their limited views for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, just because someone thought it was of the devil, it could be more or less they were seeing it as supernatural in existence, right? Or in its ways, which should be approached with caution. But it's interesting.
Yeah, well,
I don't worry about reading anything. That's another thing that they implemented, right? Oh, if it's a saint, you just run from it. Don't even look over there, right? Well, I'm not going to go reading some book of spells. No, I think that's completely retarded. But that doesn't mean I won't find out what these people think to learn your enemy or understand what they're thinking. Because if I'm that susceptible, I'm going to read their book and become some occultist Luciferian nut. I probably deserve it. Like, that's retarded, right? I'm not going to do that. It's still, you got to be careful not to fill yourself with bad vibes all your life, but whatever. Anyway, it's interesting. I see there's a lot of pictures in it.
Yeah, and it's quite attractive a book. I think it's very attractive a book, and well, I got sucked into it for about a year, and I've had my fair chance and unfair chance of having a go at it. And I could help people, but I could help people decode it. But I didn't find anybody doing it, and I would certainly not recommend to decode it because it didn't get well. It got me in a better place. I get to meet more intelligent people like Nobleness D and Tommy Tell the Truth and Brian Stavely and Karen B. So in a way, it brought me good things. But physically, I mean, I'm getting attacked by each and every one in my neighborhood, and the police for the most silly reasons, for no reasons at all. They just make stuff up. So, but that's my path through it, and I wouldn't recommend anybody to go and take a look at it because it's pretty weird shit. And I do believe that it is like I translated it in my way, and I found my coding. It might be that somebody else finds a different code, and that works too. I mean, that's magic for you. I mean, why could that not be? I can imagine something like that to be true.
It's because logic can have multiple outcomes, and we're fooled to think that logic only is one true outcome. No, logic can have many outcomes. That's why it can be used for deception. It's so we think wrong, and I'm the most logical F in the world. I'm science all the way, and math.
Yeah, that's why you get it.
Mandela has taught me something. That we're effing, we're so whatever, limited or tricked. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, logic can come out different, and we know this though. I mean, that's the news, whether it be CNN or Fox, they each have their own logic. Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, you can agree with that. Are they right? Sure. there's more than one, correct outcome. Correct isn't necessarily the truth. It's just correct. There's lots of corrects. I don't know. It's funny.
Tommy, did we lose you? Are you sleeping?
Wow.
I think we lost Tommy.
He had a puffed himself out.
I think he did. Oh, man. I'm going to have to make a phone call, Noble. Excuse me.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Get this show to myself. Oh, man. We got 18 people. Well, I didn't expect this. I don't know if I can screen share something. Let's Google. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to carry this. Soon. Okay, footage. A few minutes here. I have to do the show. Yeah, perhaps. Bit of Venom. I was thinking of you just the other day, too. You've been around, you're one of the people that have been around very early on, and within a part of the Google Hangouts, and then became the Discord group of Taryn Lupo, who started it. He wasn't really much of it from his YouTubes. A lot of people got together there, a lot, 100, 200, 300 people went through maybe. I think there was a good solid 100, 200 people. The people that came through, that was an experience because that was like the big awakening now. It's different when people find out about the Mandela effect and nobody on the internet, everyone's tripping and no one has a clue. And there's very little of it. And that's all you get is just people with their cell phone going, what the F? Look what I found, look at this, and so, yeah, everybody was very humbled. And, but there was also a portion of people, let's say, that woke up or became aware during that period that are unique and they're not around anymore. Most people don't know about them. There was handfuls of people that, a portion of people that woke up with memories from a different life. not that they thought they were somebody else now, but they just had memories of a past, they assumed a past life. I don't know if it was familiar spirits, maybe it was just tapping into the ether and whatever, into time and experiencing it, but a lot of them were negative experiences from most people. Died of a slave picking cotton, died of fighting in the Vietnam War, all bad stuff. That's why I think maybe it was a demonic activity, left some. And these particular people were also, I would say, susceptible to being not disturbed, but unsettled conditions. So they may be susceptible for that. There was a couple of people I would only just label as special that come through that I met. And some of them ended up going to different groups, probably some more new agey groups. There's other groups out there that there's some Mandela effect people a part of, and they're not really much. They just they admit a Mandela effect's true, right? And some new age groups like, yeah, that's real, and they just sort of put it in their pile. But there's a few highly Mandela affected people that are gone into these groups, perhaps. I don't know, or just gone, who knows? But some of them were literally like special, like they grew up seeing basically spirits or ghosts all their life. Like they were not allowed to talk about it, and they're not evil. Actually, this one person that just their life. I mean, they had seen stuff all the time, and they just don't talk about it. But it's nothing that really interacted with them. It's just something they witness, and not usually much information or nothing. So it's not like a ghost like we see on TV. It's just wisps of shit, not shadows necessarily either. Anyway, they didn't believe in evil, and then shit hit the fan one day. Basically, when there was points in time, dates, that shit went down. There are, I don't know, but evil during these periods. There was extreme evil activity, high levels, and this girl never believed in evil in her life, and now she'll put people in their place because she knows. And all the spiritual shit she witnessed her whole life, she never believed in evil. She never believed in entities of evil. And then this one night, she said it was like a party, and she could hear all the cars, like the car doors open and close, and they were coming out. They were coming, and she just stayed in her house. Her boyfriend practically got possessed. And I said too much there. I shouldn't have said that. Whatever she's and stuff, but. Yeah, I mean that's their story, and sadly, it's I only know of it.
And so, what you're actually telling is that she always
stories from people that I've heard so much that I've had to. There's a lot of information I've had to take in to try to perceive the situation, what's going on. That I'm not like most people don't have. Most people don't know what I know. I've dug and I've been looking and thinking like. Right from the beginning, and it was much different in the very beginning. The very, very beginning, shit was crazy. People's stories were crazy. People's wives they're not the same anymore. They totally and every time it's like they went effing evil. It isn't like they're not the same person anymore. They're somebody else. No, they went evil. There's one story I know of where somebody went good, and that's Dan's story about somebody he knows, where it wasn't an extreme case, but just in general sense. So.
But what you just told us, if I have to recap it, it's like so she was always aware of more than this world, right? Something in between heaven and earth.
She could see wisps of spirit and energy entities, but they're very much not logically in tuned with reality here. They're just almost like wisps from the past is one term.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but she never she said like I never saw any evil in it, and so she only acknowledged, or she didn't acknowledge the evil in it, nor did she acknowledge the good in it. And then one day her spouse got possessed, and
there was other activity too, just in the region, without her spouse being involved. But that was within the same, I think, probably 2-day period or something. That shit went down. She did. There was real like bad vibes, like certain cities or something she goes to she didn't like because a lot of bad stuff happened there in the past, likely to do with like pirates and stuff like that. It was a rough city, right? And she didn't like it there. And there's probably bad wisps from the past floating around, right? And not that they're trying to do bad to you; they're just not in a good mood. You know, they had a hard life, or it's bad energy, or whatever the case is. Who knows? Whatever it is, but
yeah.
So
Yeah.
there was bad, like she knew there was bad energy, but not actually entities, as in demonic entities. She didn't believe in that until she witnessed
Hey,
it.
Tommy. Tommy's awake. Tommy's awake. There's Tommy. Tommy again. Tommy.
Whoa, dude. What? That was wicked. Wow.
Oh, you know something else I can say, since we're on a sideshow here.
Before you start talking again, you'll have to excuse me. I'm going out for a few seconds, and when I'm back, you might still be on. You ever streamer. And it was nice talking to you. If I don't see you again today, Noble SD, it was my pleasure to meet you online, and I hope to speak with you again.
Right on, for sure, man.
Yeah, welcome
Thanks,
back.
man,
Yeah,
and thanks, Tommy.
Yep. We're gonna have
Ciao.
to probably wrap this up because
No doubt.
It's been almost 9 hours, guys. It's incredibly long time. But
let's wrap it up with the same topic that I think you titled it, about the conference.
Okay, yeah, we definitely.
I just want to say one quick little thing.
Uh-huh.
There's some key words that I heard within that the thing there. Dead Man Switch, Star Family. There's 2 or 3 other keywords. I've heard these before, and there's a certain group that I've sort of categorized of people that I suspect, I'm not saying with him, but with this type of story, likely like an MK Ultra circumstance or something along them lines. But it's usually goes along with, well, they came in contact and they were brought before the Galactic Council or the Galactic Authority, right? And these are the good guys, and there's bad guys over there, and they're doing this and that, right? It's all a bunch of bullshit. But it is done spiritually, I think, or something, mentally, I don't know, or MK Ultra-ly. But
yeah.
This setup is used. So there's like this galactic community, and there's good and bad, and it's what nonsense, right? But yeah, that's where I heard these terms before, and some of them play into a lot of the New Age stuff as well.
That was one of the words I was trying to remember earlier was MK Ultra, because I was trying to say they would love to be able to do MK Ultra on a mass scale, and it does seem like that sometimes that's their goal or whatever, like just put everybody under a spell or whatever they can do to control us better or whatever. But yesterday, I want to say, might even have been to well, yesterday anyway. I was sitting in my chair and kind of like whatever, just sitting here, and I guess I dozed off and kind of had the loss of time feeling. And just now, when that happened there, it was the same thing. It was really strange. So I don't know how long I was kind of there, knocked out, blacked out there, sitting
Not
here.
long.
But
10 minutes, maybe.
Oh my gosh! Wow, that's
I don't know, maybe 5.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Well, who knows? But yeah, that was strange that
Power
time,
nap.
and it was strange this time. And I've never fell asleep in my chair before, and I'm not even I'm just not. It usually takes a lot for me to fall asleep. Period. So. I'm a little beside myself now that twice in 24 hours or something like that it's been that I have fallen asleep in this chair or whatever happened. Oh boy. Okay. But
get yourself some more sleep, Tommy.
Yeah. All right, so I hope that we all get the chance to do this again really soon too, because just the ideas flowing and the pieces coming together, and not to mention the good vibes and good good fellowship we get from all this. But yeah, so let's definitely plan to do this again as soon as possible or whatever, and you know, we'll keep giving everybody a chance to come on, and I think it'll be a cool thing. But anyway, I better get off of here, and it is 9 hours coming right up in 30 seconds. So
Wow.
I guess that the whole 9 hours will be on there. I know it only guarantees you StreamYard 8 hours, but I'm pretty sure it does record the whole thing beyond that too. So you get 9 or 10 hours or whatever it is. But, yeah, so I'd hate for us, any of this to get cut off since we did go this long. So hopefully it's all there later.
All right. Thanks for having me on, Tommy.
Yeah, man. Thanks again so much for your wisdom and insight, brother, man. Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and close it on out. See you again soon. God bless you and everybody else. All right. Take care, bro. And you guys are awesome. We are blessed, and I do appreciate you so much, guys. We will do this again soon, I'm sure. So hang in there and do your best, be your best, and make sure you got your house in order in every way you can. You're ready for whatever's coming with no fear. And man, you guys are awesome. Take care. Tommy here.